You can't do it using
Can
your knowledge.
Can I ask you something? It's because I don't know. This is actually a question. Is the moon phases? Are they because of the shadow of the Earth, or what do they happen?
What is this? First grade?
Is that the same person that popped in earlier?
I don't know,
I
but
wanna. Can you answer the
that
question?
Yeah, the phases of the moon is because of the shadow of the sun and the moon.
All right. Well, let me say this. I have a video that I took 3 days ago where the moon and the sun are in the sky at the same time. They're really close, and the moon is only halfway.
Yeah, and I bet you $1,000 the side of the moon that was lit was the side that's facing the sun. Thank you very much.
Is what?
I bet you $1,000 the side of the moon that was lit was the side that was facing the sun.
Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah, you never see the shadow of Earth on the moon, on the globe model, unless it's on an eclipse. Any other time, it's the angle of incidence of where the sun is.
Well, I'm just saying, if the moon is a self-illuminating object, which I don't know if you think it is. Actually, let me ask that. Do you think the moon is a self-illuminating object?
I don't know what the moon is. I don't make assertions of
But
the lights in the sky, though.
Is the moon a light?
Again.
Self-illuminating. No, hang on.
I don't know.
Is the moon a light? Is it a light?
Oh, yeah, it is a light.
Okay, it's a light. So then why is it that the side of the moon that's lit up is always the side the sun is on? Why does the moon require the light sun if it's its own self-illuminating object?
I don't know. You're making assertions. I don't know. You're
I'm
asking
not.
me this.
Who said it required the sun?
Go look at that video that you just saw.
Who said it required the sun?
What side of the moon is lit
You?
up? It's the side facing the sun. So explain why that's always the case then if it doesn't require the sun. And to you who are saying
we don't have to have all the answers.
But I thought the Earth was the one blocking the. I thought the Earth was blocking the light from for the moon to have that only the middle.
Oh no! Listen, when you have the moon, in the sky at the same time as the sun, the part of the moon that's not lit up is just the side of the moon that's not facing the sun. That's not the Earth's shadow. The Earth's shadow
let me ask you this.
only happens during an eclipse.
All right, I understand that. Let me ask you this. Have you ever seen a light that is far away from an object illuminate the front face of that object?
Only if that object doesn't have its own light source.
No, I'm saying if the sun is that far away, there's no reason why it should be illuminating the face of the moon that I'm seeing.
What?
You're making the assumption that light doesn't travel through the vacuum of space for some reason. I don't know. Is that the argument you're making? I'm not sure what you're saying.
I guess I can explain myself. I'm sorry.
All right, let's address the vacuum then. Let's address your vacuum of space then.
So yeah, do you want to address that? Are you one of the people who think it's a negative? It has a negative torr, and that's not a small decimal. Do you think it's a negative vacuum space?
Before we go on that, can I say something about this cycle, the moon cycle you guys were talking about?
Yeah.
You guys heard of the Antikythera mechanism?
I don't know. Yeah, offhand I have.
The guy that says we can't predict this and that, I'm not sure who he was. I'm just asking, have you heard of the Antikythera mechanism?
I said that ancient civilizations were unable to predict lunar eclipses.
Okay, this is just for your information because I'm sure you haven't heard it. It's based on the 223 lunar cycle, the Saro cycle.
You're talking about solar eclipses, not lunar.
Well, let me tell you what this thing could predict just for your information. It's 2,000 years old, in case you're interested.
Yeah, but you're talking about solar eclipses, not lunar. That's all.
Hold on.
Just listen, bro.
It's just going to take me a second.
Listening.
It's
the ancient Greeks who built a machine that can predict for many years ahead not only eclipses but also a remarkable array of their characteristics, such as directions of obstruction, magnitude, color, angular diameter of the moon.
Okay. So were you there when that was around? Because somebody asked me that argument earlier when I said that they discovered Uranus using Newtonian physics. They said, were you there? Did you watch him do that? So I'm going to ask you the same question. Were you there when the Antikythera mechanism was real? Do you know that that's how it worked?
The Antikythera mechanism is on a watch now. You can buy a watch with it.
They're new.
Here's the beauty of the Antikythera mechanism.
We
though, from your
still
argument.
have it.
If
Oh, now
your
he's an
argument-
expert.
Listen,
Now he's an expert.
Now he's an expert. Yeah,
didn't
before
know
he never
that.
heard of it.
Yeah, he
That's
turned
That's how it
into
works,
not
bro.
knowing.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
He
I
turned
don't-
from not knowing what was it to now he's gonna explain what it is.
Now he's
I
going to
don't-
explain.
Man,
I
these
don't-
fucking
Google
people
it.
is
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
I don't
Good job,
have
bro,
to.
man.
I don't have to tell you what I know. That's not a requirement. I don't have to. I can feign ignorance to hear you explain something to see what your understanding of it is. That's a very common debate tactic.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sorry that you guys
absolutely
don't
can. It
understand
just shows us what kind of person you are. That's
Shows
all.
us how honest you are.
It just shows
Yeah.
up that you're not
Why-
genuine, bro. You're not
What-
here to
what-
try to have an honest conversation.
No, I'm here to see what your understanding of something is. So when you talk about listen,
Ah,
listen,
don't
no,
worry
no,
about
stop.
me, man.
Let me finish what I was going to say. When you
don't worry
guys,
about us.
you guys literally all agreed, and no one spoke up when somebody said, "Were you there when they discovered Uranus?" And my only answer, obviously, was, "Well, no, of course I wasn't there."
What do you
I'm
understand?
using history. So, were
What-
you there
Hold
when
on,
the
hold
Antikythera
on.
mechanism was created? Did you watch it work?
Ho-
Did you
hold
see
on.
it happen? And if no, then your
I
story
have a
is
rebuttal
not.
for you on
Yeah,
that.
we
Listen,
can-
dude,
we
it
can
was
look at it
found
now.
in the ocean 100 years ago or so
Did you
by
find it in the
sponge
ocean?
divers. Listen up,
Did you?
listen up.
Did
And
you?
then a brilliant British scientist put it together, figured it out.
Yes.
They
and never
x-rayed the
met.
gears, okay, and they figured out what this machine does. It's there. You can go see it. It's in Athens in the museum,
Hey, but
dude.
Isn't it
Are
isn't
your-
it
is
really
your stand-
convenient though
wait,
when your
is your
history is always
standard
correct
now
but
going to
mine
be?
isn't?
Are you going to change your standard to you have to be there?
No. I'm going to hold
Okay,
you
okay,
guys
okay,
to be
hang on.
philosophically consistent.
That's
I'm
okay.
answering your question.
Just to know is
I'm
fine.
answering your
Okay,
question.
fine.
No.
Just to know is fine. So are
Just to know
you
it's not
using
fine.
it?
Just to know
Are
it's
you
not fine.
using?
Explaining.
Yeah. Okay. So you're okay using it for us, but not for yourself. That's a double standard.
I'm saying that if you're going to use that argument on me,
No,
then
but
you're not allowed to fall
but
outside
you-
of me.
but
You
you
are not
used it.
allowed to fall outside of your own argument. Yes,
Okay, but
to
but
prove
I
that
didn't
you're
use
a
it.
hypocrite. To prove
You
that you're a
used it.
hypocrite.
No, you're
Yeah,
a hypocrite.
to
for
show that
using
you're
it.
a hypocrite. To show that you're a
No, but
hypocrite.
I'm showing.
Hold on,
Listen,
wait,
don't
wait,
interrupt.
wait, wait.
Don't interrupt. Let me get this out. Let me just get this out. I'm showing that you're the hypocrite because
No,
it's my.
you're not.
Hang on. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Let me get this out. I'm showing that you're the hypocrite because it's my argument and it's been my standard that I hold everything to. So
So then
everything
why do
in
you
my.
accept
Hang
this?
on. You're interrupting. You're interrupting because you're triggered. So let me.
Why-
I'm going to start over and show you
I'm
why
triggered.
you're a hypocrite.
I'm
So you're
triggered.
either going to be a triggered hypocrite who can't control himself, or you could just leave it at being a hypocrite.
I'm
So what do you
concerned you
wanna
don't know what the word hypocrite means at this point, but go ahead.
Okay, so you're going to say that my standard, which I use and apply to everything in my life, is
Not everything.
bullshit.
Not everything.
You're interrupting. Why do you have to interrupt?
Because
okay.
if you accept the story of the
No, but you're
Antikythera
triggered.
mechanism, then you're not following your own standard. Period.
Okay, but here, you're not listening. You're just talking because you're triggered. I can hear
Okay,
when you're
get to it.
You
Right
have
the
to
hand, right.
Slow down.
Can I
You
just
are
jump in real
telling
quick?
me-
Hold on, just this can be settled really quick. Brom, okay? Who was it that said to you about Uranus? Were you there?
It was me.
Is he on the panel? Okay.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Right the hand wasn't the one who asked you the question. That was SE. So now
you all
do you all
disagree with that statement then?
No, sorry. Sorry. Now you are strawmanning SE because he didn't come at you with that argument.
No,
That was
SE just said that he follows that standard. So I'm not strawmanning anybody. He already admitted that that is his standard. So you can try to say I'm strawmanning, but you didn't listen to
I
the
didn't admit anything, dude. I
Yeah,
just told you
yeah,
a story
yeah,
about the Antikythera mechanism. Don't be putting words in my mouth.
You
Well,
make
that
Well, it's
wasn't,
just
I
a
wasn't
story,
just,
so.
I wasn't just talking to you. I was talking to a different person. There was a different person that was talking just a minute ago.
No, but you're.
I have a
you're
question.
using
What-
Something you.
When you,
You're using
Can I
something
ask
you
you-
argued with me about with SE.
Does
No,
SE disagree with you fundamentally?
Brown,
You assumed.
Hmm.
'Cause
But
that's all
does
you
he?
do.
But am I wrong?
Maybe you
Guarantee
should
I'm
ask
not.
him, not
Am
me.
I wrong? SE, do you disagree with that idea that you should be there to confirm for yourself?
Broman.
I never made a statement on this.
But
I'm
do
talking
you-
about the Antikythera mechanism. That's all I
Right.
said.
So, but if I were to say I know that a scientist 1,000 years ago proved the Earth was flat, would one of your arguments to me be, yeah, but you weren't there to confirm that for yourself?
Yeah, but he's brought
I
that
can't say
to.
what I'm gonna say in the future, bro. I'm not.
Broman.
No, you've missed the point. You've missed the point.
Broman.
He's brought that in to
there's more people here
disprove
now, let me
your
check.
statement of all ancient cultures didn't know the lunar eclipse. That is
Right,
the
he's trying to straw man
Yeah,
or
that's why
fish
he
man or
brought that up.
whatever you want to call it, man.
That is a fact, though. Ancient civilizations could
No,
not
he's
predict
just
the lunar
shown
eclipse.
something
No,
contrary
he
to
didn't.
that.
He
The
explained. Listen,
Antikythera is an ancient mechanism which
Right.
predicted lunar
Yeah.
eclipses.
but most of
Yes.
you guys make the argument that if you're not there to confirm
No,
something for
most
yourself,
of you
But we can
destroy
buy a
it.
watch with
But
that
I
mechanism
bypassed
on
your
it right
argument, dude.
now.
I told you
This
we
guy,
have evidence.
he's
We
doubling,
have
you're
evidence
doubling
of it.
down.
I
You're doubling
want to say.
down on your
I
straw
want to
man
say
argument.
something.
But you're wrong. Yes,
Please.
I'm going to double down. Yes, go ahead.
Allow me to say this. This artifact that they're talking about is one example of what I say to you. You may say, well, that doesn't predict the eclipses that we see in the United States. Yeah, because maybe that artifact was taking into account only the how you say, the patterns based on their perspective from for the place they were
Their
observing the
locality.
sky. And there were eclipses that they were not able to see on, like, because they were really far away, like people in Mexico are not able to see the eclipse on California, even when they're in the same line, or
Yeah.
how that's what I'm
Those
saying.
are the model, man.
Those artifacts are local to those patterns. So yeah, those artifacts, they're not gonna take into account every single lunar eclipse, but that's because
Right, but
the
orbital
civil-
mechanics
the-
can.
Let
Oh
me
my
read something
God,
to
bro.
address his point directly. Check this out. Based on new readings, two arithmetical models are presented here to explain the complete eclipse prediction scheme.
What
The
are you
first
what
model
are you reading from
solves
right
the
now? Where is
eclipse
that from?
distribution. Listen up.
Yeah, but where are
The-
you reading from?
Just listen and I'll tell you after. The grouping and anomalous ordering of the index letters of the structure of the instructions. It also implies the existence of lost lunar eclipse inscriptions. Hear what I'm saying? Now I'm reading this from journal, let's see, journalsplos.org.
I'm not familiar with the organization.
Listen, dude, this is not the only place you can
This
find
guy.
information. It's
So
all over the
what?
place. I think you're the only one
So what?
that doesn't
Yeah,
know this.
that was.
What do you mean?
That's
So
a
what?
great
You want,
question,
What's that got to
Paige.
do
So
with-
what?
you want me?
But
You want me
because
to
you're
accept
not
the
familiar with
authority
something that makes it wrong.
Oh, wait a minute. Didn't he
It's
say,
a fact.
Paige, that he
Same
was
on
an
Wiki.
expert on this? He was
Listen,
just testing
listen.
me?
Yeah,
Listen.
yeah, he
Didn't he say
did.
that?
On Wiki, for God's
Listen,
sake.
guys.
Yeah, he
You
did.
can't expect me to accept the authority of an organization I've never heard of before. That's nonsensical. You can't.
It's
that'd
common
be like,
knowledge.
that'd
You
be
know
like
that
me
site
saying, "Hey,
you're quoting.
scientists say that fucking unicorns are real, and if you don't believe me, you're a
Are
fucking
you
moron."
sitting in
Dr.
front of a
Richard Pryor
computer?
said so, and you say, "Well,
What is the name?
Dude,
What
is
is
your
the name
Google
of the?
broken?
Are you in front of a computer?
Where I am at is completely irrelevant. You're asking me to ascertain.
That's why I'm asking. Are you in front of a computer or a phone?
It's in the general chat anyway.
Anyway, the point of the matter is,
Are you or not? Because if you are, he gave you exactly what you need to type in to find out about it. So you won't be ignorant anymore. You can learn something.
no, because I already learned all these things from other more accredited
Well,
sources.
you haven't, because you didn't know this organization. You didn't know what he was talking about.
Let me
So
test
you're
him, Paige.
ignorant
Let me test
about
him.
that.
Let me test
And
him on one thing. You're an
There
expert.
are
Confirming
there are-
bias.
Name me one more
Confirming bias
thing.
right there.
Name me one thing that the Antikythera mechanism predicted besides anything to do with the heavens. And I'll tell you congratulations.
the
Go ahead.
Antikythera mechanism was used to predict the movement of the moon through the zodiacs and its orbital and its abnormal
Obviously, you
orbit.
didn't hear the
He
question correctly.
didn't hear the question
That's the only
correctly,
thing
I
it did.
guess.
That's the only thing it did. You
Ah.
want to add more to it?
Ah,
That's
You
but
your
he's
fine.
an
see, I
expert.
caught him. I caught him. Let me
There you go.
He's an expert.
eliminate your brain a little bit. Let me educate you.
Would it be the
It also
tides?
predicted.
The
Are you
moon is
listening?
not the heavens.
You're
Just
about to
so-
learn something. It also
No.
predicted the
No.
Olympic Games every 4 years.
It predicted the Olympic Games.
Yes.
What the fuck are you
It said
talking
the
about?
date of the Olympic Games. Yes, every 4
Okay.
years.
So
It
they
had a
used
dial
it.
on it that told
Why did
them
they use it?
today is the day of the Olympic Games.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
very
obviously you didn't
scientific.
know that, right? It's just a small detail.
Because it's a useless detail for this argument.
Being ignorant is not a bad
This
thing.
guy.
Like the word ignorant is not a
He
bad
doesn't
thing.
care.
If
I catch
you
them every
don't know
time.
what you don't know.
Every
That's
time.
I
nothing.
mean,
If it's,
you guys all want to make people feel bad for not knowing something.
The
But
Antikythera
you're
mechanism
not
is
born
not.
knowing everything.
No shit.
yeah, just say I don't know, man. That's it.
Yeah, so but you
Listen.
won't let anybody
No.
try and help you not be ignorant anymore. You say you're an
Because
expert, you say
you
you know
believe the Earth
everything,
is
and as soon
flat.
as we
That
show
sounds very
and as soon as
condescending,
we show that
Paige.
you don't know
believe the
something,
Earth
that
is
you
flat.
are ignorant on something, you
believe the
just
Earth is
get
flat.
triggered and talk over everyone
You
and
believe the
start
Earth is flat.
talking about personal things.
You believe the Earth is flat. The term ignorant is
Right away
literally
the good
defining
So,
your life.
so what?
Yeah, what we've shown that you have no motion, you have no curve. There is no reason for us not to think that. You guys have given us nothing.
I gave you a lot of things. Maybe you weren't here then.
No, I've been here the whole time,
You
mate.
gave us what was given. You
the-
gave us
the
what was given.
Last
Antikythera-
5 years, you guys have given us nothing.
The Antikythera mechanism was given to you. That's my point. You guys set an standard and then you don't follow that standard. Somebody said to me that you can't accept
Yeah,
something.
But we can use
but
it
you're gonna sit here.
now.
But you're gonna sit here and fucking pretend that the Antikythera mechanism is something that you know for a fact.
So
is
that's
good
where
and
you're
you
dropping
follow
anchor.
it.
One guy told you that you had to be there, so therefore that's where you're dropping anchor.
I'm
Yeah, but he
dropping
won't
anchor
apply
on
it to
the
himself.
idea. I'm dropping
Will you
anchor on
apply
the
that logic to
idea
yourself?
that you guys don't live.
Yeah,
in
he
my-
won't.
Will you
Well,
apply
yeah.
it to? Will you apply it to your
No.
model or only ours?
no, because
Does your standard of having to be there, is that for us or only
that's not my
for only
standard.
us or you
That's
two?
not my standard. That's your standard. That's not my standard.
Oh no, that's my standard. That's my standard. So can you? So
Yeah,
you're using my
everyone in
standard.
this
Wait.
group
So
standard
you're
except for me.
hang on. Slow
Yeah,
down, bro.
he's
Slow
using your
down.
standard for
Slow
everyone.
down. Slow down. So you'll use my standard when it comes to flat earthers and them proving it, but when you have to prove your stuff, you'll use a different, weaker standard. Okay, I got you.
No, that's not what I said. But you can find
Well, that's
solace
exactly
in
what you
thinking
said.
I did. No.
When the
If-
flat
if-
earth, when the
If
flat
it makes
earther
you
said,
feel comfortable to think that, then go ahead.
well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
No,
So
that's
when a
what you're
flat earther
doing.
said something about the Antikythera mechanism, you said you had to be there. When I asked you about
Antikythera.
Neptune, you didn't. You wait, hold on. When I asked you about Neptune, you said you didn't have to be there. You could accept it. So
No.
you have a double standard.
I wasn't
Because you
making
have
that
to
argument.
believe what
No.
you have to do what you're going to do to believe what you're
Listen.
going to believe.
Comprehension is a very important thing, part of the conversation.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you should
I
comprehend.
made that point to
Yeah.
prove that you're not following the same standard that you just set for me. Listen,
No,
you
you're
guys
not.
can say
You're not
you
following
guys-
the standard.
let me
You're
finish,
not
let me
following
finish.
the standard.
Listen, you
Listen,
just finished your point. I'm
you're not
done.
following the standard, though.
Hey, I
So
already listened
you
to you.
don't use the same standard
I'm
with us as
telling-
you do
no,
yourself.
I was pointing out the hypocrisy, not
Oh,
saying
no,
that
but
that's
you're
my
pointing out
standard.
that you're not using the same standard.
I don't use that. I
So
don't.
no, you aren't. You are not. You are not us. So
You're not
hang on. You accept Neptune not being, you accept the whole thing about Neptune when you weren't there. That's your standard and you accept that for you. But then when you hear another story, you don't use that standard you use for yourself.
listen,
You use a different standard.
Yeah.
Hang on, you're
No.
talking. You use the standard. Hang on. You use the standard I used for you to
But
prove that you were wrong.
you
So
already-
when you have to accept, hang on, you're just talking. You gotta hang on. When
you
you
repeated
hang
the
on, you're
same
just talking. You're
4 times.
talking.
Can I
Slow
address
down.
it now,
Calm down. Let me get it out.
You already
So
hit
when
4
you
times.
are thinking, let me get it out. You're triggered. So when you're talking about
He's not
you
listening.
and your standard for what you have to prove to yourself, you're okay not being there. But when you have to accept something from somebody else, you want them to have been there. That's a double standard, making you a hypocrite.
I said that's your lack of comprehension. That's not what I said. That's
No
your lack
wonder
of comprehension.
no wonder you're still ignorant after all these years. You won't stop talking long enough to listen to somebody.
Listen,
Like no wonder you didn't
what-
know.
what I heard,
What-
what I said was, let me
See,
actually
you didn't-
make my point. No, let
You
me
didn't
actually
hear
make my
anything
point.
you say, Paige.
Let me
No,
actually
you
make my
didn't.
point. Paige, listen, I heard you. We're talking about a specific point. You're not really talking about that point. You're going off on some tangent about me being ignorant. I'm trying to cover the point that's at hand. The point is is that what I
The
said
point
was,
is you talk
No, no.
over everybody and don't listen to anything.
hey,
That's the
can you let me, yeah? Okay, thank you. So
You've
what I
done
said
nothing
was,
but talk.
what I said was, is that if you are going to set the standard that I shouldn't believe something unless I've been there to verify it for myself, then you cannot, you yourself, having set that standard, are not allowed to accept anything that you have not been there for. I know the answer.
But we can verify the Antikythera mechanism now. It's
I
on
know
a watch
It
now.
doesn't matter if it's on a watch now. It doesn't mean that it exists in
All right.
1000 BC.
All right, let's do
But it
this.
exists now.
Doesn't
What is your
fucking matter if
standard?
it exists now.
So
That's
we can personally
the argument.
verify it now.
It's posted in general,
Hey,
just for your
that's
information.
not the-
You
hey,
can
that's not-
eyeball it with your
Broman,
own
Broman.
eyeballs.
Broman, let's do this. Broman, let's do this.
Hang on,
What is
stop.
your standard?
I know the mechanism exists. I never said it doesn't. I said I know that it exists. But the misconception that you guys have is that the Antikythera mechanism was able to accurately predict lunar eclipses. Sorry, it wasn't. Absolutely was not.
Yes, it definitely
hold on,
does.
hold
No.
on.
Definitely does.
Does my
Time of day.
Broman, does my explanation of why not predict all lunar eclipses, does it make sense? Does it sound rational to you or not at all?
Say again?
The explanation on why that artifact may not take into account all the eclipses pattern does it sound rational or
lunar.
not at all?
No. I get what
Anything to say.
So what you said is logical, sure, but that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that there is a distinct difference between solar eclipses and lunar eclipses, and that lunar eclipses are impossible. Well, not impossible.
Yeah.
By the way, the Antikythera made the assumption that the Earth was round as well. So just before you guys are jump on that horse, before you fall on that sword,
you're crazy.
You are absolutely nice. Yeah, it's shown on that mechanism as a round thing in the middle, geocentric.
Look
You
in
see
the
a
chat.
fossilized
On
here.
Wiki, it says blatantly, to the time of day, it could predict the lunar eclipses.
Yes.
I'll read it here. I'll read it here. Let me read it.
He is just
Let me just read it.
lying.
Let me just read it. The
Absolutely
Saros
lying.
dial.
Not
The
being
Saros
honest.
dial is the main
Let
lower
Gleam read
spiral.
it.
Yeah, the Saros dial is the main lower spiral dial on the rear of the mechanism. The Saros cycle is 18 years and 11 1/3 days long, which is very close to the 223 synodic.
You said the Saros cycle?
Yeah, wait there. It is defined as a cycle of repetition of the positions required to cause solar and lunar eclipses.
No, that's not
Wait
right.
there, hang on.
That's a misunderstanding.
And
See, he
therefore,
cannot.
wait there, it could be used to predict them not only the month, but the day and time of day. So it could do both.
Ouch.
Moon
So you're
and
just
sun to the
wrong,
time of
mate.
day.
Just wrong.
It says it blatantly there in the general chat, and it's linked to
Don't-
wiki.
Can't
A wiki
accept it.
wrong.
Don't take his toys, please, guys. He's gonna go mental.
Are you
He's
gonna
gonna
literally
cry.
say that
Yeah, we
wiki
know.
has changed?
By the way, this is 2,000 year old. and that's 1,000 years before they predicted gears, by the way.
And the reference to that sentence comes out of a Nature publication. Have you heard of that publication?
That small little corner
The
paper,
first time
yeah.
he hasn't said something.
That fringe.
No, I'm reading something. You guys can keep talking if you want.
It is literally there. It is literally on wiki.
It's there in front of your eyes, dude.
He's
I mean, you
desperately
can't,
trying to
you can't
find
disagree
something
with
on
this.
there that says they don't predict any lunar eclipses. I mean, is this what we've gotten to? That they will just blatantly lie,
It's not lying, it's winging it.
Gee.
throwing shit at the wall and hoping something sticks.
Okay. I want to make a formal correction. I've been getting lunar and solar backwards. Solar eclipses are far more difficult to predict.
Okay, now let me
than
just
lunar
shoot you down with that.
But
Let
I've
me
been
just
getting
shoot
it
you down
backwards.
with that. No, let
No,
me
no,
just
you've
shoot
been
you down with
backwards
that.
this whole conversation.
No, this is where I step in now because Thales of Miletus and Anaxander on 585 BC were the first ever two people to predict a solar eclipse. Guess what they were? Flat earthers, both using a flat earth model. How did they
How
do
could
that?
that be?
Oh, really? So then predict the next solar eclipse for me. Go ahead, do it. Go ahead, predict the next one.
It's
Well,
the
that's a
cycle.
that's a
Wait,
So
wait,
you're not,
cycle
no,
of
wait.
no
time.
Hold on,
concession
hold on.
that what he said is correct and that
Hey,
you're wrong.
No.
you realize that we don't
My
dedicate
goodness.
our lives? Do you realize that we have actually like we have to go to work and do stuff, and we cannot be observing the cycles and patterns
Oh.
of the lights, right?
So you're
So
telling
when
me
you
that
ask us, hold on, when you ask us, well, go ahead and predict the next solar. That's just ridiculous, bro. Come on, don't be
okay,
like
so
this.
it's ridiculous for me to ask the people who are trying to challenge the common worldview to understand the worldview they're trying to challenge. My bad. I didn't
No.
realize that.
No, but that's
How
not what
about-
I
you're
didn't
doing.
realize that you did that. I didn't
I
realize
bet
that you
you-
allowed that.
That's not what you're
Hold on,
doing,
hold
though.
on. Fund us, like give us enough money as they give to NASA, and we bet we
Yep.
will dedicate our lives to observe
we'll
the
give you
sky, and we
whatever
will
you
come.
want.
Yeah, we will give you that.
Yep.
You're in denial, dude.
Give us
We're just
$50
showing you a
million a day.
computer that's 2,000 years old, and you're in denial. You see it in front of you. You see the gears. You see the recreation. You're in
and
denial.
just
You've
so
been
we're
told what it does.
just so we're clear, the first accurately predicted solar eclipse happened in 610 BC, and it wasn't the day; it was only the month that was predicted accurately, not the day.
It was
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
585.
I'm sorry. He predicted the year, not the month and the day, and it was done
No,
by
it was the month and the
Dallas.
day because it was the
No.
battle.
You're
of
making up two
Malta.
people that happened 100 years
It
before.
sounds like
that
you're
actually
making up
happened.
shit too.
Listen,
Nonsense.
the first when
Type
the
in Google.
the
I
Babylonians
think
knew how
the
you
to
first
need to
eclipse.
listen.
I think you need to listen. The Babylonians knew how to predict lunar eclipses.
You've
but
got
they
2 ears and
could
1
not
mouth,
predict
mate,
solar
but you
eclipses.
talk 5 times
No,
as much
it's
as you listen.
recording.
Yeah,
of.
I'm hyperactive. Fucking deal with it. Now let me keep talking. It says
Yeah,
record.
see, and triggered.
Let's not
No,
let him keep
I'm
talking.
You
allowed
shouldn't,
to
You've
if
already
you've got all
wasted
the
a bunch of
evidence, if
time
you've
with
got all
crap
this
that he's
proof, you shouldn't be
you've
triggered.
already
You should be
destroyed him. He's
nice and
done.
calm and
Thalos.
saying,
No,
yeah,
listen,
no, I'm right.
you didn't
guy,
destroy
you know
me
what?
by
This guy
stating.
yesterday. Hey,
You
Broman.
didn't
Broman,
you didn't
you
destroy me.
just
Hang on.
admitted yesterday.
You
Broman, I
didn't
just
destroy
admitted,
me. Stop for a
You
second.
had to
Broman,
change your
You
I just
story.
didn't,
admitted,
You're
guys.
I
done.
just
Shut the
admitted
fuck
to
up for
yesterday,
10
Broman.
seconds and let me get to my
Broman.
goddamn point. Thank you very
Dang,
much.
he doesn't like not being
Let
able
him
to
get
control
Broman.
the
his piece, though.
conversation.
Come on,
You
guys.
Turn it
didn't.
into rumpus.
You
Broman.
didn't. Stop.
Broman,
You
I
didn't.
destroyed you
Bro,
yesterday. Listen,
bro.
we
You
had a
didn't do
discussion
shit yesterday. I
yesterday.
smacked you around yesterday.
Listen, we had a
I
discussion
smacked you
5 second
yesterday,
around.
breaks, guys.
and you
5
fully,
second breaks, please.
you fully admitted yesterday
No,
that the
I smacked you around
horizon,
yesterday. I
the
smacked you around yesterday.
horizon. Listen,
I
bro.
smacked you around yesterday.
Listen, the horizon does not touch each other. The
Bro, I
clouds
don't give
and
a fuck about the horizon. We're talking about a
you
completely
just
different thing.
admitted that
Thank you.
yesterday. You just admitted that, correct? The
I smacked
horizon.
you around yesterday is what I'm admitting to. I smacked
So
you
you
around
don't want
yesterday.
to admit it, which is fine.
No, I
You-
Is that data?
I
You're
batted you around
embarrassing
like a
yourself
small test
again.
ball.
You're embarrassing yourself again.
I
You admit you
know.
have mental
I know
problems.
knowing things is so
You
embarrassing.
admit you
Oh my
have mental
god.
problems, and you
Knowing
sound,
things is
you
so
sound a little
embarrassing.
slow
Holy
and
shit.
retarded.
Holy
And because
shit.
you're
You're
slow
not
and
Listen,
knowing
retarded,
things, though.
Broman,
You're
the
saying
first
really
person
fast.
credited the first person
understand?
credited the first
You
person
understand,
credited with
Broman?
predicting the solar
Yesterday,
eclipse was Thales
the
in
sky
610
and the
BC.
ground, you
Thales,
told
610
me
BC.
do
Thales,
not
610
touch.
BC.
So,
Broman, can you
what does
give us
that
10
mean?
seconds, please? Broman, come on,
What
bro.
does that
Chill
mean,
out a little
Broman?
bit.
No, I'm not rehashing yesterday's argument. We're
So,
on a different one today. You can
lost
keep floating in your
again.
circle jerk, but we're not
You're
there right now.
losing again because you're making up nonsense. The
No,
oldest,
I
the
smacked you
oldest,
around
the
yesterday.
oldest
I
astronomer in
literally,
the world,
I
was
bodied you
Chinese
hard
and
as fucking
Babylonian.
Kincaid. You don't know
For
what you're talking about.
centuries and
Too many
centuries
people
and
speaking at the same
centuries,
time.
the
Bullshit. He
Babylonians
won't
and
shut the fucking
Chinese
mouth.
knew the Earth was flat. They already predicted all that
No.
stuff.
No, they didn't.
Yes.
No,
So
they
yes,
didn't.
they did. So whether
No,
you
they
want to accept that or not is not
Listen,
my
look, you
problem.
can
You
just because you
already
can
pronounced to the
listen.
world you have a mental disorder.
You don't
We're
get
not
no.
gonna
I
deal
said I
with
have
your
fucking
mental
Tourette's. That's like
disorder.
ADHD.
We're
dumbass.
not
You know
going
what
to deal with
mental
your
disorders are?
mental disorder. We don't need to
Letter,
deal with
letter.
your mental disorder. You
Hey,
need to sit
hey,
down,
hey,
Wait,
shut
hey,
up, and
hey,
listen. And
hey,
if you're not willing to sit
hey,
down and shut up and listen,
hey.
then
Roman,
go get
just
on some
stop.
meds to
Nobody can
allow
hear
yourself
anything
to
because
control
you
your
just
Let him
thought
say
talk.
his
process.
piece,
Shut
though.
up.
Because
That's the
I've
Let
been
him
trying.
play.
Because I've been
is
trying
Let
to
him
make
say.
a point.
when you're
Let him say
ready
his
to take.
piece, bro.
Go ahead,
Let him
Broman.
say his piece.
The conversation we had yesterday does not apply to right now. Period. I smacked you around yesterday as well. But what I am saying is the first
You
person who
embarrass
was
yourself
the
and
first
you
person.
Oh
bro,
my
bro,
God.
then you
shut
inverted.
Shut the fuck
You
up for 10
flip-flop
seconds,
within
you
a minute.
goddamn moron, dude.
You are
Let
a
me fucking talk.
flip-flopper,
Listen to me.
dude, with a
Yeah,
mental
we've got another
disorder.
run first.
You are a
Listen to
flip
me.
flopper with a mental
The first
disorder.
person
You
who
admitted
predicted
to.
a solar eclipse did
So
it in
you
610
already
BC.
announced to the world the sky and
610
ground do
BC.
not touch. You
610
already
BC.
admitted that's an
That's an
apparent
irrelevant
effect.
conversation. Dude, that's an irrelevant argument. I don't give a shit what you say.
You announced it yesterday.
Oh my god. It's like I'm talking to a fucking
that you
beach ball.
have
Dude, shut
ADHD,
your mouth for 10
plus you
seconds.
have Tourette's. So it's coming out. You have all these disorders. It's not going to go anywhere. We don't have to listen to your disorder. So if you want to go away, go away. If you're here to
Seriously,
learn, listen.
Roman Legion.
You're so intelligent.
Roman Legion, type in Google right now, first solar eclipse.
I'm looking at it on NASA's website right now.
Seriously.
I know. You don't like
No.
NASA. I know. You don't like NASA. I know.
No, I cite NASA.
Ah,
I cite NASA.
It
And
says that the
what did
first
it say?
person to
Go
it
on.
says that the first person to predict a solar eclipse was Thales in 610 BC, and he only predicted the year, not the month or the day. And you,
You
said
know, I've just
you
put in the
said
chat. No, I've just
you
put in the
said
chat.
you said 2 people in 500 some BC. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the same guy, Thales and Anamexander. If you look in the general chat, I've just put up. And do you know this guy called Airy? You ever heard of this guy called Airy?
I know, Aries.
George Airy?
He had a failure.
Yeah. He was. He's
didn't
an
have a
astronomer.
failure.
He was an astronomer royal, and I've cited a talk that he did saying that it wasn't the 610, it was the 585. And now I'll cite another NASA document saying there is an argument between whether it was 610 or 585. But on Wiki, it says, no, we settle on 585 because George Airy said. So, I seriously, you've got history modelled up 100%.
Where's the chat again? What's it called?
It's the general, the
There
text
we
chat.
go.
Yeah, I've cited hundreds of documents
So did
there
I.
showing you.
So did I.
Wiki. No, where?
Oh,
I haven't seen
my
it.
my NASA site is not as good as yours. I see.
No, he's showing you where NASA's corrected themselves and said no, because there's so much evidence saying that everyone agrees it's the earlier date, that it's the earlier date.
Yeah, and
It's
let
okay
me ask you
to
a question.
be wrong, dude. There's nothing wrong with.
Let me ask you a question. The first predicted solar eclipse, was it accurate to the day, or the hour, or the month?
Yes, because he predicted
No, it
it
wasn't.
during a battle. You
No.
don't know the history of the battle. That was the thing. He predicted it during a battle, which gave him so much credibility. You seriously don't know your history of your own model and the flat earthers model.
All that we have is that a solar eclipse at one point in Babylonian culture was predicted before its occurrence. That's all we have. It was not predicted to the day or the hour of its occurrence.
No, you've just been proven wrong with the Antikythera
I did not.
mechanism.
I did not.
You were because that was
I
a
did not.
mechanism that did get
Yeah,
that shows
you
clearly.
have
I've cited it in there. You can
No,
go and look it up.
only lunar, not solar.
No, it says lunar
Oh
in
my
there.
the
I
Aztecs.
said only
The
lunar,
time
not
of
solar.
day. No,
I said
you're
only
denying
lunar,
facts.
not solar.
You're denying a paper in Nature now.
Only lunar, not
No,
solar.
you're lying to yourself. You are
I'm not.
lying to
I
yourself.
just listen.
Being dishonest.
I'm not. You can
So
look. You can call me
why
that if
is
you
an
want to.
article in Nature wrong then?
You're acting it, dude. We're not calling it. You're
So-
acting it. We're calling you out
Why-
on your behavior, bro.
Why do you guys typically accept the arguments from scientists from 300 years ago, but not from modern day scientists?
Because modern day scientists actually agree
Right.
the model's wrong. And you
Yep.
just
Okay.
denied all of that
Oh,
as well.
Gladly.
You just said,
Roman,
oh no, it's
I'm
most
agreeing with a
tested.
modern scientist. Would you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson when he said the football was kicked and the earth turned underneath the football, making the football go through the goals, therefore winning them the game? Would you agree with that statement?
Tread carefully.
In the context of an inertial reference frame.
I hear a bus coming.
Wow.
In the
No
context,
context. Either the
In
earth
the
moved
context of
under the
inertial
football or it didn't.
that's technically
These
incorrect.
people are like parrots. I like
that's
parrots. They oh man.
Hang on, can I? Either the earth turned under the football or it didn't.
No, it's not one or the other. That's only in your mind.
Yeah, earth turn is only in my mind.
No, listen, it's not one or the other. That
Guys,
was
at
only in
some
your mind.
point, you
Yeah,
gotta
the
just
Earth
say
either
okay
turns
and
or
kick
it
him out. Like,
doesn't.
he obviously doesn't care about reality.
Yeah.
He's wasting
Oh,
He's,
yeah,
time.
yes. Kick
He
me
doesn't-
out
He
because
is
I
just
don't
trying to
agree with
waste
you.
our time.
No, he's a lot better than
No,
Rumpus.
kick you
I'll
out
give you
because
that.
you're
though.
mentally
Not
retarding
screaming.
yourself.
No,
You're choosing
no,
to
he's
not let
not.
your brain do its
You even
job.
admitted that you're hyperactive and you can't
So?
control yourself. Like,
And you
well,
admitted that you don't
then
understand
you're
a
not
thing about
ready for
science,
this.
so, I mean, it's cool.
You're not. No, I never admitted that. You're
Yeah,
not
you
ready
don't.
for this.
You don't.
You're too young,
what elements are
too
required for a
ignorant. You don't
scientific
want to
experiment?
listen.
Thought so.
I didn't even hear what you said.
I said, what elements are needed for a scientific experiment?
What's the first thing you
Are we
do?
talking
You
your
observe
science or
something.
mine?
Mm-hmm. What are all the elements needed for a controlled scientific experiment?
Experiment.
You need a natural
Where is
phenomenon.
your
You need your
spatial experiment?
IBDVCVs, your experiment, your hypothesis. What, you're talking your science or our science?
So there
'Cause I
shouldn't be
think
two. There
you
shouldn't
guys have
be
a
two
different.
separate sciences. That's the problem. There is science, period.
There's applied sciences and then there's theoretical sciences, my
Yeah.
friend.
But the word science means
So there's
the
applied
pursuit of knowledge.
sciences and there's theoretical sciences. There's two fucking kind of sciences, dude.
First off, there's technically a shit ton of types of sciences. I'm talking about you saying she said your science or our science. There shouldn't be a separation of science among
Oh,
two
we
entities.
know.
You're just
You
flip flopping,
guys-
dude.
That's
One
what
breath
we've
you
been trying
say
to
there is
argue for I don't know
multiple
how many
sciences,
years.
and dude,
You-
give me a break.
And just
You
because
guys
you accept
consider
a
everything
wrong
science.
interpretation of science doesn't mean that I have to
No,
follow
it's
suit.
your
In order to be
interpretation.
allowed
Science
in
is
the
not
community
cause
of
and effect.
theoretical
What the heck do we
sciences.
do it for then? Explain that to us.
Guys,
Your
quick, he doesn't
medical-
agree with us. Kick him out. Oh my god, ban him. He doesn't agree. Shit, get him out of here. Hurry up.
No, dude, it's how you
No,
handle
by
yourself.
all means, keep
Bro.
him here. By
No,
all
you're not
means.
agreeing with history.
You guys call everything science, bro. Nowadays, everything is science for you.
Yeah,
Social
even
science.
technology. is
So like
science.
everything is science. That's fucking ridiculous.
Technology
The
is
other
applied
day,
science.
some guy was arguing that a fucking a baker of bread, he was a scientist because he was mixing the stuff. It's like,
Oh, fuck me.
really?
Oh.
Is this how low you guys
It's like
come
a
down
shoe
to?
being a natural phenomenon. A shoe
I mean,
is a
there
natural phenomenon.
there are scientific principles to explain what happens to the bread when it's being heated up in the oven. So he's not technically wrong.
Of
I guess on some weird
course.
See, there you go. There, isn't it amazing, guys? How stupid these people is.
They just don't see the difference between what it means to use the scientific method and be extremely narrow and strict.
Page.
They just will add anything they want into that.
Name
On,
Page. Name
on that line
one.
of reasoning,
Declarations.
yeah, on
Hey.
that line of reasoning, pretty much anyone doing anything in the world,
Anything.
you can
is a
call it
scientist.
science. Because strictly
Yeah.
speaking, me driving in my car, there's scientific principles
the
around
fuel
the
burn
amount
and
of
stuff is
the Newton meters of force I'm putting on the throttle pedal. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
it's just nonsensical, guys.
It's not nonsense.
I'm
Why do you
I'm
think
in
Science
the
so narrowly defined.
I'm doing science right now. I'm a trucker scientist, and
Yeah, definitely.
yeah.
PhD in trucking. Excellent.
I love
You're a
how you guys.
truckologist.
Love
I love-
it. Yeah, love
I love how
Trucknologist.
I love how you think that
That's cool.
science being applied to everything is somehow a valid point in your favor. That's probably the funniest thing that's happened today.
No, hang on. But the point came
not
about
saying it-
because somebody the other day was arguing a baker was a scientist. So
Well,
you said,
no, I
well,
wouldn't-
strictly speaking, there are scientific principles involved in why bread rises. So then I followed your line of reasoning and said, well, strictly speaking, anyone doing anything could therefore be called a scientist. It's really like you don't even follow the conversation, bro.
Yeah, he's not
No,
listening, so
I
he
am.
doesn't follow the conversation. He
That's a-
thinks
that's-
something
that's a-
else has been said.
That's another semantic argument. It depends on how you define what a
Yeah,
scientist
because
is.
words
Somebody
mean
wants to
stuff.
call- Yeah, you're
Oh
right.
my God.
Words do mean stuff. So don't make the argument from a semantical fucking place. Make the argument from a physical reality place. Science
Let's
doesn't.
just be clear. Do you
Where's the
classify a
physical
baker as
reality
a
of
scientist?
curve?
No, of course I don't classify a baker as a scientist. I classify the things that he is doing being definable by science, which is all
All
I
right,
said.
so there is the divergence of ideas. the other guy, whoever we were talking about, said that a baker is a scientist. Then you took up the challenge like a white knight and said, well, strictly speaking, no, a baker is a baker, man.
What I said was
You know, a truck driver is a truck driver. A scientist is somebody who does science.
What I said was factually correct. Hey, is Ranty still in this conversation?
Ranty's probably sleeping now.
Yeah. So hang on. How long has Ranty been making YouTube videos for? I don't think I've checked out his channel before.
A long time.
Yeah.
Long
Did he have?
So you're brand new to this, are you?
No. I'm not brand new to this. I just don't know Ranty. I followed a lot of bigger. A lot more on
Ranty's a
Jeremy.
trailblazer. He's been doing filming observations for 5 years now.
That's cool.
Yeah,
So
long
you
distance
guys,
photography.
can I ask you guys a question? Do you guys think that Eric Dubé's book has valid arguments in it? The 200 proofs?
I don't follow anything from Eric. I don't know anything about him.
No,
So
neither do I.
So in the flat Earth community, is Eric considered a knight, a fighter, or is he considered like?
We don't even talk about him.
Well, let me,
Yeah.
Roman, let me say something to you. This
Oh, no, I'm
like
curious.
what we, it's not a community. Well, it is. You can call it a community, but we have different line of thoughts. Like
Right.
some people,
gotcha.
we're not fixed
We are
on one
all
thing.
individuals.
Hey,
Uh-huh.
I also want to clarify. I know that I swear and I cut people off just like everybody else does, and I get angry.
We all do.
sounding, but I have a lot of fun in these conversations. So there's no part of me that's actually pissed off. I just like pressing my point in that manner. And to be fair, in my defense, literally everybody's done that except for probably Paige, who just has a calm sounding voice all the time. So
It's cool and
We all get
respect. It
excited.
takes a lot of guts to face a lot of people, so I'll give you respect for that.
No, I don't usually sound like this. I'm just not feeling very well today, so I do normally sound a lot like you. I swear and I get triggered, and yet we're all human. That's we do understand that in this community that it's for some reason this subject is extremely
polarizing.
now, can I ask a question that's not about flat Earth? I want to kind of gauge this because
Sure.
I'm Christian and I'm conservative, but I'm not flat Earther.
Me
Which
too.
I think a lot of people
Catholic.
associate flat Earth with Christian conservatives. Now I know that that's not true. I know there's a lot of atheist flat Earthers. Do you guys think, in your opinion, from what you've seen, just on your experience, do you think that a majority of flat Earthers are conservative and Christian, or conservative and not Christian, or do you think it's an even mix of on both sides of the political spectrum?
Flat Earthers are most likely God believers, like a creator believer.
Yeah, I think even if they weren't God believers before Flat Earth, they become believers in a creator of some sort once they realize the truth of Flat
Yeah,
Earth.
that's important what Paige said. A creator doesn't necessarily mean the God of the Bible. Let's
That's
get
fair.
that straight.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. So then, and that's another,
journey.
and that's another thing too, because like when I for example, obviously I like Simon Dan's videos. I don't think he does a lot of debunking himself, but I watch him. But then you got like Godless Engineer, who I don't like his channel, and I don't think he's correct 99% of the time anyway. But like he for example, he's somebody that a lot of people on the flat Earth on the non-flat Earth side probably support, right? Godless Engineer, but he makes these arguments from the standpoint of like Jesus not being a historical figure, which is a position that absolutely zero accredited scholars accept. And so people on that side of the aisle can be fundamentally wrong as well. There's no part of me that pretends people are right just because they sit on one side of the aisle. I spend a lot of my time correcting people who agree with me. You know what I mean? So I just don't want you guys to think that I'm fucking in here trying to pigeonhole everybody. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna tell you this: there's really hard to find atheists that are flat earthers. There's a couple, but I don't know that many. At least
They're
not in
quite
this.
few and far between, aren't they?
When I was on,
You know a lot, Paige. Paige, you know a lot of them.
I don't think I even know one flat earther who has continued to think that there is no creator, that we came from nothing, because you can't, because once you move away from the ball, you've moved away from the Big Bang and all that. So it's almost impossible in my mind to think that a flat enclosed stationary Earth came out of nowhere, you know.
guess that's fair.
Yeah, and I think the whole concept of pigeonholing people is daft anyway, because bro, man, even within Christianity, you know, there's so many different segments of people who interpret Scripture differently. So to just say, oh, every Christian is a flat earther, or vice versa, or a conservative, or vice versa, like everyone forms their own opinion based on life experience and research and all those
Personally,
elements.
I hate labels. I hate labeling anybody anything. I am
So-
nothing but myself. I am Paige. That's all I am.
So, well, that's why I was getting
Are
at it,
you?
because well,
Are you
that's
though,
kind
Paige? Can you verify
Most
that?
of the time. Oh, not sure today.
and that's kind of why I was getting into it, right? Because like Paige, you said that your experience that you think most flat earthers are probably in some way leaning towards the fact that there's a creator. Whereas when I was on Nathan Thompson's page before they booted me in the first 2 days, I ran into a great number of flat earthers that were atheists. So
Really?
for me,
Let me just warn you, there are a lot of ballers who I have found them saying things like,
Pretending
I
to be flat earthers.
pretend to be a flat earther, and I say the most ridiculous things to make, people who are looking into the subject. I've seen them admit this. So just be careful. There's a couple of good questions you can ask to determine if somebody's honestly looking into flat earth or not.
I entered the 24/7 flat Earth Discord pretending to be a flat earther to some degree. So I mean, it's fun to do.
Okay, so it happens.
Yeah, I mean,
Roman, let me ask you.
It gets you into the
let me ask you.
conversation, and you know what I mean. Go ahead.
Are you in this? Are you joining these conversations to try to teach people, or are you trying to learn something or trying to challenge your ideas? What is your purpose on joining these conversations?
I have a YouTube channel where I debunk flat earthers, like many others. And
gotcha.
Before I was a flat Earth debunker, though, long before, because I've only been doing that for a year. Before I was a flat Earth debunker, I followed the principle of playing devil's advocate to my own ideas. So I've already challenged every single one of my own arguments numerous times and in numerous ways. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to say that I have come up with every single possible.
How did you challenge? How did you challenge them?
So
give me one example. Let's say, how did you challenge gravity?
So I've challenged my belief several times that the Earth is a globe. I have a brother
gravity.
who are a flat earther.
And a specific, how did you challenge gravity? Like how can you walk me through your process, through thought process of how you challenge gravity?
But that's just that comes down to the conversation I'm having with certain people, though, right? When somebody says to me, okay, so it's not gravity, it's density. What you have to do in order to get inside that argument is you have to sit down and think about density. And I'm not saying you believe
Roman.
it. Let's just, hang on. I am answering.
But
your
you're
question.
not answering the question. You're not. I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you to walk me through your thought process on how you challenge gravity.
And I'm explaining to you that when somebody says to me that it's not gravity, in order to understand their argument, you have to get inside their thought process and challenge your own so you can understand where they're coming from. That's part of good argumentation. That's part of
so you need somebody else to argue or debate with you so that you can think about things. Is that what you're saying?
No, not necessarily.
If you ask me that, I will say my thought process is I start thinking of what the modern science says, and if it makes sense, how does it make sense, and all these things. That's how I.
But it's tough though, because if you really want to understand, see, here's where it's tough, because I started teaching myself mathematics again, roughly 6 months ago, starting with pre-algebra and moving up through. And the concept of trying to understand gravity as it's explained in the modern theories and modern arguments is that you have to, if you really want to challenge it, if you really want to understand how it's being explained, you have to learn the mathematics and understand those mathematics. And so when you talk about like what goes into my head in order to challenge
I disagree with that.
beliefs, I know you disagree, and that's fine. But the reason why I'm saying this stuff is because when somebody brings a model and you say, well, I don't accept that model. The problem, though, is that if you don't fully understand the model as it's being presented, which it's an argument that you've made a couple of times, I don't let you finish talking, so I don't understand what you're trying to say. So how can I possibly argue with you if I don't understand what you're saying?
Can you not go in this like long rant so that I can answer like?
So what I'm saying then, I'll keep it short now. I'll be really short. What I'm saying is that challenging something you don't fully understand isn't viable.
Saying that
Okay.
math causes.
Do you
things?
realize? Do you
Are
realize
you saying that math causes stuff? Dude?
No, I said that you have to understand it all.
So you
do you
don't
do you
think math
completely
causes
do you
stuff, right?
do you completely understand the globe model completely?
Do you?
No, not even close.
So why reject it?
Well, because you just told me the story.
How about you?
You just told me the
Hold on.
story about how much math you've taken and all the
Who's
classes
speaking?
you've taken about how you're supposed
Me.
to. No, the other guy. About how you're supposed to.
Face.
Before you get into gravity, you got to take all. You have to understand the mathematics of the model.
Phase one. Do you realize? Phase one. Do you realize that you ask him a question, he didn't answer, and ask you a question, and then he never answered? Do you realize that?
Yeah. We yeah. It's common.
I mean, answering a question. So it's like if I asked you, okay, so you accept that there's a dome, right? And then you tried to answer me by saying, well, I know, that's just a theoretical. I'm saying if I said that to you, and you answered me saying, well, you know what, actually, and I stopped you right there, and I said, no, it's a simple question, yes or no, you accept there's a dome? And you're like, well, hang on, I'm trying to explain, and then I go, no, it's a fucking simple question with a simple fucking answer.
Okay, let's go back to the question.
I know why. I know why he asked you that question, and I know why you're not answering.
Do you understand the model completely? Because you just told me how much schooling you took, how much math you took, and you're really getting into showing us how much you have studied more than us.
What I was saying was I wanted to try and understand special relativity better, and so I took the mantle of trying to teach myself the math. I'm not trying to sit here and pretend like I'm super studied and I'm super smart.
Okay,
and
so can you admit that you don't understand the model that you're studying or have studied? You don't understand it completely.
I don't completely understand it. No, but
okay, cool.
when I say that when you get to a point where you're like, well, when you're rejecting a certain aspects of it, like for example, if we're going to reject that, because a lot of people use this picture where it's like, look, if the Earth was actually moving at 1,000 miles an hour, wouldn't you be blown away by the wind? Wouldn't you be fucking? And then somebody goes, okay, but wait a minute, you guys aren't understanding inertial reference frames. And nobody ever stops and goes, okay, well, what's an inertial reference frame? And even if you know what it is, that's my point, right? So if there's a small aspect of it that you're trying to debunk.
How long you been in this conversation though?
I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours.
No. I mean, on like joining Flat Earth Discord.
Oh, the first time I joined a Flat Earth Discord was yesterday.
Oh, bro, we have gone through all these things that you've been saying.
Oh, I know.
Reference for years.
I've been debunking flat earthers in general for a long time now. I just jumped in the Discords because there's voice chats and I can argue with people.
You think you debunk Flat Earth, but you know any person can go to Google and they will find what you say in Google, right? It's when we talk to you. Hold on. When we talk to you guys, it's like if we open a page on Google and we type gravity, what it means, and then it's like if we try to argue with that screen, because you guys don't move at all from your thought. You don't think outside the box. You don't try to challenge
what
anything.
What arguments have you been using to debunk flat earthers for years?
It depends on the argument that's being presented. I've covered
like the Coriolis, for example. I heard you say something about that before. How did you debunk that? What's your thought on that?
I didn't mention the Coriolis effect, but I've so far I have covered a lot of different things. I've covered moon phases. I covered seeing too far. I covered NASA employee in an airport when Nathan Thompson attacked a NASA employee. I covered the second law of thermodynamics.
But you said a reference frame, something. So
inertial reference frames.
Yeah. What's your idea on the Coriolis? I'm curious.
My idea on the Coriolis effect?
Explain it to us.
Well, what's your thoughts on the Coriolis? Because I don't. The only thing I have.
I asked you first.
Well, I'm curious to see what you.
I asked you first. Sorry. Oh. Come on, be nice.
I mean,
or if you don't know, say I don't know, and I'll explain it to you.
Look, the Coriolis effect is obviously the rotation of storm fronts and changing because of the spherical rotation of a sphere. So
You just explained. You just. What, you mean a hurricane? Is that what you mean?
Like the Coriolis effect happens in opposite directions in different hemispheres of the planet because of spherical physics.
He doesn't know.
Sorry to laugh, but
Coriolis
that's not.
He needs to know how you think it works, so he knows which part doesn't line up with his already given model. See, that's how he'll defend himself, right?
Well, yeah, but he didn't even get it right to begin with. Like, it's
What are you
kind
talking
of
about?
funny
Somebody just told him about hurricanes and typhoons.
Yeah.
Listen, the Coriolis effect is an inertial force that acts on objects that are in motion within a frame of reference because of Earth's fucking rotation. That's absolutely
Coriolis effect is not a force, though.
Yeah. What did you say? What would you say if I told you the Coriolis effect is a visual effect? What would you say?
It's a visual.
It's defined as a fictitious force, but it's an inertial reference frame all the same.
Well, fictitious force don't have effects on anything, though.
Exactly.
No. You just don't understand what the term fictitious force means.
See, don't understand. There you go. Yeah, this is how you debunk people, and you think you debunk people.
Oh, you're a debunker, dude. Yeah, I'm an astronaut.
Yeah, my mother's an astronaut.
Listen,
I mean, that's all it takes to debunk. I can become a global debunker right now. Oh, you guys don't understand the universe. There, debunked.
Here's the thing.
Fantastic.
I just explained to you what the Coriolis effect was, and you told me it wasn't 3 times. So I don't know that you guys have a lot of right to laugh.
No, the last time you had it a bit right. In the beginning, you were talking about storms and turning, and it made no sense. Then, as I asked you for the second and third time, you were getting it more and more correct.
I had it right every
That's
single
what
time.
happened. Play it back, and you hear what you said the first time. That's why we all laughed. Nothing personal, but I'm just telling you what happened.
You laugh as a way to defend mechanism. It makes you feel like you're on top.
No, sir. I asked you what is the Coriolis, and you told me about a storm.
So does the Coriolis effect not cause storms to rotate in opposite directions?
Now you're getting it. Yes, it does not.
It does.
It's a visual effect. It's not a real force.
It does.
The definition of Coriolis is a fictitious force.
Exactly.
Fictitious force means it's not physical.
You don't know what the term fictitious force is not being used correctly by you right now.
No contact between the two.
Okay, tell him to show us what do you mean by how are we wrong in the fictitious part?
Because a fictitious force is a force that appears to act on a mass that is described using a non-inertial frame of reference, such as accelerating or rotating reference frames.
And
it does not mean that it's not actually
You're
a
on
thing.
the rotating reference frame, and it appears to you that it's moving.
It's an apparent deviation.
But it's not. It's going straight. Like when you're on a merry-go-round, I'm on one side, you're on the other. I throw the ball to you, but to you it appears that the ball is curving. But to the other observers, the ball is going straight.
Correct. It's just an apparent deflection based upon your reference frame.
No.
Yes, it's a visual
That's
effect.
what Coriolis.
If we're talking about the merry-go-round, I didn't completely put that to thought, but I could probably agree with you on that. But we're not. We're talking about a massive rotating body, which is causing storms to rotate in opposite directions. It's not a visual effect. It's a.
You just contradicted yourself,
it is
bro.
a factual, real effect.
How
It is a factual,
nothing?
real effect.
You just correlated the spinning of
He
the
just
Earth
double spoke again, eh?
causes things in
He just
opposite
double spoke.
hemispheres spin in opposite directions. You just correlated that whole thing.
It's like triple speak. Not only did you not understand the spinning, but you think it's spinning in opposite directions on a fictitious ball.
I'm glad you're here, bro, man. Really good.
I want you guys to do me a huge favor. I want you to imagine a giant sphere, okay? And I want you to rotate.
We were really is level.
So you're begging the question right off the gate, dude. Begging the question already.
Imagine a big sphere.
Rotate that sphere. Rotate it. Okay? Do you understand? So when you're on
the question already,
there's no proof for a sphere.
It doesn't matter.
Find proof for the sphere first, and then we can talk about the Coriolis effect.
We've already gotten proof for the sphere. We're long beyond that. I'm
no
asking
evidence
you.
for the sphere, bro.
You guys asked me about the Coriolis effect, not to prove the sphere. I'm saying that the Coriolis effect only
have the sphere to have Coriolis, buddy. You need
so how does it work?
rotating to have Coriolis. If you don't have the sphere, pressure differential.
What's that pressure differential caused by?
The sun movement.
So if it's perspective,
how do you have pressure in the first place?
If it's a perspective,
no.
How is it a differential if it's just perspective?
On flat Earth?
Because you
Are
look
you
from
asking?
one side of the
It's an
spinning
effect.
spinning
Listen.
wheel, and you look from the other side of the spinning wheel. They're going in the same direction, but appear to go in two opposite ones.
I heard one guy say that it's just an apparent change, and I heard another guy say that it's caused by pressure differentials. Those two things contradict each other. You guys care to draw a line between them?
Yeah.
On what?
Storms
What
have
are you guys
nothing to
talking
do with
about?
Coriolis.
Maybe you should check your sources first.
I explained you the Coriolis like a 7-year-old on a merry-go-round. Now, if you didn't get it, bro, that's not our fault.
And I explained to you the Coriolis like a 7-year-old at a playground, and you still didn't get that either. So
No, you just said a whole bunch of gibberish.
I said that if you
explain it again. What's the Coriolis? Explain it again.
All you have to do is visualize a sphere rotating, and you understand exactly what the Coriolis effect is in rotation to the spinning poles on that ball. If you are on top of that spinning sphere, you are rotating clockwise. When you are on the bottom of that spinning sphere, you are rotating counterclockwise, even though the entire sphere is spinning in the same direction. That's it. You can laugh, but it's a lot better than your fucking merry-go-round.
Which means it has nothing to do with an actual force
Why
acting
is
on
that
anything.
funny?
It's a visual effect. There you go. Cool.
Oh. Do you understand what
It's
inertial
spinning-
reference frames are? Do you understand what inertial reference frames are?
Bro, spinning of tornadoes had nothing to do with the spinning of Earth.
I never said spinning of tornadoes. You did.
Oh, okay. I thought you said they. Spin
You
on
said
one
hurricanes.
side.
You said spinning. That was your first explanation.
I also just said storms, not hurricanes, but I guess hurricane counts as a storm, so I'll give you that one.
Well,
Wow, okay,
they
that's
have nothing
generous
to
of
do
you.
with the spinning, though.
Yeah, you're welcome. How do we go from being
So you're
cordial to
saying,
angry
so
again?
you admit that you say that the Coriolis makes hurricanes spin, right?
The inertial reference frames of the rotations of the sphere create the Coriolis effect, is what I said. Yes.
I don't know if globers are
So,
awareness,
now you're
but
changing the story
cyclones
now.
No,
Now it's something else.
It's the same
cyclones
story
do cross
explained
the
in a
equator
different way.
north of the equator, and hurricanes below south. It
No,
does
but you seem to be mistaken. Go ahead, whoever interrupted. Sorry.
My bad, SE. You can go ahead. I was just saying that what they say about hurricanes is disproven because the cyclones, which they say are in the southern hemisphere, rotate one way, and hurricanes are totally different. They're the same thing, but they call a cyclone going the opposite.
Exactly.
And
It's funny since they say their ball spins the same way, though, just one way, right? Unless there's two, it's split in the middle.
No.
Counter-rotating half.
But the point of it, SE.
You guys want to know what's
cyclones
funny is
do
if you
cross
take your
north.
hand and you flow it through water and you have the sun shining down on the water and you look at the shapes that the straight line that you brush through the water creates swirls in opposite directions of each other. I know you've all seen this.
You think it's because of the
On
sun?
a flat.
Not because of your
I
hand
tried,
swishing through the water? You think,
Look,
listen,
Broman.
you think that's because of the sun, not because of your hand swishing through the water?
Broman. Whoa, hold on. Let me ask you this. Do you know why the hurricanes, tornadoes are built, right? Because the mixture of cold with heat and all that stuff, right?
There's a lot more factors than that, but sure, we'll cut it down to that.
Yeah, all right. Well, imagine this. On a flat plane, you got the sun cutting the disk like he's rotating on how do I say? Is in the middle. So once and that heat source, let's say he's working as this guy say, as a finger. It's like if the sun is, it's it's like it's a finger and he's moving it around the earth, the flat disk. One side is gonna spin one way and the other side is gonna spin the other way.
No, both sides are going to spin the exact same way. What you're mistaking is that you're standing in the...
Holy shit, bro.
What you're
they will
mistaking
not.
What you're mistaking
they
is that you're
will
standing in
not.
the center of that disc. If we're on a disc that is spinning...
No, bro, you don't understand. Why you're so dumb?
He does.
So you guys don't understand your own argument? So you guys don't understand...
How did we get off Coriolis?
Do you even know what our model or like what the azimuthal equidistant map looks like?
Yeah, yes I do. Yes I do. I also know there's a projection of a sphere onto a flat plane.
Okay, that's fine. That's not my point. But if we are to say that the equator is in between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. We're going to say the equator is in the middle of those two. You know where those are on the azimuthal equidistant map, right?
I think so, yeah.
Well, maybe you could bring up a picture of the azimuthal equidistant map and have a look. We don't stand in the very center.
But if you did, that would be the only way to make it look like it's rotating
you're not
the other
listening.
direction.
No, we're not saying if I did. We're not saying if I did. We're not trying to. That's not my point with the Coriolis effect.
Okay, wait. Can I clear this up? I think you guys misunderstood me. Can I clear up what I was saying? I think you misunderstood me.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is if you're on the azimuthal equidistant map, okay, and you are on the edge, if you're standing on the south pole, which I know you can't. If that's the map, you.
Yeah, that's not what.
Yeah, hang on. Hear me out. If you're standing on that, you're gonna no matter where you are on that outer rim, you're gonna feel like you're spinning in one direction. The closer when you move towards the center of that map and you look outwards, then it will look like it's spinning in a different direction perspective-wise.
That map is not moving.
So then that's exactly my point. Then so you're using it as the movement of the sun, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Rises in the east, sets in the west.
Sure.
Always.
Mm-hmm. But wouldn't
clockwise or counterclockwise? Because that's relative to your position.
Wouldn't it rise in the opposite direction if you were on the other side of the disk?
No, because the sun and moon are within Capricorn and Cancer. If you were in Antarctica, where we think it is,
let me grab an image.
Then you only see it rise in the east, set in the west.
So I want to grab this image really quick because I just want to help. I want to help with my own visual. Listen, I actually just want to understand what you're saying, not trying to debunk you. So let me just copy this image. I'm going to throw it in here really quick. I think I'm in the right chat. Is this the right chat? I don't know if this is. I think
where are you gonna throw it? Where?
In the general chat. Add a comment here.
General.
So that's it's uploading right now. So is there a way to like edit that in real time? Can I like add a dot? I don't think I can I?
Put it in a paint program.
Yeah, but I can't have it where you guys see it happen unless I share my screen. So what I'm saying is if the sun is, so we're looking down at the equidistant flat Earth, right? So what direction is the sun? Technically speaking, just from my perspective, looking down on this map, is the sun rotating clockwise or counterclockwise?
Always clockwise.
Okay, so the sun is rotating clockwise. So if I'm standing on the north,
the Cancer and Capricorn.
Okay, so if I'm standing on the North Pole, the sun will come from my left and go to my right.
Rise in the east and set in the west.
Yeah, it'll go from my left to my right.
Unless it's summer in Alaska, you'll see it for days, just rotating above you.
Sure, but hear me out. So
and that is documented.
So what I'm saying though is, if I'm standing on the top, then the sun will go from my left to my right. Right? If I'm standing on the North Pole, the sun will go from my left to my right.
If you're standing at the North Pole, looking south, it will always rise in the east, set in the west.
Now, if I go to the south, the sun will then move from my right to my left.
Rise in the east, set in the west.
If you're watching
looking
south,
north.
But you will be looking north, and now you're gonna see it different, bro.
Why is? Yeah, no, listen, I get that, but my main question is why is east and west a circular line? Why not a straight line?
I didn't create the place, bro.
Okay, so how come when you're traveling east, you don't feel the bend, you don't feel the turn?
On what?
It's a pretty big place, bro.
Okay, so
it's a pretty big place, bro.
So you argue that
we are pretty small, but we're pretty important here.
I got you.
What about the turn? Are you saying the turn of the Earth? The speed of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth?
No, because south or straight.
I'm not sure I understand the argument here.
So my argument is very simple. So what you're saying then is the fact that we can't when I'm moving east or west, I don't realize, from my perspective, I don't realize that I'm moving around the curve of.
So you just killed your own self, dude.
No,
listen.
You're going around.
If
the
you're
North
the
Pole,
equator
which
and
is
you're moving
magnetic.
from east to west and it's moving at
I wanna-
1,000 miles an
I
hour,
want to ask.
don't you think you should feel something, dude?
Right. So that's you just hit the nail on the head. Thank you so much for finishing my argument for me. Listen, if traveling east and west on the azimuthal equidistant map cannot be felt because it's a very large bend, couldn't I make that same exact argument for the Earth rotating only once every 24 hours at a slow enough rate and a large enough arc that you would not feel it just in the exact same way?
No, because I'll tell you, you're insane. If you think that you
west.
shouldn't be able to feel something
Right.
on the edge of the equator traveling at
And-
1,000 miles an hour, I would tell you you need medication.
Congratulations, you've just arrived at a hole in your logic that you cannot fill.
No, you just arrived in the hole of your rotating Earth. Your
No,
Earth is
listen.
not rotating.
If you can't tell that you're turning while traveling east and west, then you can't tell that you're rotating when you're only traveling 15 degrees per hour. End of argument.
Bro, are you insane? Do you need a straitjacket?
You
Did you
can
hear
say
what
that,
you just said?
But I used your logic against you. Thank you for losing. That was fun for me.
Hang on, bro, man. If
Oh,
you're
man,
in an aeroplane flying,
I need
if you're in an
a
aeroplane
cigarette.
flying around the world, do you feel the nose of the aeroplane dipping as you go around your curve?
Oh man, I need a cigarette after that fucking.
Why would you feel that though?
Hey, bro, man.
Why does? Hold on. Why does he need that? He has
How
gravity,
how
bro.
would you how would you feel that?
Bro, man, I'm gonna
How
teach
could you not
something.
feel that?
No,
Nigga,
no,
how
how would
The
you?
thing is,
how couldn't you?
when you turn on
His argument is
how
when
does
you're
your
traveling east to
You're
west,
telling
why don't
me
you feel
that
the
you
turn?
think that you can be on a
SE.
rotating ball 1,000 miles an
SE.
hour and not feel it at the
And
equator?
And you're
SE,
telling
edge of
me-
it?
How,
check this out.
how do you
Check this out.
feel
You
Check
are
this out.
insane.
motion though? I
And
mean,
you're
if
telling
you
me
Check
that
can
this
you
explain
out,
how you
bro,
feel motion.
man. I'm gonna
And you're-
Sure, I
send
can
you.
explain how you
I'm
feel
gonna send
motion.
you
It's
something.
called rotational motion. You
And
constantly
you're-
feel it like you're in a merry-go-round.
And
That's
you're
how you
telling
feel
me,
it.
and you're telling
Very
me that you
slow.
can travel east for 1,000 miles and not notice the bend in the in the shape of that fucking eastward direction. Those two things contradict each other. You cannot.
Are
make
you
the
telling
argument-
me you can
No,
stand on a
stop.
ball traveling at
You-
1,000 miles an hour? That's
you-
breaking the sound barrier
cannot-
and not feel it?
Listen,
You're insane, dude.
You cannot make the argument that you cannot feel it because we're really small and that turn is too gradual, and then on the exact same sentence tell me that the Earth can't possibly be moving because we would definitely feel the change in velocity when we
Dude,
went
I
around
don't
the
know which
rotation.
La La Land you're on. This is what I'm telling
man.
you. If you're on a spinning ball traveling at 1,000
Sorry,
miles an
that's a
hour
perfect argument
at the
and you
edge
lost.
of it,
Sorry.
you will feel it. Now,
Sorry,
if you
let me
think
ask you
you
this
don't
then,
feel it,
Roman.
you're in La La Land. That's what
Let
I'm
me ask you
telling
this: Do we feel accelerations? Broman, do we feel accelerations
Why do
or
we not feel that?
deceleration?
Yes, we do, but why do we not feel that
All right.
acceleration when we're traveling
All
east
right,
or west?
hold on.
Why don't we? Why don't we?
Hold on. Let me ask you this:
Uh,
How much is the deceleration from the equator to the pole north?
I believe I can fly.
Yeah, believe, because that's all you can do. Do you believe in La La Land?
Sky.
Because in La La Land, you can travel at 1,000 miles an hour and not feel it.
I know,
the
but
bunker.
in La La Land, you can travel east and never notice you're turning right the whole time. That's fucking weird.
Yeah,
can't
that's
prove
because
that.
your ball ain't
Because you have
turning.
evidence
You're not
that
living
that's
on a
true.
ball, dude. That's why.
I'm still curious how you guys think you feel motion. Like, how does your
I
body
told you.
register it?
Only during
deceleration.
Right. But no.
Only.
What I want,
All right.
what I want these guys to
hold on.
explain is the actual mechanics behind what acceleration to your body does that your brain registers it as motion.
Oh yeah,
You
great.
don't
great,
need to know
great.
that.
Of
Your
course you
eyes
don't.
see
You do.
things.
You do.
Your
You
hands
don't.
touch things.
You need to
Your
know.
mouth tastes things. You don't have to explain why to
we've
know
been
that it
through
happens.
this,
It
Bob,
happens.
and
It's a sense.
you were wrong then, and all these gentlemen
I
here
wasn't
are
wrong,
wrong
and
right
you
now.
can't show how I'm wrong.
Negator,
do you
are you
think-
familiar with angular momentum?
All right.
on,
The
hold on,
question
guys.
is how do you register this movement?
And the answer is angular
The
momentum.
answer is body
Angular
registers.
momentum doesn't cause
That's all
your
you need to
brain
know.
to say, "Hey, this is angular momentum." What I'm asking is, how do you know? What is
How do you
happening?
know?
What's the
How do you
stimulus
know?
and what's it being applied to inside your body for your body to say, "Yep, I'm moving"? Because then
Negator,
that
how do you
tells
know?
whether you're
Okay,
capable
okay,
of
your
understanding.
ears. Let's say
Negator,
your
you know
ears.
what I want to know?
Let's
I
go
want to know
ears. Come on.
the kangaroo population in Australia. Why is it low this year?
SE, that's completely irrelevant. We're answering a specific question.
It's a typical SE answer.
SE, can you hear
Of course
me?
it is, because none of
I
them
can
want
hear
to.
you.
They either don't know
Listen,
or they don't
here's
want
what-
to
can I
explain.
break this? Can I break this down really quick?
Dude, everybody
Actually,
knows
really quick.
you feel motion through your ears. I mean,
Actually,
are you serious or what?
There's
Come on.
there's a reason why he painted that picture, because it's all about the fluid, right?
I can feel motion.
If
I can
that
feel
fluid
motion.
is part of
Listen,
the same inertial reference frame, why would you feel it different?
Okay, keep talking.
wrong.
SE, take
Why is that
your
wrong?
arms, stand there, spin around, and put your arms out. You can feel motion.
Have you
right
ever?
there, right? Put your
Of
arms
course
out.
you can.
Yeah.
Have you ever?
Absolutely.
Have you ever been in a car when
I like
you're full stop, and then the car next to you moves a little bit, and you feel motion?
Have you ever tripped?
don't.
Have you ever?
That's visual. That's visual.
Have you ever tripped? Have you ever tripped over your threshold?
That's
Have you ever done
very,
that? Right.
That's
I'm gonna play you guys. I'm gonna play you guys a wicked flat Earth solo. Hang on.
Hey, SE, go
So,
check the general. Go check the general. I linked you.
I don't know
Something you should look at.
why your question is relevant on how
Thanks,
we feel
bro.
movement.
Because his
We feel
question
movement
is,
on different. We feel movement on different ways, bro, buddy.
Yes, but
we
listen.
can feel movement and not be moving at all. I don't know why is it your question?
the only time you feel movement is during acceleration or deceleration, because the fluid in your inner ear is affected
Incorrect.
by that
Incorrect.
acceleration.
Angular momentum is
Absolutely.
constantly felt like on a
Absolutely.
merry-go-round.
Hold on.
You're incorrect on that.
It's not constantly felt. Not when it's only 20. Not when it's only 15 degrees per hour.
Bro, man. I give you a perfect example on how you feel movement.
Okay.
Even when you're not moving at all. Okay.
So you guys are going with angular momentum, right? That's your.
I don't know. He is. I don't know. I'm not making that claim.
So-
I'm just saying that you're wrong when you're saying we only feel movement when we accelerate or decelerate.
Well, first off, that's a fact. But the argument is that when you're rotating, listen, hang on. When you're rotating,
Hold on. You're wrong, bro.
Let me finish.
I just give you an example on how that's wrong.
You didn't give me an example.
Why you keep going?
What example are you giving me? I don't understand.
You feel movement when if you're a full stop and then the car next to you, it moves a little bit. You feel movement. You even push the fucking brake because you feel like if you're movement and you didn't accelerate or decelerate.
You're talking
so
about.
That's not feeling movement.
That's an example.
Yeah, that's not an example.
That's not feeling movement.
Whether you like it or not, it is.
You're talking about your brain.
That's a terrible argument. That's
You're
awful.
talking about
That's
your brain
feeling
tricking
movement.
you. Listen. You're talking about your brain tricking you into feeling movement when there isn't actually movement. That's a really
That's the whole point, dude.
Yeah. Okay,
That's
so
my
then
point. Thank you. That's my point.
Listen, all you've established is that your brain can trick you sometimes. Good fucking job. You just taught us all what we already know. Appreciate that.
Montreal, run into Beef real quick and check the link I just posted or the picture I just posted. Okay, just check it. You'll love it.
Where?
In Ranty's show, but the Beef.
You know another way you can feel movement? Like if you have a car with a sunroof, you open it and then you look at the clouds, and if they're movement, you feel like if you're moving. You can even get dizzy. You can even get dizzy.
You get dizzy, but it doesn't mean you're feeling actual motion.
You are feeling motion. How you get dizzy, idiot? How you get dizzy?
Sounds like
with
you don't
motion,
understand
right?
How
How you get dizzy? Answer that question, idiot. Mr. Idiot, how you feel? How you get dizzy? With motion, right?
Mr. Idiot.
Yeah, this guy.
Hang on. In honor of Mr. Idiot.
There you go. Hi, moderator.
I guess
Whoever
that
is
about
modding,
wraps it up, huh?
who is modding? Can you quiet that guy, please?
I'm quiet. What are you talking about? I'm so quiet. I played guitar for 10 seconds, man. Come on.
Come on, don't do that on the open mic. You can just mute yourself and do it.
Bro, but I was straight slaying. I was slaying. I wanted you to experience that.
I don't care about you playing music, bro, at all.
But music is so much more fun than flat Earth.
Well, go hang up and go play your music to yourself or your family or whatever, and have fun. That's all right. Be mindful and respectful of other people here. We don't all like the same you do.
Hey, I've been respectful. We've all condescended each other, man. This conversation is broken down.
That's all
100
right.
times.
Just don't start playing music in the middle of people trying to speak.
All right, we're good. You keep going. I agree with you.
I was saying
I'll
to
check
this
it out
guy.
later, Aaron. Sorry, guy. Go ahead.
I was saying to this guy, how you get dizzy? By motion. And
Well,
when you do this with these things that I'm telling you, you get dizzy. It's because your body, you're not moving, but your mind is registering like if it was moving.
Your mind might be, but sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's the point, though. The point is to
Hey,
say.
there's
The
an
point
echo.
is
Who's
to
got the
say.
echo going on? Somebody put your headphones on or something.
The point is to say that you don't feel movement only by accelerating or decelerating. There's other means to feel movement.
When you feel that disorientation that happens for a split second when you think you're moving, you're not actually registering movement. Your brain just registers the moment to get ready for movement. It doesn't actually happen. So that's a trick your brain is playing on itself. That has nothing to do with real movement. And listen, hang on real quick. I want to cover. Somebody said angular velocity earlier. Angular momentum is always felt, and that's a fair argument when it happens at enough of a rate to be felt. But when we are talking about the angular velocity of a giant spinning planet that only moves 15 degrees per hour, that's not something you're going to feel. But even if you could, you're contradicting your own argument, because I could then make the exact same argument and saying, okay, then every time I travel east or west, I should feel the angular velocity of the fact that I'm constantly turning left or right.
You're forgetting rotation also with that ball you're talking about.
Silent zero.
You're just saying it orbits or
Yes,
does
sir.
weird shit, right?
Yeah, you're driving a truck, right?
Yeah.
And the left lane too, definitely, yes.
Yeah.
Right lane. Left lane is for the fucking idiots that don't know how to fucking drive.
His name is left lane. Hang on.
He's just mad because he can't go 70 miles an hour. But so you got a 1 mile stretch of road, and it deviates by 8 inches in that stretch, in that 1 mile. Do you think that you would realize you?
No, which is the exact same reason you won't realize the rotation of the Earth.
Say again.
Add 1,000 miles an hour to that of angular.
I didn't hear.
Speed.
I didn't hear that example. Can you repeat it, please?
Okay, you're on a 1 mile stretch of road. On that 1 mile, it deviates. It deviates by 8 inches in that 1 mile.
How do you know it deviates by 8 inches per mile?
Because that's what he just
ain't
said.
found that.
We
ain't found that yet.
It's an example he's making.
But deviation in which way? How? Like in what way you're talking? Like a
you guys are now talking about surface deviation. This is ridiculous.
Everybody needs to back up a little bit. What he said was, if you're traveling on a mile stretch of road, and that road deviates by 8 inches in that 1 mile, he asked you, would you feel that left or right deviation? The
Are
answer
we
is
living on that stretch of road? What kind of nonsensical questions are you guys asking?
Let
me ask you a question. If you're living on a ball traveling at 1,000 miles an hour and you're at the edge of that ball, what do you think you would feel?
Moving 1,000 miles an hour.
Can I answer the question?
I'm answering the question. He just asked me. What are you talking about?
Well, you guys asked me about the mile road and the deviation.
Yeah.
I didn't have the chance to answer.
And then SE came in and said, it's a stupid argument. Didn't you just hear that?
It is dumb.
let
We
me
don't
give
need
the
to go to
answer,
surface deviation. No. Let's go further. Exactly.
Listen.
Let's go to the ball.
What I'm saying is you
All
guys
right.
contradict yourself in one key. This is how we got to this whole conversation. There's one big contradiction that nobody's covered. If I can feel the rotation of the Earth, if you're saying, well, the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, but first off, the speed it's moving doesn't matter because of inertial reference frames. So we can prove this by putting yourself in an airplane traveling 500 miles an hour and dropping a penny. The penny doesn't shoot towards the back of the fucking airplane; it shoots straight down because of inertial reference frames. You don't feel.
Yeah, try that with take off the canopy of the airplane and try it then.
Yes, but do you know why? Do you know why taking off the canopy?
Every time you open your mouth about reference frames and spinning, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
No, he's entirely right. He's entirely right. Essie.
Why doesn't the penny shoot backwards, Essie? Why doesn't it shoot backwards? Tell me why.
Take the canopy off the airplane. Take the canopy off the airplane and throw the penny up.
Why does the
Throw the
canopy
penny
matter,
up.
right? The canopy
See
just
what
has
happens.
wind resistance from doing anything.
Okay,
you guys are funny, man.
Let me answer your question.
You're in a pressurized container at 30,000 feet, and you drop a penny, and you think it should fly back? Shut the
shouldn't
fuck up, man.
Why shouldn't it?
That's called inertial reference frames, man. You sound like you're smoking a lot of dope, dude. What the fuck?
You know what that sounds like to me? La La Land.
You're in a pressurized container.
So what?
And
So
you think
the difference
dropping
is
a
pressure,
penny,
not
it should
Is
fly
the
back?
is the air pressurized though?
is it
No, man,
moving?
you're the one smoking dope. Listen to
No, there's
yourself.
movement.
Yeah,
There's
Negator,
movement happening,
Negator,
right?
hang on. Let us finish this.
Is my car
No,
pressurized?
all you're doing is,
let
you're not
us finish
offering
this.
any sort of response to him. You're just
He asked
making
me,
your
why
response
doesn't a
empty.
penny go flying back when I'm in an airplane?
And what's
Yes.
your logical response?
Why doesn't it?
Because it's
Why
a
doesn't it?
pressurized container.
Is my
But
car a pressurized
there's still
container?
motion though, isn't there?
It's a
still
sealed
moving forward in
container.
space.
It's a
isn't
sealed
it?
container.
If that airplane was open with the windows open or whatever, that thing it will blow backwards.
Do you know why? Do you know why that happens? Because your inertial reference frame is colliding with a different inertial reference frame that's not moving in the same direction that you are. That's
Okay, what would happen to your reference frame if you're standing on the Earth traveling at 1,000 miles an hour at the edge?
You would be moving with the Earth because you would preserve its momentum. That's
Montreal, bring him back with the penny thing.
Yeah, the question here is
Down
motion,
to the
not whether you can
merry-go-round.
feel wind
Merry-go-round.
resistance.
Throw a
And it's
penny at
100%
me
fact
on the merry-go-round. Let's try that. Let's try
is
that.
moving.
Wind resistance and motion are two different things. You guys are trying to argue for wind resistance. We're arguing for motion. You guys
No,
are
let's go
completely
Coriolis
I'm on an
the
airplane.
merry-go-round.
I'm going to drop a penny and I'm going to ask the pilot. I'm going to be like, why didn't that penny go flying to the back of the airplane?
Hey,
Well,
Rob.
it's you guys. It's you guys
Hey,
that are
Rob.
making the argument that it should because it's moving. Because your argument is solely based on motion. If you want to
feel
bring in
movement,
something else, yeah.
Okay. Your plane is moving along, right?
Why don't you feel that
You're not
movement?
feeling anything. Okay, now
Why
take
don't
the
you feel
plane
it?
and turn it
Conservation of
around.
momentum.
Hold on.
Oh, thank you. Who
Turn it
said that?
around and go the
Conservation of
opposite
momentum. Is
direction.
that Carlos? Good job, Carlos. Welcome to Glover.
It's not Carlos. It's Silent Zero, bro.
Well, good job, Silent Zero. Welcome to Glover.
Well, yeah, but conservation of momentum is only applied unless a force is applied to it. It stays unless a force is applied to it. Now,
And what do you think a giant
hold on.
1,000-mile-per-hour spinning ball is?
All right, that's why I was gonna ask you. Do you think?
You know the Earth's not moving, right?
Holy
I know, Rob. You say that. Silent, go ahead. Silent, go ahead.
That's why I was gonna ask you. If you're in the equator and you're spinning 1,000 miles, and then you travel to the North Pole, that's a deceleration of 1,000 miles for you.
Yeah,
over the course of 6,000 miles, right?
Yeah, a very gradual
So what?
change.
So fucking what?
Okay, so then why don't I feel myself turning right when I'm traveling west?
Because the Earth is not moving. That's why.
I'll answer you that question. Here, let's take another scenario. You're going the opposite way now. Legion, and Mr. Negator. Now let's take another scenario. You're traveling the opposite way of the Earth is spinning. You're saying the atmosphere is stuck with it, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, but your plane top speed is 500 miles an hour. Right?
Because
now, how can you go forward in that direction?
Because everything inside of that inertial reference frame is moving independently. It can
But
move.
you see how you're just double speaking?
No, there's no double speak.
Yeah, before you said the atmosphere is stuck with the Earth spinning together, correct?
In both cases, you move relative to the Earth, right? It doesn't matter which direction you go, your movement is still relative to the Earth. So you can say the Earth is rotating east or west all day long.
The definition
it is entirely irrelevant.
Montreal, bring this argument right back
it's
down
not
to the
moving.
merry-go-round. Bring it
Yeah, they
down
have no
to the
clue.
merry-go-round.
They have no clue, my friend.
Hang on, wait, guys. Hang on.
They're going in like 88,000 feet. Fuck them. Bring it down to the merry-go-round.
Somehow, in their brain, Aaron, you can be traveling against the wind at 1,000 miles an hour, but you can only go 500. But somehow you get to where you're going. It's
against the wind. Why would the wind be moving 1,000 miles an hour?
Because your rotating ball fantasy is Velcro to the atmosphere, correct?
Okay, but are you moving 1,000 miles an hour?
That's the point. You can't go 1,000 miles an hour. Your plane can only go 500.
Because your motion is relative. Earth is moving zero relative to you, whether it's rotating east or west. Relative to you, it's zero. Relative to the sun,
okay, that makes sense.
you can say 1,000 miles
it's
an
flat
hour.
and stationary. Exactly. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Negator is the sun now, so he knows what the sun is doing.
Wow, yeah, the sun, yeah. Well,
you pick any arbitrary point in space if you like.
It's relative to north south pole. No, north or south pole. You have a deceleration. That's all you have to know.
You can't have it
You
both
would
ways.
feel
You
it.
can't have conservation of
No,
momentum,
no.
and you can't
You-
have your atmosphere spinning at the same time
You-
with
you
of
can't-
the Earth, and you're traveling against the other way. It just can't happen,
Listen,
dude. Sorry.
SE, you can't have it both ways. You're telling me that I'm supposed to feel the rotation of the Earth because I'm moving. It's not just because the Earth is moving, it's because the Earth is moving you.
No, I'm
So
not
you would
telling you
feel-
nothing, bro.
so
I'm
you
just
would feel that
repeating your
movement.
fantasy
I know.
La La Land story. I'm
You're
telling you it
telling
can't
me-
be.
You're telling me that it's impossible to be on a rotating body and not feel the rotation. And in the same sentence, you're telling me that it's but you can also move west or east and not feel that turn on your body because you are moving.
Yeah, and you're saying that we can. And you're
I
saying,
never
well,
said
but that guy's
What I
saying,
said was
Montreal,
on a
but
plane.
Montreal. At the same time, that guy's saying that we can see a deviation of flights, even though
if
we
you're on
don't
a plane,
feel anything, right?
They're double speaking, triple speaking.
If you're
they
on
have
a
no
plane that's flying 500 miles an hour east, you don't feel anything. If the plane turns on and goes west, still at 500 miles an hour, you still don't feel anything, right?
Yeah. You're not going to notice. that you're-
Yeah, you
that you're
should feel
turning.
it. You should feel it, bro.
Then tell me why you don't. You said you should, but tell me why you don't.
Because the Earth is not moving, buddy. That's why you don't feel it.
I didn't mention
Welcome
Earth.
to the flat, motionless Earth, pal.
What I mentioned
Guess what?
was
But guess what? You're fucking
the
up by
observer
moving.
inside a reference frame that's moving in one direction turns around and moves the other direction. You don't have to get up out of your seat and run 500 miles an hour to catch up with the plane, now do you?
Are you telling me that the engines on the airplane do not represent a force to disrupt that conservation of momentum?
You would feel the turn, but as soon as you get going the other direction at a steady constant rate,
But that
you don't
momentum is
experience
already interrupted, buddy. That's why
What
you
do you
don't
mean?
see. That, yeah, if you take off going east, right, you still conserving the momentum of the Earth. But the moment you
You're
turn
not even
180 degrees,
listening. Get my point, man.
listen, the moment you turn 90 degrees to the north, that's a force exterior to the Earth already. So you should feel it.
Let's try to keep this calm.
Conservation of momentum.
Let me try to keep this calm for a second. So earlier somebody said the reason why, I think it was Rob, but I'm not listening, I'm not calling you out nothing. Earlier somebody said the reason why a penny doesn't fly backwards on an airplane is because it's a pressurized system. So essentially then what the argument is that the air inside the airplane is moving with the air. So when you drop the penny, it's not running into air resistance, it's falling straight down. That's called, that is an inertial reference frame. So if you're on planet Earth and the Earth is rotating and the air is moving with it, then it is the exact same thing. Relative to your position, the Earth is not moving. You won't feel the movement, you won't detect the movement.
No, because the plane is not protected by anything, but the penny is. Try again.
Right, but we're talking motion. We're not talking wind resistance. And you keep bringing wind resistance in because it's the only way to save your position.
Yes, sir.
If you're on an
And you know what? We could assert you're driving in a car north at 50 miles an hour, and there's a wind also moving 50 miles an hour north.
The
So when you
closed
open the windows, you
container.
don't feel
We're
anything.
not inserting nothing. We're just telling you your fantastic story back to you. Your
You are
globe
inserting.
model,
If-
fantasy
if
La La
you're
Land says
on
there's a
an
ball
airplane and
with
drop
water and an atmosphere spinning at 1,000 miles an
shouldn't
hour.
go
We
straight
didn't
down.
make that up. That's your story.
Hey, can we change the
That comment added nothing to the conversation. I see.
Oh, it added a lot.
Yeah, it made a
Actually,
good point.
What it
It made a
showed was
good
that you
point.
don't
That's what it
understand
It shows that it
how
makes
to
you
measure
really
spin.
No,
because
what
we
it
don't,
shows
we don't
is you have
claim,
no clue what the Coriolis effect is.
Nobody says the Earth spins at a MPH, right? It spins in RPM. You can't
No,
measure
you make the
spin
magic
in
to
a
RPM because when
mile
we
per
laugh
hour.
at you and we tell you it's
Well,
1,000 miles
it's
an
not
hour,
magic. Listen, but
when a
angular
cop pulls you
velocity-
over, does he tell you, "Hey, Negator, you've been going 200 RPMs"? No,
angular
doesn't tell you that.
velocity. Listen,
You're moving in a linear fashion.
Angular velocity.
It's the fact that you don't understand the difference between linear and angular speeds, like what Roman's
Oh,
saying.
you don't understand
that causes
that.
your confusion.
That's
Listen,
your misunderstanding, not mine.
Etsy, have you seen that picture where the tennis ball is spinning in a circle and there's water flying off of it in all directions? Have you seen that picture? I'm sure you have. Everybody has, right? So now I want you to put water on that tennis ball, and I want you to spin it so that it only makes one rotation in 24-hour periods. Now the water will drip off slowly from the bottom because of the gravity of Earth, but will that water fly off the tennis ball?
Well, listen, I want you to make that ball the size of the Earth, and I want at the edge velocity to be 1,000 miles an hour. And you tell me what happens to that water.
You want to answer?
Don't try magic
You know
tricks
why
with
you
me, bro.
Yeah.
It ain't
Yeah,
gonna work.
or
We
Montreal,
know your magic. Your magic doesn't work here.
Or Montreal. Let me grab that tennis ball and kick a football on it.
None of
make
them
sure
want
it
to,
goes
they know
straight to the upright.
They know the saying. It means admitting that their position is
Due to the spin of that freaking tennis ball.
No, I just scaled it for you and buried you. I mean, that's all I did. I just
Listen,
scaled it.
the scaling is what's important, though. You talk about the Earth, so the Earth is extremely large according to.
And demonstrate
logic.
your
So-
model.
So if the Earth is extremely large, it
Demonstrate
doesn't
your model.
matter how fast you are supposedly moving in
demonstrate
miles per
your
hour,
model,
because it is still only spinning
demonstrate your
one
model.
solid time in a 24-hour period.
So
Why
it
can't
doesn't
you
matter
demonstrate
when
your
a
model?
sniper fires a bullet. So then it doesn't matter when a sniper fires a
So
bullet.
actually, firing a sniper round from really far away
Here we
does
go. Here we
require
go.
someone to
Double
be able to-
speak.
Here we go.
Double speak all the day.
Triple speak.
Listen, when you
All
fire
fucking day. Bro, don't you realize how double speak you guys, how much double speak you guys do?
I don't know what you mean when you say double speak.
Yeah, I know. You guys are not self.
I know.
I'll give you an example. You turn miles an hour into RPMs.
We don't turn it into. We're just telling you you're using the units
Yeah,
incorrectly.
the angular velocity is still the same. Doesn't matter if you're traveling 1,000 miles an hour or 10,000 miles an hour. It doesn't matter if the Earth was 55,000 times larger than it really is. One rotation in 24 hours creates the same angular velocity.
What is the
angular velocity is not a measure of velocity, because you're going to measure that in RPMs, which is not a measure of distance. Okay, so miles per hour, a mile is a distance. Okay, so in order to get velocity or speed or anything with that motion, you need the distance and quote unquote the time. With your angular velocity, you don't have a distance. You have a RPM, which is not a distance. It's not a measure of distance. So you can't derive a velocity or a speed from a distance, from a non-distance. This is why we're laughing
You can't
at
if you know the size.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And you're
what
ignoring
speed would it be going? And hold on here. And here's the. And okay, great. You know the size, but you know what speed it would be going? 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah,
So when you're trying to turn the speed,
which point?
Speed is velocity.
But which
Speed
point
is
on the
velocity,
surface
which
is moving
requires
1,000 miles an hour?
only the equator.
Velocity or speed requires a distance and a time in that for that distance to be covered.
we understand that.
Listen, don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. So when you're saying that you're using angular velocity, right? Velocity or speed, angular velocity, and then you remove the distance and replace it with a rotation, you have now left velocity. Okay, and you're talking about something else, but it's not velocity because you have.
I mean, that's how intelligent people use the angular velocity. You can call
They're
it
just
whatever
talking
you like.
about rotation, but not velocity. Exactly.
Hey, I just want to reiterate. As angry as we all get, I still have fun doing these debates. So
nobody's angry.
If you guys boot me, you're more than welcome to. But
Nobody's angry, dude. Do you hear anybody angry here? Nobody's angry.
Yes, yeah. Everybody's.
You should hear us when we're angry.
I mean, how many people have condescended?
Wait, Montreal, I'll boot you when I'm angry. Fuck that.
So SC, your name is Montreal.
Well, SC, whatever.
Everybody calls you Montreal, though.
Yeah.
Is it because you're from Montreal?
Yes.
Okay.
I used to be SC Montreal. Now I'm just SC. So.
Yeah. What is your first language, if you don't mind me asking? Is it English?
My first language?
Yeah, is it English? Okay. Do you speak any others by chance?
Yes, I speak a couple of languages. Yes.
Okay. What else? I love languages. I'm just going off topic for a second.
I speak French and I speak Greek and I speak a little bit Spanish.
Nice. I've been studying Japanese for like 4 years. It's so fucking fun. And not for anime. I mean, I wish,
dude. I wish Japanese. Yeah. One of my favorite cultures. Yeah.
Dude, yeah, Japan is sick, dude. You know, one of the things that people misunderstand about Japan is Japan is hyper conservative when it comes to Western culture. And I know people have a hard time accepting that any other culture except for like Western philosophy is conservative, but Japan is like, other than the guns, because they can't really own guns unless you go through a really.
Have you been to Japan or?
No, not personally, no.
So how can you make judgments about Japan?
How can they be ultra conservative? How can they be ultra conservative when they sell panties and vending machines on the side of the street, bro?
And dude, plus you've never been there. Like, how can you make that statement?
Do you guys want to have a political debate now? That'd be cool.
No, I'm just saying, why do you think they're ultra conservative when they literally have vending machines?
When I say conservative, I'm not referring to
soiled panties.
When I say conservative, I'm not referring to the dictionary definition of the word conservative. I'm talking about conservative.
Somebody needs to feed their dog.
He's
What
double
definition are
speaking
you
again.
using?
He's not actually speaking about the word conservative.
Hyper-conservative meaning what?
Everybody should shut up. All I was saying was I've studied Japanese culture for fucking years, and I love the language. Holy fucking shit.
Okay, well, you should go there and confirm it.
You know, you're right. Until I do, though.
Don't get on the guy's case because he said something about Japan. Forget it. Let's talk flat Earth or whatever.
I know, because I've been there. Korea,
hang on a
China, Mongolia, all that.
Who in this group believes? Who in this group? I know that not everybody believes the same thing. Who in this group believes that there is a dome?
Hey, can you answer me one question before we get in that? Will you say that there is a difference? Hang on, real quick. Will you say there's a difference between believe and know? Like I know something and I believe something are two totally different foundations of proof.
I'm probably not in the ballpark or not in the majority on that one. I would say that believe and know are very intricately connected.
Okay, so if I drop a rock and I know a rock falls, but I believe it's because God designed a system, you're saying those are connected?
That's exactly it. So you drop a ball, you watch it fall, or you drop a rock, you watch it fall, and you believe it's because of density, or you believe it's because God did it. Then that's one thing. But when I'm saying that they're kind of the same thing, I'm talking about the idea that in science, in real science, facts don't exist. Theories.
Okay, but I'm not talking about science. I'm just talking. We have to establish it. If you're going to ask us if we believe in something,
my dog wants out. I gotta put him out.
Yeah, okay, that's cool, man. But just try and think that believe must be different than know, all right? Or else then you remove that verification, and then it's like, oh well, I can believe there's a dome, therefore that's kind of like knowing. So I know there's a dome, which is true. So there's a dome.
It's just a hardcore belief, right?
Right, but my question though is, when somebody said you should go to Japan and confirm that, say they are conservative, for example, my follow-up question was, okay, but how many of you believe there's a dome? And I know you say there's a difference between believe and know, but
you have to understand Japan.
How many of you have been there?
Because they are not conservative there, bro.
My point
is,
why.
every corner they got all these little dancing little girls in pajamas. You got to go there to see it.
That has nothing to do with conservative or liberal. What I'm talking about is that in Japan, individual responsibility is the most important thing in their entire culture. So you need to take care of your own shit, take care of your own life, build your own success, and that is a hard principle that is right-wing. Left wing wants to defend itself by relying on giant government to take care of it instead of their own individual ability. In Japan, your own personal individual ability is the most important thing.
You're sadly mistaken.
I'm not. They're one of the hardest working people in the world.
Aaron has a lot of experience in Asia. He can tell you about Japan.
I would just say this. When you go there with a preconceived notion, like this gentleman just told us what he thinks about Japan, maybe he studied history of Japan, right? The history of it up into the current. Once you go there, dude, your mind's going to be blown. It is not what you think at all.
Bro, my girlfriend's from China, and she told me during the COVID that like they were locked down in their house. Each person got a passport, and they had to get it stamped when they left their house. And each house was only allowed to leave so many times. Like, so there's an entirely different narrative, right? Like, I don't want to get off on the right, but I'm just saying, like, there's what everybody else thinks of the world, and then there's what actually happens in that society. Yeah. So two very different, like Russia, if you ask Russians what they think of the moon landing, they'll laugh at Americans. They're like, oh, they went to the moon to find nothing. Stupid idiots. We already knew there was nothing there because we were the first to orbit it.
Yeah.
Right ahead. In Mexico, they're putting people in jail for not wearing a mask on the street. On the street.
Oh yeah, bro. Parts of Africa, if you believe the video, are the same way. Like Middle East too. They'll just grab you right off the street and be like, "Okay, put the mask on, or you're coming with us."
Yeah.
People that haven't traveled have no idea what it's like.
In Venezuela, they're getting people like if they get you without a mask in the streets, they put you to do social work on the streets.
Let's not go into the COVID thing quite yet. But the gentleman that was just
Yeah,
talking,
just-
like he
yeah, just
studied
bringing it up
Japanese
to-
forever, and he thinks he what did he say? He believes or he knows how Japanese culture runs, and it's so conservative or something. Right there. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because he's never been there. What the fuck? Right?
Yeah, it's probably like America. Like we look, some people, like before, you know, whatever we did, they were like, oh, America is a good Christian country, you know, but little do they know we got this deplorable things going on behind closed doors. So yeah, Japan has some real, you know, like he said, the panty vending machines. They have there's a restaurant where they like lock you in, you know, and you have to beg to be released to use the bathroom. So
Tokyo is the largest city with over 40 million people in it. Are you going to tell me that's conservative? Right? 40 million people in one place.
Yeah, I would say
What do you mean conservative? What do you mean conservative?
Well, but the guy said it before. Whatever that guy's name was, the baller guy. Is that you or?
No,
we're talking about Roman.
He said that Japan is so conservative or something. And I was like,
they actually are
"Man."
though. Not the new generation, but from this last generation to like the ones above them, they are considered
Dude,
conservative.
most of the people now in Japan, the kids, the youth, are living in 5x5 rooms, man. Little computer rooms. They literally rent computer rooms in like little. Dude, the life in Japan is awful.
Bro, you're not talking just Japan, Hong Kong, Korea, like it's a lot
Have
of
they
places
seen
are
those
like that.
booth hotels?
No.
Those aren't even, some of those aren't even hotels. Those are where people live, like in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Bro, people are
They
living
live
in
in
10 by 10.
high rise hotels. Okay, 1,000 square foot, or what they call them 38 meters, right? But floor by floor, they're 50 floors tall. And that's why they grow up instead of out like we do. We grow out, they grow up. But they're not. They're fucking perfect houses, man. They're not, little lockdown cubicles or anything. No. These people, that's just the way they grew up, and the way they live. Dude, they're smart and they're active, and you saw the Hong Kong protests last year, right? Over 3 million people running the streets to, get after the government there. We don't do that, right?
Conservatives in America, they're not conservatives anymore. I don't know what the fuck they are.
Well,
they don't fight anything anymore. I
can educate you on that.
We're done.
In the United States, the right wing typically defends small government in favor of individual responsibility, and that is a principle that is being forced out of the population via media, via universities, via teachers, via Hollywood. So as far as why we don't fight, it's simply because half of the population doesn't realize there's a reason to fight.
I agree with you.
You said,
I agree with that.
Yeah, this guy said individual responsibility. I would like to replace that with self-governance, right?
Well, yes, self-governance is part of that.
Because with individual responsibility, you still have this overarching government. Well, in the nature of what the way the U.S. was founded, the people are the government. We are self-governing. Can we do it? So I don't like the individual. What you said there. That's all I'm saying. I like self-governing.
What I'm getting at though is when it comes to individual responsibility, I'm saying that, like, for example, when we're talking about,
don't talk about it. Talk about self-governing. Can you control yourself? Can you control yourself, your family, your life? Can you do it without harming somebody else? It's very simple. It's very simple.
Yeah.
Since you guys are talking about governments, you do realize we're all being tooled right now by our governments.
Yes.
Depends on where you live, I suppose.
Anywhere.
Montreal.
Or is it not that?
It's been nice talking to you, buddy.
Japan.
We'll be shot tomorrow.
Japan.
Hey man, Japan's culture is dope, dude. They're now don't get me wrong. It's funny because it's weird because like they're kind of a weird mix.
Not the new one.
When I said they were conservative, I meant
Dude,
that they have a lot of
robot
conservative
sex dolls are. Listen, the youth aren't being intimate with each other in Japan. The celibacy through Japan is skyrocketed. They don't do relationships there. They live in cubicles and they live online all the days.
No, they don't. You've never been there.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I've watched. Listen, man, I just watched a documentary
Listen,
on these
Oh
digital
my
hotels.
God,
You're
such
talking
a
about
bad
inner
guy.
city life that happens in Tokyo.
That's right.
And strictly
I am
in
talking
Tokyo.
about inner city. Yeah, I'm talking about the city lifestyle of Japan. That's exactly
You
what
know,
I'm
the
talking about.
vast majority of
I will
Japanese
say
don't
this
live
about
in the
Japan.
city.
I will say this about Japan that's positive.
We have to distinguish that though. The metropolitan area.
Okay,
Yeah, we need
what about
to distinguish between metropolitan to the country because metropolitan areas they're always full of liberal people, lazy
what about
people.
the Japan or the Korea or the China that's giving him the computer to talk to us and tell us this?
Well,
What
hey,
about that
bud,
Japan?
listen,
right?
listen. Oh, okay, never mind. I heard what you're saying. Sorry.
What about the Japan that gives him his car to run around? Whoever the guy was speaking before.
Which guy?
You
Who,
know,
me?
no, I think it was Negator, right?
No, I don't know if Negator talked about. Negator came in here to talk about only the Earth.
The one that says that they live in little cubicles and
Yeah, cubicle. Yeah, the cubicle guy.
I don't know some.
Dude, I mean, come on, and not to mention that here in
Right.
America, when people go to work, they go to a building and live
So,
in a little cubicle.
Actually,
don't
you know,
they?
the funny thing is
Right?
what we are talking about is actually a very natural phenomenon. When you have a rich society, having children becomes less important in favor of many other things. And so what we've actually started to see is that every first world country around the planet has a population decline happening at the moment, whereas every third world country is still having a population boom. So it is a very common occurrence. And so when you have inner city life that is packed together and filled with the ever increasing speed of business and technology, the central ideas of family start to die in favor of the central ideas of career. Whereas a real happy family, typically the nuclear family that we typically reference here, is a balance of both things. And so unfortunately we get to a point where societies that are rich start to value liberal ideology and identity politics, and that really doesn't help with population maintenance and things like that.
Beautiful words, bro. Beautiful words, bro.
but
When it
that's
comes to
because that's
Japan, they will literally work themselves to death there.
Yeah.
They
that's
drop.
because
For
the
the
government.
For the
The governments are the richer nations, right? They are all working under an agenda, right? Do you know why the richer nations are rich? Because they have a whole bunch of people under them paying taxes, right? If you don't have this cattle base that you milk yearly, right? Because
That's
that's
right.
what people are, right?
Well,
you have to see they are
And
looking
they
at us like
control
cattle that they
the resources right to hand. Very nicely
yeah,
said.
exactly. So they start. And this is why people. Hold on, let me just finish. This is why people are in apartments now. They don't want people on a big plot of land where they have their own farm, they have their own food, they have their own neighbors, they have their own police, they have their own. Right? If you have your own, you don't need the government. So what the government does is they take everything away, so you need them.
Well, that also depends on how you define rich, though. So, like when the United States was started, for example, after the free market, after capitalism, real capitalism too, not modern day raping of it, but real free market capitalism, you had a rich country because we had the most wealth mobility in the world, and we still do have the most wealth mobility in the world. But the issue now is that if we're defining rich governments, then yes, tax money control. That's how you get a rich government. That's socialism in a nutshell. But you can have a rich country though, not be heavily taxed, right? You know, and I think like people love to talk about like the Scandinavian countries because they're like examples of socialism.
But a country is a country its government, right? Because the country, like if you have a whole bunch of millionaires in a country, but the government takes all their money, what does the country have? Nothing. The government has it all.
That's exactly it. That's why socialism is shit, right?
Right the hand. I was just going to say when the gentleman just said when the USA was first started, those plantations were already created. Virginia, Maryland, New York, South Carolina, Florida. Those plantations were already created across the pond over in Europe, by the King George III, and so let's say that we did win this battle, between independence. You think those millionaires didn't still control that boundary, right? That boundary where all the people were still slaves.
See, I want to reject this idea for a second though, because right now what's happening in the United States, which I don't know how many people realize it or not, but the most terrifying thing right now is that the government is playing a game where they are trying to turn the citizens against the private sector. And so we go, well, wait a minute, the government's a piece of shit. And they go, yeah, but billionaires are the ones that are robbing you. And it's like, well, first and foremost, billionaires are part of the private sector. They create jobs, they create businesses. Yeah, there have been bad billionaires, but there's been just as many good billionaires. People talk about no one put a gun to your head to buy a fucking iPhone, right? So the argument that I'm making is that we have to be extremely careful that we do not let any government direct us and our anger at the private sector. Because
it's too late for that, dude.
The private sector, I know it is, but the private sector keeps us free. The government.
Dude, they're telling you have to wear masks everywhere you go. They're telling you what time you can leave your house, where you can go, how you can travel. Do you not realize what's happening around you?
In the United States, the mask mandates that are being pushed by governors are not actually lawful. So you can't actually be arrested and charged unless they're going to break the law, which I guess.
Yeah, but a lot of places are enforcing it. You know, like I'm limited in where I can go because I won't put one on. So now, and picture all the people that aren't open. I can name off the top of my head 10 businesses, 4 of them that are Chinese food restaurants.
Oh, listen,
that are not
I agree with you. I agree with you. But here's the cool thing though. So I've taken.
So is government helping or hurting?
Government always hurts. They always hurt. Always. Every time.
Then we got to get rid
Legion,
of them.
where are you at, man? Where do you live? Roughly.
It sounds like Baltimore area.
Oh, you're in the States?
I would say he's in the States by his accent.
Okay, all right.
Probably Northeast region.
Oh, you guys are asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I'm in the United States. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So here, let me give you an example. Here where I'm at in Montreal, you can't go buy groceries if you don't put a mask on.
Yeah, so in the United States, that only occurs if the individual store is pushing that rule. And I support that because a private business has a right to make their own rules. However, it's when legislation steps in that it becomes a problem. So are you saying that?
Well, I got a problem with that. I got a problem with that because publicly traded companies are not private. So if I own shares in a Walmart and I walk, no, it's publicly owned. So if I own shares, I am an owner. So as an owner and I walk into a Walmart, I'm just saying, if I own stock in Walmart, which is a publicly traded company, it is no longer a private company. I'm not in a private business. I am in a public arena, which I own part of. So how is my company going to tell an owner that I have to put a mask on? That's ridiculous.
The board of directors is what. But listen, the board of directors is what makes the rules. Even if you were the CEO of that company, the board.
No. It's the lemmings that make the rules, right? It's the lemmings at the door that make the rule. Like, oh, you have to put on a mask, right? And
the issue is not private.
What I'm saying though is
the issue is government.
The issue is he said it's a private business when it's not. If
it is
I own a business,
oh yeah.
No, it's not. It's a publicly traded company. That means it is public. That is not it's not a private company anymore.
Publicly traded does not mean publicly owned. It's owned by the individual.
It means
it does.
It's not a private company. It's public. It's public domain. It is public domain because you can buy it.
Right. Anybody can invest in that. Anybody.
Listen, I can buy any house on the market, but as soon as I buy that house, it's mine.
No.
But you can walk in and one that's not the same. Because that's total ownership, right? So complete ownership is different than a publicly traded company.
He actually doesn't own his house.
I just want to clarify.
He has to get the key from the bank first, right? So
Listen, guys, I just want to clarify. I'm a financial consultant for a living. That's what I do. A publicly traded company is a private property held by members of the public who are private citizens. So
Whoa. Okay. But we're talking about Walmart. We're talking about Home Depot.
Walmart is a
Walmart.
We're talking about Costco.
Here's the other thing. Once you also start getting tax subsidies, you're not private.
Yeah, I'm not trying to walk into your house, bro. Right?
No. You're not a private place because tax subsidies are a government thing, which means you are now public. So Walmart, when they take these things, this is the problem.
Oh, you cut out. You cut out for a second. Unless I'm cut out.
When you take government aid, you accept the thing that you are now public, right? Because you are taking funds from the public.
No,
Yeah,
so
kind of like SpaceX.
no, guys, listen.
SpaceX,
Guys,
exactly.
I'm telling you. I'm not telling you my opinion here. I'm telling you the economic fact here. Again,
Yeah, but you deal with
I work in
apartment
economics.
buildings, right? That's much different than a commercial.
No. I deal with
Economics isn't law.
A
Law and
private
economics
business
are two totally different
leasing
facts.
commercial property and then accepting federal funds, state funds, just to keep open. Right?
I'm saying that by law, private companies are still private even when they're publicly traded because they are privately owned by private citizens. It's still considered a private business.
Until they go public.
No.
That corporation goes public.
I just explained that publicly traded companies are still considered by law
until they get subsidized.
There's a word for this.
They get
Right
subsidized.
Whether
there's a word for this right at the hand. It's called
when
like
public
the
money
capital.
goes into them.
Right at the hand, I think it's called the capital shareholders. I believe that's the term. It's called the capital shareholders are private, but the other shareholders, goddamn, I can't remember the name. They are public shareholders. You know, they incur the risk and the loss. You know, but the capital shareholders
really funny. You know what's really funny? You have another flat earther telling you exactly what he's able to do for a living, and you guys are arguing against it because you just want to be right. It's unbelievable. Just listen to what he's saying. He's saying that even though you can privately own shares in something, it's not a public company. It's floated as a public company, but it's still private.
Are you missing the part where once you start getting money from the government, which takes its money from the public, okay, well, he's not addressing that. When you get money from the government,
no, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Legally.
So it's okay.
Well, but that's
He's telling you what it is legally. That's what he does for a living.
That's my
he
point.
He invests money for people, and he's telling you the difference between privately and publicly owned money. And you guys aren't listening.
let me put this. Okay, listen.
No.
Okay, let me put this in perspective.
No,
let me just make one thing. Okay, don't interrupt me. Please let me make a point. So if a Muslim woman walked into a place that I myself owned, right? I owned it. I owned the building, everything. And I said, and she was in a burqa. I was like, look, you have to uncover or you're not coming in. She's like, this is my religion, blah, blah, blah. I'm protected. I'm like, no, you're not protected shit. Get the fuck out of here. I could kick her out. Now, if she walked into a Walmart or some other place, they would have to abide by certain guidelines. They could not discriminate. Hang on, let me finish. Let me come on. Let me just finish. They couldn't discriminate based on religion, sexual. Well, if it was me and my business, I had nobody to answer to. I could. So this is you're mixing these things up. Legally, you don't understand that. Unfortunately, you're wrong.
I think that Walmart could have that in Australia. Our banks have those laws. You're not allowed to walk inside of a bank if you're wearing a religious head covering, and you're also not allowed to walk into a bank.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
But that's the law. But that's the law there. The law here in America is you are allowed.
So I had to wait.
The law.
Go back to the USA. Go back to
listen.
Walmart.
So I was
you're not talking about America. You're talking about where you live. I'm talking about here in America. There are laws that have to be followed.
Well,
your point was about where you live, not here.
So you're also not allowed to.
Why on
You're not
earth
also
do you
allowed to
think
walk
that
into a bank
guy's
if you're wearing a
flat earther?
motorbike helmet.
Oh yeah,
now
hey,
this guy's crying about
Why would you
Australia
think
because
Roman was a flat earther?
we talk about
Aaron?
America.
I just want to correct.
Because I've been listening for long enough, I thought he was.
I just want to correct you. Yeah, I mean, I do actually work in finance, but
you're
I'm not
wrong.
a flat earther. Yeah, I'm not a flat earther, unfortunately. I'm sorry, man.
Oh, good. Are you a globe denier?
No.
He's one of you, actually.
You believe the Earth is spherical?
I do, yes.
Yeah, sweet. All right, well, go hard, man. That's why they're talking over top of you.
So eat your words and sit
over
back
top of you.
down. Gee whiz, come on.
But
That's why they're talking over top of you, man.
But can I do want to address what somebody said about wearing a burqa. So
either way, whether he was a flat earther or a globe earther, we're doing the wrong thing, even though Aaron was the one that was wrong and jumped in and made wrong assertions. Okay.
You guys are telling me about my
No. You are. That's
Yeah, yeah.
exactly right, Paige. That
You
is
guys are telling
exactly
me
right.
about
It
my
is wrong because
profession.
he's telling you what he does for a living, and you guys are saying, no, you're wrong. But he's
I'm
actually
not
the
saying
expert.
anything to him. But you came in white knighting going, oh, he's a flat earther, and you're arguing with a flat earther. It's like, well, he wasn't. He's
Paige,
not a
don't
flat
make a big
earther.
thing out of it.
Hey,
Don't
that's
make a big thing
irrelevant.
out of it. I've
You
apologized
made a
that he
big
wasn't
thing
a
out
flat
of
earth.
it.
That's
Paige,
irrelevant.
calm
He
down.
was simply.
You're the
He
one
was
that came in making a big deal out of
No,
it.
hang
It's
on.
not me.
He's
Okay,
the
okay.
expert telling you
Let
what
Roman
the
talk.
laws
Let
are,
Roman talk.
where he is, right? He's the expert telling you what the laws are, where he is. And it's either right
Okay,
the
so let
hand
him
or
talk.
FED.
So let
I
him talk. Let
can't
him
ever work
talk,
out which one
bro.
it is saying
You're just
that's not
interrupting the
right.
conversation. Let Roman talk. Roman,
So
go.
what I was going
Yeah,
to
but
say.
you jumped in, yeah, when you know
Paige,
your opinion wasn't needed,
Paige,
and it was wrong.
Paige,
I do have a lot
you're
of
not
fun.
needed.
Everyone was happy listening, but you had to jump in and try
Paige,
and bring a
you're not
personal
needed.
attack.
Paige, you're
Okay,
not
okay,
needed.
okay.
We're
See,
getting back to
another
right the
personal
hand and
attack.
to Roman.
Roman,
We're
just
getting
start
back the
going.
hand to right. We're getting back to right the hand
So
and
you don't
Roman.
like being
Thanks, Paige.
shown that you're wrong, do you? Don't
Eat
like
your
it
words.
at all.
Eat your words, bro.
Paige, come
Eat
on.
your words.
You don't need to be
Don't
like
like
that.
it at all. It's very funny.
You don't need to be like that, Paige. Come on.
Oh, I
Slow
broke
it.
my.
Come on.
Okay,
Calm
everybody.
down.
Roman, go.
Go back to bed.
Oh,
Go back to
I
bed.
broke my
Sleepy,
fucking.
sleepy,
I
sleepy.
broke my guitar
Everybody's
tuner, guys.
sleepy. Everybody's going to sleep, right?
Anyway,
Yeah, sleepy, sleepy.
So what I was saying is I was actually going to bring that up because I think Hansel brought it up. I was actually going to say, when it comes to arguing Earth and the shape and the size, none of us are scientists. But when it comes to arguing economics and economic law, that's where my bread and butter is. So when I'm telling you that a publicly traded company is not private, it is not considered a publicly owned property, you can take that as gospel, at least in the United States.
Okay, so answer me this: can Walmart discriminate based on religion, sexual orientation, or other bunch of classified, protected things? Can they do that?
And before you answer that, can I ask also iterate that there is a public-private partnership to certain corporations, public-private, right?
No, I think so. To answer Face's question first, I think you're misunderstanding the difference between a public good and a public.
No, public-private conglomerate between the public and the private.
I think you're just talking about publicly traded companies, which is what we're already talking about.
Okay, strictly public, right? That's what you're talking
about. They're still privately owned. They're just publicly traded. I know. Yeah, I get it. But we've already been over this. So I want to answer the other question. So the question of discrimination. So in the United States, the protection of religious freedom is a constitutional right. No, are you okay? Hang on, my
First Amendment. First Amendment, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, but here you got to remember, as the owner, I am allowed my constitutional religious freedom, and if one of my freedoms says I don't,
you should be able
so and that's where. But Walmart can't do that. Walmart cannot say I don't want a Muslim coming into my place because of my religion.
But
so you're stating the law. You're trying to be a lawyer. Don't be a lawyer with another lawyer.
I'm not stating the word.
Okay, so then address the claim. Address. But you're not. No, because you didn't address my claim. You stated. No, but listen. No, stop talking. You're not hearing. You're doing that thing again. You're doing your hyperactivity thing again. Calm down. Calm down. Take a breath. Take a breath while I talk and get my point out.
If you're not going to let me answer,
you're going crazy. No, but you're going crazy. You're going crazy. You're too worked up to answer. You didn't address anything I said. So please just calm down. Bro, you're talking about a movie now. Just calm down.
Yeah, everyone relax. Everyone relax.
Now you have to establish that Walmart is not.
Everyone relax.
Let me reiterate it. Walmart is not allowed to discriminate. Okay.
Neither is your private business. Neither is your private, even if it's owned by just
yes,
you.
I can. Here's the thing.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There was like 6 lawsuits in the last 5 years where the business owner got sued for discriminating, even though he wasn't publicly traded.
No, okay. No, but they won. Because here's the thing. Listen to me. You're not listening. Stop, please. Please let me
everyone
speak without
relax.
being triggered.
Yeah, that guy who wouldn't make the wedding cake won his case.
Everyone
he
relax.
Make a wedding cake for a gay
everyone
couple
relax.
or something.
He will say, the guy who owns the business, he will say, my religion will not allow me to make that cake. Okay, so now I don't care about anybody else's religion. I am protected. It's my company. It's my religion. I am protected. And the Supreme Court rules, you are right. It's your religion. You can do what you want. But if it was a Walmart, they cannot do that. They are not allowed because it is not a religion from one person who owns it. Because the ownership is not private. It is spread amongst the shareholders. Okay, and this is hold on. Let me finish. Don't be a lawyer on me now. And this is where law. This is where the specific laws are very written out, and you need to read up on them if you don't agree with me.
It's owned by shareholders globally.
What you're referencing, though, is a fundamental state of how a publicly traded company is owned. It has nothing to do with the law applying separately. Suing a company for discrimination works the same way. If Walmart fought that charge, if I sued Walmart for discrimination and they decided to fight that charge in the exact same way as any other company, if somebody else was able to win, they could cite the same case law, they could cite the same precedents, and they could win the law and they could win the case in the exact same way. There is no fundamental difference between those two situations except for how they're owned. So you could argue that if Walmart has a rule, no, but you're talking about
exactly. There is
You'd have to bring every owner
there
in.
is the ultimate
You'd have to bring every
exception
owner
of
in.
how they're owned. Exactly. That's what he just said right there.
But that doesn't change. That doesn't change how the law applies to discrimination. It changes how a business is operated from the fundamental state of its operation. Again, listen, you guys are still.
It's not. Hold on, but here's my law case. Here's my law argument. It's not discrimination. Here's the law part. It's not discrimination when it's a single business, when it's a private ownership, when it's one single person.
And right the hand.
Comes in and out.
With this guy right the hand, you have to clarify what kind of discrimination are you talking about? Because he's going into like, oh, you're black, you can't come in, or like that. I'm talking about if Walmart forced me to wear a mask, or if I want to come in and serve
as a private company, they absolutely
enjoy. If I want to come in and enjoy the company that I pay for, can I do that without their policy? It's just a policy, right?
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say Walmart says you have to put this mask on your face before you come in. I say, okay. Now, a day later, I get a horrible rash on my face. Can I sue Walmart?
Ooh, good question.
Oh, no. And here's another thing. Here, wait, hang on. Let me. I'm going to phrase it legally because I've actually done a fucking thing. I'm sure you haven't done this.
You probably have to sue the CDC for that.
Hang on. Let me ask you this. What if when I walked into your store, you said, "Sir, you have to put this thing on your face," and I said, "Sure, I'll put that thing on my face if you do me one favor. Sign this contract that says you're legally responsible for anything that happens to me mentally or physically as a result of putting this thing on my face."
After this, yeah.
So
you're
creating
that? Now what legally no legally what would happen here? Legally. Don't tell me your opinion. Legally.
Legally nothing happens until the contract is signed. If they refuse to sign it, then they refuse to be
exactly. So there's a signed contract. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what if
you sign a contract, then the obvious answer is you could sue Walmart. Everybody know what I'm talking about.
Okay. What if I didn't have the contract?
Exactly. Cool. So I'm going to answer that.
What if I just broke out and hide?
If you didn't have the contract, then you cannot sue Walmart because they were following CDC guidelines. You have to sue the CDC.
Hold on.
Where's Walmart's liability if I don't sign a contract when I come in with no mask and they're worried about coronavirus spreading all this shit, but I don't have a mask and I don't sign a contract? Where's their liability? None, right?
Walmart. Why would Walmart have a liability? Walmart is making its own policies because a private business has a right to do so.
It's a public company.
It's not a public company.
It's open to the public. It's open to the public. It says it on the front door.
If I open my front door,
open to the public.
If I open my front door, listen, bud. If I open my front door and I let somebody come in, and then I tell them to leave, and they don't, I can blow their fucking face off. It doesn't matter if they're a publicly enterable company. They are privately owned. If they tell you
private business and a resident business and residences are two. No, you're a shitty lawyer if you're going to conflate a private business and a residence. Because there's different laws that apply to a residence.
Not if I'm treating my residence as a. Not if I'm treating my residence as
you're
my
a shit
business.
lawyer. Come on.
Not if I'm treating my residence as my business.
Yeah, but it can't be if it's a publicly traded place. That's what we're trying to establish, funny boy.
Listen. A publicly traded company is still privately owned. Doesn't matter how many times I say that. It's
because it's open to the public and it's not where you live. It's a public place open to the public. Not where you live.
Not
you can't
how
claim
it works.
There.
That is not how
the law works.
So let me ask you a question.
You can't claim castle defense inside a Walmart because
you walk
shares,
into,
therefore it's your house.
You walk into a Walmart, and the manager of that Walmart asks you to leave. Are you now trespassing?
No, he needs to have a reason that I'm leaving.
Bullshit.
He needs a reason. No.
Well, yes, he definitely needs to have at least a crime.
Here, hang on. Listen. I'm going to make my case. How do we know he's not discriminating against me because I'm a Muslim?
Are you
fucking dumbass? Because you're not a good lawyer. This guy's a shit lawyer. I'd own him in a courtroom. But you can't just. This is what. Hold on. Listen. This is legally. This is why discrimination.
Listen.
This is why I'm laughing at you. No, this is why I'm laughing at you because you're going to claim that you know what you're talking about legally, but you don't understand why they introduced. Stop talking when I'm talking. Stop talking when I'm talking.
No,
Stop talking when I'm talking. Stop
talking. Let me finish any of my
no, but listen to me.
I don't have to listen to you. You didn't listen to me.
The entire reason of creating discrimination categories was so that these public huge places couldn't just kick black people, just couldn't kick gays out. But you're saying no, they can do that. You're retarded.
No, I never said. Who the fuck said I said they could kick gays out for being gays? I said that.
Listen.
You go into a Walmart without a mask and they kick you out and they say you have to leave for not wearing their mask, for breaking their mask policy. You are now trespassing on private property. I didn't specify that.
Hold on.
You said if I walked into a Walmart and the manager asked me to leave.
Private law, at least in the U.S., does not allow a private business, if you want to call it that, Walmart, to dictate I have to wear pink shoes or a pink shirt or a pink hat to come in.
They do. But
private law does not dictate that.
It's not private law.
Does not. There is a common set of standards called no shirt, no shoes, no service. Right.
And that's not a law.
But they don't tell you what color. They don't tell you what color, what form, what kind.
And they're not telling you what color mask to wear either.
So if I'm not wearing a hat when I walk into Walmart today and they kick me out, that's no. There's lawsuits involved all day long there.
Right. No, not if their policy is clearly stated that you have to wear a hat when you come into Walmart.
Listen,
your policy can't be illegal. You can't have an illegal policy.
Cannot tell me to wear a pink shirt. Private law cannot tell me to wear a pink shirt.
So then how come bars can tell you not to wear loose clothing? How come bars can tell you not to come in with fitted hats on? How come bars?
It's a recommendation, dude. That's only a recommendation.
Guess what else?
It's a recommendation.
And guess what happens if you don't follow that recommendation? They kick you the fuck out.
Oh, bro, see, you're losing
illegally. Do you see what I'm saying? You guys aren't connecting.
They don't call the sheriff. They don't do that. They just
you don't understand freaking discrimination, man. This is what you don't understand that these huge companies that have multinational things operate under entirely different laws and regulations than people that have one thing. Because when you have a place in New York and California, hang on, let me just say this. When you have a place in New York and California, they must adhere to both, right? Your place in New York can't adhere just to the New York standards. It has to adhere to both. That's how these across state. Oh, come on.
That's not accurate. If I have a business in New York, that business only has to operate under New York law. If I have that same business in Pennsylvania, that business has to operate under Pennsylvania law. They don't have to both operate under both laws.
So that's why when I worked for a company in New York, I had to sign paperwork for California. Right. Okay.
Because a lot of big companies will enforce the same rules across the board, like PNC Bank, for example. PNC Bank is enforcing the same opening policy, even though it exists in 2020.
Can Walmart force me? Can Walmart force me to wear a pink shirt if I want to come in shopping?
No, Walmart can't force you to do anything. But if they
why
have
not?
Policy,
why not? Tell me why. Why not?
If Walmart has a policy,
tell me why. Just tell me why. Why can't they do that?
I'm not going to answer your question because it's not relevant to the point that we're making.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. If you let me finish, you'd find out why it's not, but that's cool.
Can Walmart force me to wear a pink shirt if I want to go shopping in their store?
The question you should be asking is, can Walmart make a policy that tells people to wear a pink shirt when they come in? And the answer is yes, they could. But
they can't.
But the secondary point to that is they wouldn't, because that's fucking retarded.
Dude, you don't understand the overarching public law that governs the private law. You don't understand that. You don't understand that.
Walmart's a private business, bud. Sorry, I hate to keep saying that.
Yeah, and was Walmart created on its own, or does it have a license through the public, state, government?
Yes,
does it have a license up in there?
Walmart
Right?
was created by the
to
Walton family.
adhere to certain standards, right? Right?
Do you understand those standards are broad reaching? We're not talking about internal policy.
What do you mean broad region? What do you mean broad region? They're state defined. State defined.
But they're broadly
corporations
specific.
can act. How corporations can act.
But it's talking about specific
You cannot
levels of
discriminate. You
discrimination.
cannot.
If you said you would have, the burden of proof would have to be on you to prove that forcing you to wear a pink shirt was some form of discrimination. And the beauty of it is, in the United States,
so if I walked up to a Walmart store and it said you must wear a pink shirt to get in here, right? I'd go right back to the county that Walmart was situated in, or the state which is licensed in, and say, "Hey, where's my repercussion here? I cannot go shopping because I don't have a pink shirt." Is Walmart right, or am I right?
Guess what they would tell you? They would tell you that Walmart, being a private business, has the right to enforce their own rules, and if you don't have a pink shirt, then go shop somewhere else.
That's right. The hand discrimination right there.
That's not discrimination.
Okay, so is Walmart passing out? Is Walmart passing out pink shirts?
I take it back.
If they pass out pink shirts, maybe I would be like, they might have a case. Walmart might have a case if they pass out pink shirts.
You're confusing
more. Other than that, right the hands
Walmart to communist Walmart if they did that.
Guys, hear me out. I just want to say, first and foremost, I don't think that anybody needs to be wearing a mask. Unless they're sick, or unless it is what it is. I'm not advocating saying that I think Walmart's making a good decision. I'm saying that Walmart has a right to make that decision. Period. And
no, they don't. On the side of the mask box, it has a big disclaimer saying these masks do not protect you against coronavirus, COVID-19.
We're not talking about any of that. We're talking about private businesses' right to make their own internal policy. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, I was just throwing in a little bit of information if anyone hasn't
do
seen it.
Private businesses have the right to make their own internal policies and provide the mask for us, right? Can they provide the pink shirt?
They have no obligation to provide it to you. Why would they?
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Listen, does Walmart have to give you shoes? Hang on, stop for a second. Does Walmart have to give you shoes? Does Walmart have to give you shoes? Do they have to give you shoes and a shirt? I know you said color mask, but they're not asking you what color mask.
No. Actually, they don't. They don't, because that's a long-standing ideal of community that we've respected for a long time. No shirt, no shoes, no service. It's a long-standing thing. It's not even law.
Yeah, but also even that,
that's not even law.
Yeah, I'm just reading about. You could argue that the business or the person would have to articulate that them not wearing a shoes poses some kind of risk to the patrons, right? So this is where you get into like legal areas.
You can make that same argument about masks if you are using what the CDC recommends, which is what Walmart's using, whether that's right or wrong.
I can say that covering my face is against my religion.
Here, listen. I think here's where the misunderstanding is happening. I really do. I think that, and let me make sure I'm wording this right, because I don't want to be taken out of context at all.
That's right.
I think that what we're misunderstanding is that in the United States, law is written by individuals, and so we talk about, like, everybody thinks that, like, governors, for example, like, are passing laws and shit. No, they're not. They're not. The governors don't have the ability to pass laws. So when we talk about law and we talk about legal, like going to court, somebody wins and you can use that as a precedence for future, that's how the law is written in the United States. So if I am making the claim that Walmart is discriminating against me for expecting me to wear a mask or expecting me to wear a pink shirt, the law as it sits right now gives Walmart the right to make those decisions. But if I want to challenge that, I have every right to take Walmart to court and try to prove
there is no legislation in any state for any private or public business to mandate a mask. There is no law.
There doesn't need to be a legislation. Private businesses have a right to make their own rules, just like you do on your private property. It's the same fucking
They
thing.
don't have the right to discriminate
Oh my
against.
God.
They don't have the right to if
He
I
just
listen.
said private property.
But the
If
onus,
I said,
you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. I was explaining that in the United States, you can make the argument that it's discrimination. You're allowed to. That's how law is written. You go to court, and if you win, if you prove to the jury that you are being discriminated against, and they believe you and they accept it, congratulations, you just rewrote legislation. That will now take effect on all.
No. But there is no law to begin with. What law am I arguing?
Because
what
it doesn't have
what
to
is
be.
what is the law I'm arguing?
Private businesses are not. You don't have to have a. Listen to me. Having a right.
But there is no law. What? Give me a code from whatever state you're in that says the legislation from your state says that everyone has to wear a mask to go into private public businesses. You know, tell me that. Tell me that.
What law says that you're allowed to have a gun?
Second Amendment.
That's not a law. That's an amendment. That's
a law. It's the law of the land. It's the law of the land.
But that's a recognition of a right, not a law.
it is a law. It's called the Supremacy Clause. It means that the rulings of the Supreme Court, which are upheld by the Constitution, are the supreme law of the land.
It's a recognition of a right, though, a God-given right. In United States politics, that's not considered a legislation. It's considered a right that is undeniable. Period.
Okay, the right to free speech. How about this? The right to free speech.
It's the same thing. Okay. Falls into the same idea. So when
the
we're
right
talking
to free
about
religion, right?
The right, the Bill of Rights,
the right to protest government. Right?
When you tell me what protects a business's right to make its own internal policy, it is the Bill of Rights.
The state does that. The state has rules. It's called the administrative code of every single damn state.
Which is why certain businesses are being attacked by certain parties for not providing for certain people, because they're arguing that it's discrimination. But again, proving the business is discriminating doesn't fall on the legislation. It falls on you who was discriminated against.
Yeah. But every single state has what? 3 bodies of government, right? Legislative, judicial, and executive. They all have that, right? Where did this enforcement of no mask and private, you call it private businesses, Walmart, Target,
I don't call
Home
it that,
Depot, whatever. Where did this enforcement come from without legislation? There was no legislation.
Listen, I want to make a real quick distinction here. When I say that Walmart is a private business, again, if anybody didn't hear this the first time, I'm not telling you my opinion or my interpretation. I'm telling you that is an objectively recognized by law and otherwise a fact.
A standing. You're talking about a standing.
No, I'm saying that Walmart is a private business objectively. That's a fact.
Only in standing. Only in standing.
No, not only in standing. It's treated as a private business in any normal way that a private business would be, except for when we're talking about international business law, which is different.
Okay. So is Walmart a private business when they accept
Phase one,
state
let me
funds
ask you a
and federal
question.
funds?
Phase one, what do you do for a living, Phase?
Research, governments, law, money.
Okay. So what would you say? What's your job title then? You don't got to tell me where you work or anything, but like, what's your job title?
Actually, just day to day, I just dig holes. I'm a ditch digger.
Okay. So if I were to have questions specifically about digging ditches and the best way to do that, I would definitely trust you because you do it for a living every single day, right? So when I tell you that Walmart is a private business, I'm asking you to trust me because I do this every single day for a living. I'm not making this up. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. I didn't go to Google first. I'm telling you that publicly traded businesses.
You can tell me these things, right? I can tell you how I dig a ditch. I can tell you. And I'll tell you how I dig the ditch tomorrow, actually, because I got one tomorrow. But that does not make your story any more reputable, convincing, or any more true than me telling you I'm going to dig a ditch tomorrow. Right?
Let me point this out then. So when we were arguing flat Earth, a lot of people had said, not everybody, but a lot of people had said, how do you know something is true if you didn't confirm it for yourself? And you know what? That's not a terrible argument, although there's, it's not, I think it's misunderstood. It's not a terrible argument. But then when somebody's saying, hey man, this is my daily profession, you still go, well, fuck you, basically. Like, isn't that the exact opposite of what you guys usually say? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not calling anybody out. I'm just saying, when it comes to the flat Earth and the round Earth, yeah, we're all just speculating. None of us are scientists. We're doing the best.
Roman, then why don't you accept what our surveyors on our side of flat Earth tell you? They do this for a living. They do it every day.
Land surveyors?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the land surveyor argument, I've gone over a few times, and I've never met a land surveyor who said anything about the Earth being flat. So I think.
So you never met one. So yeah.
Right. I'm not saying it's not a fact. I'm just saying I never met one.
Okay. So cool. So it could be a fact, right?
But you know what I have met? Dozens of people in my profession, and me in my profession. So
doing what? Doing what? Math.
What do you do for a living?
For the sake of finances, for the sake of investing, for the sake of understanding the economy.
Sure, running numbers left and right. Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, that's a global business. Exactly. Yeah.
So why can't you trust Bev that he does that for a living?
Who?
He does it every day.
Who does?
And he's telling Bev.
Who does?
And
What
he's
is Bev?
a flat Earth surveyor.
And he says that the Earth is flat. Why?
Yeah.
Because he measures it. He's a surveyor.
Yeah. Who's Bev? Is he here?
Bev?
No.
I think he was in chat earlier, but he's not here now. He's on Emma UK's channel all the time.
I'd be interested in having a conversation with him at some point, but I can't speak for somebody who's not here. So.
Yeah, but I'm just pointing out that you want us to trust you because this is what you do for a living.
I could tell you his argument if you want. He'll tell you that surveyors will use a water level to find a horizontal.
Level. Yeah, level is horizontal.
Yeah, horizontal. So he uses the horizontal of the water level, and they create staggering horizontals, which creates a plane.
The beauty of the term horizontal is that it's referencing horizontal. Horizontal is perpendicular to the pole of gravity towards the center of mass of the Earth. So horizontal.
Says who? Hold on. Says who? Who says?
Yeah, exactly. The surveyors don't say that.
Yeah, no, it's perpendicular.
Says the word horizontal.
It's perpendicular. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical,
to the pole of
which is a 90 degree. Oh no, hold on, no. And this is where you'll have to talk to Bev because he's the surveyor, but he'll tell you that the perpendicular horizontal is to the vertical of to the vertical of plumb, which creates a 90.
Hang on, does he go by what's his name? Does he go by a specific name? Because I had a flat earther on my YouTube.
Thinking.
No, not
Bev
him.
I
had somebody on my YouTube channel commenting like a billion times, talking about how surveyors close loops.
His name is Try Thinking. That's it. Big T, T-R-Y.
Yeah, you have to close your loop. You measure one way, and then you have to measure back to close the loop and make sure you're correct in your measurements.
Right there.
They were trying to tell him he would do a level, he would do a mile. When he got to the end of that mile, his level would be 8 inches out. Then you would turn around and go back to close your loop, and you'd be 8 inches out again on the other side. And he's going, no, we're millimeter accurate.
Right the
There's
hand.
no 8-inch.
Right the hand. I had a great idea, and this is all about surveying. You tell me what you think. We've heard Brian Leakey and Bev and the folks tell us about they're surveying out, in one direction, going out in one direction.
Is Hellfire Hammer a flat earther or is he a global?
Hold on, real quick. Now, right the hand. I have an idea. What if we leveled out in one direction for about 1 mile, right? Set stakes, just put it up next to a water shore, so we have water level next to us, all this shit. What if we took a mirror and we hung it like a pendulum, and we hung it there? Thank God, no wind, right? So it wouldn't move. And you took the shot, like with half of your camera in the mirror looking behind you, and half the camera looking at all them stakes. If the ground rises up behind me, I live on a fucking camel, right?
But perspective.
Yeah, no, I get you. I like it.
They would both rise up.
Yeah, of course
Oh,
it wouldn't match
why
the
would
ball.
they? Why would they both rise up? Why?
Well, they don't rise up. They appear to because of the fact that you're above them. That's not an actual physical reality. That's
But I'm standing on top of a
No, I
ball.
said
I'm
perspective
standing
would
on top of.
dictate.
Right.
Perspective would make them appear that way.
Well, can I don't know if
But they
anybody's
are
talking. I
flat.
don't
But
think
I
anybody
thought
else.
I was.
Can I
I thought
explain
I was
something that's
standing on
perspective based that a
top
lot
of
of
a
people miss?
ball, right? Aren't I standing on a ball? Right.
So can
I
I
think we're
actually,
standing on Earth.
I would like to explain something that's perspective based that a lot of people misunderstand. So the argument that gets made a lot that the horizon is always flat, and that's evidence to suggest flat Earth because the horizon never curves, although it does. You have to be really, really high up. But I see that I was trying to explain this to people yesterday. But the interesting thing about
which you failed. Yeah, you failed.
no. You just didn't let me
And
finish.
it doesn't matter how high up we've gone, we haven't been able to find the curve.
My
If
point
I
is,
hang a
found the curve has
mirror
been
like a
NASA.
pendulum
I
and
don't
I
care
look
about your
through
mirror.
it,
Let me explain.
if I hang a mirror like a pendulum, you guys love pendulums, right?
But you already
guys
made
love
your point.
pendulum.
You already made your point.
Okay. Well, let's do it.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that when you are looking, let's say you're over the ocean, so there's no obstructions. I do that so that there's no obstructions in the. If you are looking at the horizon, say north, or I call it the horizon. You call it as far as you can see because perspective. Let's say so the distance that you can see is equal in every direction, unless there's atmospheric conditions. But let's assume there's not for this particular argument. So if I'm looking out at the horizon, I'm seeing, say, we're going to give it a random number, say 7 miles. Doesn't matter if I'm not doing the math, but I'm saying 7 miles. I can see 7 miles in front of me, behind me, to my left, to my right, to my diagonal spaces. It's always 7 miles. So what I'm actually seeing is not a left to right representation of the horizon. I'm seeing a circle around me, for all intents and purposes, a 7-mile radius circle. So because I'm able to see the same distance in all directions, the horizon will always appear flat, even if the globe was completely factual, which of course I think it is, but you don't, because of that situation. You'd have to be very, very, very far away before you start to notice a curve, because you have to see a majority of the surface to notice it. Now,
could I measure the drop in the mirror or even in the camera as I split the mirror in the camera? So I have the camera going out, very far away, and it's dropping in, the globe 3 degrees, whatever they call it, and then behind me, also a horizon, and I could calculate that, like, where's drop.
I don't know that I get the point.
Well, you're saying that when you look out in a circular radius, yes, you're seeing 7 miles, right?
Always the same distance, yeah.
Yeah, sure. But you're saying you look down.
Well, I didn't say you look down specifically. I just said you look at the horizon.
Well, okay, I would ask you, do you look out or do you look down?
A little bit of both. The horizon's always below eye level. The thing about this is
the horizon is always eye level.
Even on a flat plane, the horizon, the apparent horizon, is below eye level too. So I never understood that argument. You can actually demonstrate this. You can literally make a computer simulation of an ongoing plane or a round one, and both of them are below eye level. So I never understood that argument. But anyway, go ahead.
Both are below eye level because you don't understand light.
No, because
and the medium you're looking through.
It can be demonstrated.
Maybe it's below eye level because you have to look down to see the ground.
Well, put your eyes on the ground. Lay down and do that.
What I'm saying.
See how far you can see when you lay on the ground.
What I'm saying is when you are looking for the horizon draws your attention because it's the only thing that delineates what you're looking at, especially on the ocean, unless you see a bird or something. But the point of the matter is the horizon appearing at eye level isn't actually real. It's an illusion because your eye is drawn to the horizon. But
horizon is not real.
You can draw. I didn't say the horizon was real for this particular argument. I'm saying that the apparent horizon, what you see as what you guys call the convergence of the sky and ground, that convergence point is always below eye level.
We don't call that.
Even if you were on a flat plane. Even if you were on a flat plane.
The thing is, it's not really a point. The thing is, it's not really a point because you and I both know that at 3 miles away, those clouds are still thousands of feet up. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thousands of feet up.
Yeah.
But they look like they're in the horizon.
Well, not really. I mean, it's just
basic
perspective.
They look like they are touching the earth. But we know
not
that
really.
they're thousands of feet up.
So what's your point, though? I
But
mean,
they look like they're touching the ground.
There's the horizon
No,
is
you know
not
what?
a point.
Actually, then I would
point.
ask you. Then I would ask you to hold yourself to your own standard. You say that because you can only rely on what you can visually confirm. If I see the sky touching the ground, why? What reason do I have to believe they're not actually touching?
The higher I get, the larger my field of view becomes.
So that's
vertically.
beautiful. That's beautiful that you said that. Actually,
So I can see farther than the 3 miles.
Yeah, so you have no geometric horizon because it moves.
So when you're going to tell me that the sun is setting at 3 miles away from me, I'm going to call bullshit.
So let me ask you something then. So simple. I want to make sure I get this right. So you believe then that obviously there's no actual horizon, that it's just a perspective point where the sky and the ground appear to converge based on your.
It's not about belief.
I already told you. It's
Hang
not
on. I'm asking you.
But the thing is, you just said
So
that
don't call
I think it's a point.
So what is
I
it?
just finished telling you it's not a point.
What is it then?
Because you and I both know that in the horizon,
there's a distance that it happens at, correct?
There is still thousands of feet between the water, the ground, and those clouds. But to our eyes, they're touching.
I want to ask you two questions then. So the first one is very simple. Sure. Do you believe that we can see forever?
No.
Okay. So what is the maximum distance then? Do you know, or are you just saying we can't?
Well, let's say, for example, like, can you see a brick a mile away?
If it was very large, sure. I would say so if it was very large.
No. Can you see a brick a mile away?
I would say it depends on the size of the brick. That's my answer.
Well, you know how big a brick is.
A normal size brick? Yeah, you probably have trouble seeing
just
that.
Just a regular old brick.
Yeah.
Right.
But
no,
my
you
question.
Can't see that thing a mile away.
Probably not.
What
Probably
if I gave you 10,000 bricks and stuck them all together? Could you see that a mile away?
Yes, you could. Now, why?
Right.
Angular size makes a difference.
Okay. So then you are technically able to see forever as long as the object's big enough?
I didn't say you could see forever.
Okay, but so then how far away?
Everything on Earth at some point becomes too small to see.
Okay.
If you want to talk about lights in the sky, we're on to different things.
But that's not
you're talking about an infinitely large object that we can view from an infinitely large distance, which is just theoretical nonsense.
Would you
through
through
your eye? Yeah, through your eye, by the way.
I have a point that I'm getting to. I'm not just talking about the theoretics here. I have a point that I'm getting to. I'm simply asking, can you see forever? Like, say
no.
Say,
say no.
But I already said no.
Okay, but then you said that
our eyes have an angular limit based on the size of the aperture of our retinas.
Okay.
I don't know all the details of our eyeballs.
Okay. So you don't know. That's fine.
I'm not.
So let me ask you. So let me ask you my second question. If I were standing on the ground, the point, not the point, but say I don't know what word to use. I'm just using point to explain it. I know you don't think it's a point, but let's say the
horizon.
I'm just gonna say
the horizon.
Just use the best words. Everything's okay. Don't worry.
So where the sky and the ground converges, when you're on the ground, relative to your eye level, does that change if I was at 1 foot up or 1,000 feet up on a flat earth?
Yes.
Okay. So the higher up I go, the lower it goes, or
no, it would keep extending outwards.
Okay. How far?
How high can you get?
How high can you get?
Here, how about this? Let me give you an answer. Maybe you'll like, maybe you won't like. If something is tall enough or high enough, you could see it from the other side of the Earth. right? So you're trying to turn infinite distance into just the Earth. So if something was big enough and you were on the other side of Earth and it was on the other side, you could see it. If it was infinite distance away, that's theoretical.
I'm saying that why is it that moving upwards allows you to see further? If there's a limit to your ocular ability because of the focal length of your eye. And how far is that? How exactly far is that?
Because of perspective.
Right.
Why does the ground appear to rise up when it's at your feet? It's just the way your eyeballs work.
This is where I would say a designer system comes into play, because you're trying to answer why we see the way we see, when if we didn't, think about the chaos, how things would look if they didn't get smaller in the distance.
So
it would be mind-boggling, like what you would be looking at.
But what I'm actually
I'll
getting
answer
at.
you this way: no matter how high you go, you can still not see that one brick.
Right.
About that at a distance.
Okay, but that's
Does
only
that
because
make sense to you?
Yes, but if you put those 10,000 bricks together, you could see them at how far? Do you guys know how far? Is because if there's listen,
Yeah,
if
because
the
you've
limit,
increased the angular size.
Let me put it to you this way:
guys,
the weather channel gives you distance that you can view every day depending on the weather conditions. How about that? Does that help?
If the limit is created by the focal length of your eyeball, then how high you are has nothing to do with it. It has to do with the focal length of your eyeball. And so if there is a limitation on your eyeball, then I don't give a shit if you're 10 feet up or 10,000 feet up. The distance you can see is dictated by the focal length of your eyeball. Doesn't matter what the
There's
what
also angular size.
It's angular size, yeah.
But why does angular size have any effect on the focal length of your actual ocular cavity? How does that have anything to do with it? I know perspective.
It's called focal point, right? Focal point. So as you get higher, you can see more field of view from the ground up to wherever you're at. If you say I climb a tree, I can see further. Yes, it's called focal point. Okay.
So then my question then is, so here's where I was actually trying to draw. Here's the distinction I was actually trying to make. So relative to eye level is what I meant. So if I'm looking at, if we could measure the exact degrees of angles from the top of my vision to the bottom of my vision, looking straight at the horizon, okay? Will the horizon change its degree position in my field of view the higher up I go? Or will it constantly always rise up to the same position?
Can you repeat that? I was busy. Sorry.
That's fair. So what I'm saying is if we separated my field of vision in a level of degrees that you can measure, let's say, okay, and what I'm asking is does the horizon change its position relative to the degrees of your field of vision as you move upwards? Meaning, does the horizon start at level on the ground? Dude. No, but not obviously, because if it keeps extending outwards, wouldn't the argument be that it just keeps extending up into the exact same degree point? Wouldn't that be the case?
Sure. Up until focal point. That's right.
Okay, and then so do we actually know? Now here's where this is important to me, because the main difference between being able to measure things and not measure things has been brought up to me a bunch of times. Does anybody know the exact measurement for how far that focal point has to be before it stops rising up because it's reached the limit of your eye? Does anybody know? And I'm not saying that changes anything as far as
somebody call Flat Earth Data real quick.
So he knows the exact.
What's your point, dude?
Yeah, it's the same equation as they use for the curvature. It's that 1.22
divided by the square of the distance of the height of the observer.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
So I just want to point out, I don't know if anybody, there is a difference between the calculation done for curvature.
No, there isn't. No, it's not just a difference.
And
There's an equation. There's an actual equation. Yeah.
No, I know. Listen, guys, what I'm saying is there's two different equations, though. One equation measures one equation measures Earth curve, and the other equation measures sight distance based on the height of the observer and the observer.
And what we're saying is that you call Earth curve what we call what is actually your sight. They've just changed the circular way we see. We see in a circular way on a flat plane, and they've changed that to us seeing in a flat way on a circular. ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm reading. I was reading the chat. The chat's going ham.
It is ham.
Hey, is Hellfire Hammer a flat earther or not? I haven't been paying attention enough to find out.
Never heard of
I
him
think he's a
before.
baller.
You think he's a baller? Okay.
Oh, yeah, because he was arguing with Gleam, so I think he is, yeah.
Oh, so Gleam is a flat earther. Okay, okay.
No,
So
Gleam is not a flat earther. No, he
yeah.
will tell you he's a Mac earther.
He just argues the the
Yeah,
accepted
scientist
sciences.
named Ernest Mack.
Oh, okay. So he just likes to argue with the status quo.
No, he likes to dig into their
No,
research and find out where they're wrong.
Yes.
Where
then
does the
post
status quo
citations
come
So
from?
then,
yeah.
Exactly.
obviously none of you guys can speak for Gleam, but does he ever put forth his own ideas of what the Earth looks like then?
Oh my God.
Gleam
Well,
does
read the
what
chat, ask him.
Gleam does to ballers what ballers do to flat earthers. He gives you all the science, all the citation, all the paperwork with everything that he says, all backed up with paperwork, and people hate
Yep,
it.
and they hate it.
So
in a very calm voice, by the way.
Sure. So I actually want to talk about that. So there's a lot of the times when people are citing their sources, people typically make the argument that a lot of sources are bullshit, they're written by people who are lying to us, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How do you personally verify that a paper is correct before you're able to use it? Do you test it yourself? Do you guys individually, each of you, test it yourself, or do you typically trust each other when you tell each other that you tested it?
I would ask the inverse question and say, how do I know that the paper I'm looking at is independently verified and tested as correct?
Right.
Why
that's
do
exactly
I
my point.
why do I have to do that? Right?
Because if you're choosing to accept the information in it, don't you have to make sure that it's correct?
No, I'm not choosing. That's why I say I would look at that paper and say, I want to know who these people are, what experiments they've done, where are they at, what's their life, their education, all this shit, to say that now they can give me this paper and I'll read it and understand it. Right?
Okay, so you're
This is why
accepting
Gleam's This is why Gleam's different, because a lot of flat earthers don't accept any of the paperwork, like the Einstein things, we don't accept that. Gleam will. He'll accept it, and he'll go through it, and he'll be like, look, but he said this, and then you have another paper that you guys say, and he said this, and they contradict each other. So this is why it's different from person to person.
Does Gleam have a YouTube channel?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think he makes videos. Pretty sure.
Is it called Gleam?
You can try that. I think
it pulled up.
He might change his name.
It pulled up Korean pop. That makes sense. Gleam.
Yeah, he might be doing something else. But
I spelled it wrong.
More than happy to talk to you.
Oh no, I'm not trying to talk to him specifically. I'm just interested because I saw him arguing with the other guy, and I just wondered what his position was. That's all.
Yeah, like me,
He's
I
one
don't.
of the most knowledgeable flat earthers, ballers, whatever you want to call people, you'll find.
So nobody respects Eric Dubé anymore. He's a
So
charlatan.
Gleam does have a channel, but you have to wear a pink shirt to get in. So just so you know.
And a mask if you're a baller.
Oh, Gleam does music.
And subscribe.
Gleam does music. Oh, Gleam, you make music, bro. I make music too. I'm gonna watch you.
He's a producer. He's a producer too. He's a music producer.
Dude,
He just put out a song actually.
I want to write a solo to a flat Earth song. Which one of you guys has a flat Earth song?
Oh, bro, I don't know if you guys. Do you guys hear QE? He's got a couple flat Earth songs, and Chocolate has a flat Earth rap. I don't know if you've
There's
heard
this one that Jeranism's always playing, or not Jeranism, but that other guy that hangs out with Mark Sargent, and it's like this weird country thing that I hate, but I fucking love playing rip solos to it. He's like, I'm on a ball and you're dumb, or it's a really weird song. It's like not singing, he's like talking his way through it the whole time. No, I mean, it's not dumb, I guess, but it's just not my style of music.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard that.
Oh, it's so funny. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it's Mark Sargent who uses it more. What's the group they're all in? Jeranism, Mark Sargent, they're all part of Flat Earth something.
That's Globebusters.
Globebusters, that's what it is. So then are those guys typically held to a high esteem by groups like this?
Bro, not for me. Like I don't like. Bob will tell you, that the magnet works the same way that you guys think, right? Like so, this is where it comes down to. Like there's certain accepted things, right? Like light is a particle wave duality, quantum, you know, those are accepted. I don't accept some of the, you know, just degrees of acceptance. And like, for me, a lot of the bigger names, they accept things I don't, so I don't respect them.
Sure. Does light even travel? That's a good question.
Of course. It has to.
Whoa.
Well, it comes from a singular point, and then eventually ends up on the other side of the room.
Well,
Yeah, it says you.
Yeah,
Let's
first
get...
you're saying it. You quantified light as a thing before we even quantified light as a thing.
When I turn a light bulb on, the light travels, well, the visible light starts at the light bulb and then gets dimmer across my room until it's the dimmest at the farthest point in my room.
Okay, small scale.
But,
okay,
dimmer doesn't indicate travel. Gradient doesn't indicate travel.
Because it indicates that less of it made it to the other side of the room.
Less of you just reified it as a real thing again. Before we have proven that light is an individual standalone thing that hits. I believe you see matter, right? You're not seeing light, you're seeing objects.
Well, light
so
is.
You're trying to tell me the mechanism in you don't see the light. Oh, even a light bulb's not light. When you see a light bulb, you see the filament.
You might reject it, but I saw somebody freeze a light particle. You can see it.
Oh, come on. A light particle?
Yes,
it has no mass.
Yes, it does. Light, the wave particle duality of light means that it acts as both a wave and a particle. So it actually has.
Okay, here, real quick.
You're incorrect about that as well.
I'm not.
Wait, let me ask my favorite question. This is my favorite
It's
question.
a wave
if
function
I told you,
collapse. Sorry, right hand. He's wrong.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, it's a wave function, which is different than a wave. So, but if I said water was a wave, right? Would you say no? You're silly. Water's water.
Water functions in a wave system, though. Anytime you slap water, for example, the ripples are creating waves through the medium. That's how anything travels. That's how sound
through the medium. You just you said there's water and a medium. No,
water
there's just the water and the.
Water is the medium.
Okay, so water's not a wave. Water can make waves. So if water can't be a wave, how can light be a wave?
If I say to you, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. So if I say to you any words at all, the only reason you're able to hear me is because the sound travels as a wave through the air, because the air is the medium. When I slap water, the vibrations of my slap travel through the water medium as a wave. Okay?
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. Will we both agree that you've named two physical mediums which have been contorted to create a waveform through your application, right?
Yes. Which is why light
so two physical mediums. Now go.
Travel through a non-physical medium as a particle. It's an interesting
But what's making the wave? You just established that the wave is the air and the water.
Light has wave particle duality, so it travels as
I know you can repeat. I can repeat that too. But what is making the wave?
I've done the double split.
Wave. Bro, don't ask. Look, I don't want to. We can get to the double split. I'm just saying, if we have a wave, right?
I'm saying I've done the experiment myself. Good.
Okay, I know, and I'm asking you. This is why I'm asking you. So in water waves, you have water making the wave. In sound waves, you have air making the wave. What is making the wave in light?
Nothing, because it travels.
Nothing. Okay. Hold on. Do you think that nothing can make a wave?
No, it doesn't travel through space as a wave.
No, but I'm not asking you what it. I'm not asking about travel. You're saying you have a wave. I'm saying, how do we make this wave? And you said you make it with nothing.
Listen,
whereas when we were talking about sound, hold on. Okay, so address it. What is making this wave? Don't say nothing, or I'm going to think you're crazy.
I have addressed it.
You said nothing. Listen, yeah, but you said nothing.
Light doesn't travel as a wave when there isn't a medium to travel through. It travels as a particle when there's not a medium to travel through.
You can't have a wave without a medium.
You're correct. Yeah, yes, you're absolutely right.
So light isn't a wave. The medium is a wave.
No, light is both a wave and a particle.
Okay, no, it's not both. No, okay. You can't
It
just
is not
you
both,
can't
I
just
repeat.
It is
not both.
It is both.
You can't just say that. You can't just say, okay, listen. Do you agree that a particle is defined as a small, minute portion of matter?
There. Just so we're clear, I look like I said, I've personally done a double slit experiment, but you don't have to believe me.
Did you see the light photon? Did you see a photon?
But you're able. You are able to. It's awesome. Actually, it's actually a really cool experiment because you're able to have an effect on the end result based on
What
your.
does your gun shoot out? Waves or particles?
I sent you guys a link to physics.org, which I know you'll probably.
No, okay, yeah. Answer
my
what is the
question.
gun? What is the gun shooting? Particles or waves?
Particles, but the sound is a wave, so both.
No, but the light in the double slit, it's shooting particles.
Oh well, yeah, well, no, sort of not. See, that's the interesting part because we assume.
Sort of not.
Listen.
That's
we
the interesting thing.
We assume. I know
but
it
it's
sounds
interesting. Hold on.
It sounds insane, bro. Listen, superposition is also crazy, but it's amazing.
Okay, do you think maybe it's just bullshit? Do you think it's actually crazy and bullshit, and it's not just something you need to spend 15 years to get indoctrinate? I mean, understand.
So here's the beauty of it. So you say, okay.
Why do you think it's crazy? Wait, why do you think it's stupid and crazy? Why'd you start with that?
I don't think it's stupid. I just think it's. It's a crazy concept to try.
Okay, yeah, but crazy. Why would you say that? Why wouldn't you just? If it was normal and like a good idea, why wouldn't you just say it?
Cheetahs can run 80 miles an hour. That's normal and crazy. Well,
I don't think that's not crazy.
Bro, if I saw a cheetah running 80
miles, that's crazy if I was 2 years old.
Crazy. Bro,
if I saw can't be a chimpanzee and a cheetah.
If I saw an F4 tornado, I'm gonna be like, bro, that's fucking crazy, even though that's a normal thing. I'm using the term crazy to describe how.
Okay, but here we're not.
But a tornado can be lava at the same time.
But I never said that. No.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You said a particle and a wave.
Yes, they can. That's different. That's a different function that you're not understanding. That's fine, but you're.
No, you don't understand your own model.
You can go.
Particle is a particle and a wave is a wave.
Go read.
And what you're describing is a wave.
Go
function,
read the article.
Not a wave, not an actual wave. A mathematical function.
Go read.
Do you agree that there's a difference? Do you agree that there's a difference between a wave function, which is data points collected along and then strung out to be graphed as a wave, and an actual wave of a medium?
So do you guys reject all of quantum mechanics then, I would assume?
Well, but you just deflected from the question, man. This
is
an
I'm not, because you're listen,
well,
I didn't
why, well, hold on. You asked us why. You're asking us why we doubt this stuff, and then when we bring the questions that we ask that makes us doubt this stuff, you don't want to talk about it.
I didn't ask you why you doubt it. I didn't ask you a question specifically.
When you said you guys, you guys were like, you seriously doubt all of quantum physics? We're like, yeah, because if you ask yourself the same question, we just asked. If you just asked yourself the same question I asked you, and instead of deflecting, you answered it honestly and had an honest conversation, you wouldn't ask us if we reject it. You might reject it yourself.
No. So I love quantum mechanics. I'm all about it.
That's why you don't want to have the conversation.
I didn't always love quantum
about
mechanics.
Particle wave duality.
No, that's not true.
That's why you don't want to talk about.
I love Dragon Ball Z, but if you tell me Superman's going to beat Goku, I'm not going to run from you. Still going to have that argument. That's not a good one. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but there's one thing to have an honest conversation. There's another part where you come to the part where you're just like, well, I know it's crazy, but I don't care. I'm just going to believe it anyway.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that. Listen, so I was actually going to bring up a practical example. So are you familiar with superposition?
Yes.
Bro, I've done like 10 videos debunking quantum physics. I've watched numerous people talk about how quantum physics is.
The beauty of superposition and how it's being applied is that we have quantum computers right now that use superposition to function under certain ramifications. So it's not just, at this point, it's not just theoretical anymore because we've applied it to physical things that actually work. And so
you're changing the subject, dude.
I'm not changing the subject. When you tell me, I said that superposition is crazy, doesn't mean it's not real. And the wave particle duality of light is also pretty intense, doesn't mean it's not real. That was my point. And at least within.
Well, that part is not real. That's proven. You misunderstand your own model, dude.
So, but you just said that not you, but the other guy said that he debunked quantum mechanics, but we have quantum computers that rely on quantum mechanics. So how
Now,
can you?
here, let me tell you, a quantum,
practically apply?
a quantum computer has not done one thing. There's not been one anything done by a quantum computer. Never. That's all just bullshit. Okay.
That's not. It's not bullshit.
Yeah, that's 100% bullshit. So tell me how a quantum computer works.
So, would you like to?
How does it function?
So
I would like you, with your own brain and your own vocabulary, explain how a quantum computer mechanically functions.
Right hand, keep on point.
Wait. What point were we on? You said keep on point. What point were we on?
Light particle wave.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess that's fair.
Light particle duality. Wave particle
particle
duality.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Which you can demonstrate for yourself, doing the experiment for yourself. Listen, I know you guys have read the experiment and seen pictures of it, but do it yourself. You can do it yourself, and you can confirm it for yourself. You can. I have.
Are you denying what I said before, that the wave function is just a function? It's a mathematical function. It's not actually a wave. Are you denying that?
So why does it have an effect on the outcome?
We got to get this guy a Bill Gates SE. He's gonna shit his pants.
Oh yeah, you gotta check out Bill Gates for sure, bro. Yeah.
Guys, I'm conservative. You're not gonna.
Well, because here's the thing. If you're interested in this stuff, like I'm interested in this stuff, this is why I'm here. I'm truly this stuff truly interests me. Now, Bill, however you say it, Gady, he is a ball earther, and he has a different explanation for all of this. So it's very, very interesting to have somebody who believes the Earth is a ball. Bill Gates, Geade. He's a smaller YouTube channel, and he has a rope. He's kind of like string theory rope hypothesis. He has a different idea of an atom. Instead of a bouncing ball, it's intertwined ropes, and the nucleus is not a proton and thing. It's where the ropes make a knot. So he has an entirely different mechanism. And this is why I was saying, like, the double split. Can you explain the mechanism of the double split? And this is why they can't. That's why they had to make particle wave duality. Well, you can't explain it because you got to make this. It's sometimes a particle, it's sometimes a wave. That doesn't explain it.
But see, by the time they did this, though, it depends on how you're approaching it, right? If you're approaching it from the assumption that light is a particle, and then the end result takes the function of a wave, then you go, damn, okay, so I must have been wrong. Light is appearing as a wave, but depending on the circumstance, it appears as both. The ending pattern of light appears as both a wave and a particle, depending on the position.
What if there's an entirely different mechanism?
Okay.
What if you have a different mechanism that can explain that without having to say it's this and that? It's one thing that can do that.
I accept that if you had a different mechanism that accurately explained all observable phenomena with light, then you could present that, and if you could show it to be true, that would be a mind-blowing moment in science. I'm going
to try and sum up Bill Gates, so I might not do it great, but just going to give you the idea. Now, when he thinks everything is connected, right? Now you have these ropes. Picture instead of an atom bouncing, you have a rope. And yes, and it's always, but he doesn't just say string theory. He starts explaining the mechanism. Okay. Now well, he explains more. Okay, so I'm going into more detail. So you have these strings and.
Has nothing to do with string theory. Don't think of me checking.
Yeah, this is a rope hypothesis. No. Well, all right. Well, I'll link a video, bro. You can check out his channel.
You can explain it. I'm just saying that's exactly what string theory says. That everything comes down to the strings instead of atoms, and that those strings are interconnected across the entire universe. I mean.
It also says that those strings are vibrating, and they vibrate on different things. And also it says that there's 11 different. There's 11 different dimensions. None of that has to do with the string theory.
Listen, but just because he doesn't mention the dimensions or the vibration doesn't mean that he's not still referencing an already existing theory in quantum mechanics. That's the beauty of it. Is anything.
First of all, do you know who this guy is?
Bro, he talks against quantum mechanics. He talks out against it.
Yeah.
Then why does he? But he's supporting string theory. He's supporting string theory.
No, he has his own. It's his not string theory. It's his own. Man, I'm telling you, I put a thing where he talks about the religion of space time. You can just check out his channel from that. Just check it out. I'm not gonna. It's hard to. This guy he does hour-long video talks.
How many
Like,
How many string theories has the gentleman, the guest here? How many string theory theories have you listened to, or was it 1 or 2, 3?
I mean, I didn't listen to anything. I read up on string theory multiple times.
Okay,
Sorry, man, you
from how many sources, or
people who
one
don't
source?
even accept that
two
gravity
sources?
exists, mate.
Hang on. What'd you say, bud?
You're
I
trying to
said
talk
from.
string theory with people who don't even accept that gravity exists, mate. Like, it's
Hey.
a fairly fruitless
yeah.
exercise.
So Bill Gates, he believes in gravity, and he believes it's because you are connected by these strings, and when you pick up a rock, you
So
put
wait, he believes in
tension.
gravity?
You put yes. Listen, but
You
this
do?
is how he explains it. Listen. Listen. Just let me say this without. When he thinks that when you pick up a rock, it is attached to Earth by these strings, and you're putting tension on these strings. So when you let go, they pull it back down to Earth. Now they're not just pulling; they're also twisting, and that twisting is what creates, like, so they're waving while twisting. There's a lot of things going on. So they're waving, twisting, and they're interconnected. So this is his mechanism. So it pulls, and when it hits to the Earth, and the Earth has all of these ropes coming out of it that attach to everything. So he thinks the moon is attached to Earth through these ropes. That's why it doesn't float away. Like, it is held in place. There is no space. Everything is held in place.
Funnily enough, that's essentially the same description that special relativity gives to gravity, is that the Earth and Moon.
He was talking about your
Not
relativity.
more like Newtonian. Dude,
No, not
Talking
really.
about quantum
Not really.
entanglement.
Yeah, right. Quantum entanglement, but it's also essentially like geodesic lines.
He was
It's a
talking
short
about
distance
yours,
between two objects.
not his.
Replace strings with geodesics, and you have Einstein's theory of relativity. I mean, that's, I think that this guy.
No, because he has the emptiness of space as the mechanism. Einstein's mechanism is bending of space-time. Okay.
No.
Bill Gates' mechanism is a physical connection.
Real quick, I want to say two things. I want to say two things really quick. So first off, Rational Aussie, welcome, boss. Listen, I know I'm not going to change anybody's mind. Just have fun having the debate. And then to respond to you. So under classical understandings of gravity, with using space-time warping, the beauty of it is that we actually don't know why necessarily. We know that where there is warped space-time, there is acceleration. We don't necessarily know why that acceleration happens during warp space-time. So that
it's
question,
a pipe dream, bro.
it's not been answered. It's not been answered. Yeah, but SE,
There's
listen,
no
SE.
such thing as warping of space-time, because
Montreal,
time is a concept.
Montreal, you also can't tell me why density has a downward preference when it comes to direction.
But I won't make up a bullshit story about it.
No, you can't. You can't tell me
Bill
why.
Gates does. Bill Gates does. He'll tell you why.
Yeah,
he'll tell you
Gates
because
does. Yeah,
the
it's all
Earth has
about strings.
the Earth has the most amount of string connections.
Okay.
So it will always pull. Everything is attached to the Earth.
Yeah.
So if you're
String
trying
theory.
to overcome, a quote unquote, he says force is a concept. Almost every argument I got from Bill Gates, because this man is fucking smart. He'll say that force is a conceptual word to describe a physical push-pull. So he says there is a physical pull from the Earth that you are connected to, that you have to get out of. That is what is physically holding you down.
You're telling me that
now,
there is
when you say space-time, you can't see it. Not a force. A physical connection. You are physically connected to the Earth through these strings.
Okay, define physical in this sense. Define what you think physical is. Can you cut that? If something physical, can you sever it?
Right the hand. Almost like surface tension, right? Almost like.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, exactly like that.
No. Be very careful how you use the term physical here. Right the hand, because you're using physical incorrectly.
I don't need to be
You're not.
careful.
You're misrepresenting terms.
You are.
Okay.
Here's another thing.
How is it physical? Can we see it? Can we measure it?
Okay, hang on.
How is it physical?
Can I slice it with a knife?
Let me answer that. Let me answer it. I'll answer it. Now, Bill Gates had another video entirely on what it means to be physical. Okay. Now, you people, you haven't watched this video. Now, when you talk about physical, he's talking about then an object that has shape. Okay, if you can't tell me the shape or the boundaries of this object, if you can't tell me where a rock stops and where the air starts, you can't identify objects. You can't identify physicality. So he actually does an entire series of lectures on what is things. Okay, so yeah, again, I'm not going to sit here and have an hour
This guy's
conversation on
amazing.
what a
Right the
thing
hand,
is.
we got to have a conversation, me, you, and Gleam, on time dilation in the future. And
So
this
then what you
concerns Gaid. It's going to blow your mind, bro.
so then what you say is that you have to have a specific series of things, check marks, box, say box is checked before you can call something a physical. So when you say there's a physical connection between me and the Earth via some physical string, how does that thing that I cannot see, touch, cut, or change in any way have a physical connection to me?
Exactly.
This is what Gady says. He says if you can't picture it in your head, if you can't understand in your head and see how it works, you haven't given me anything. So he's like, science, when you give me a theory and you're going to say the rock falls because of this, you got to give me something I can visualize in my head. And that's what he gives me. He gives me a mechanism that I can go, okay, makes sense. When you guys say space-time bending, I just...
So a thought is physical to you, is it? Right.
Did I ever say a thought?
If you're conceptualizing it in your mind, okay, then define exactly what you consider to be physical. Define it now. Define for us right now what is needed
why are
to
you
be
screaming at me? Why
An
you weren't listening when I said
an explanation.
Yeah, I said it. I said it.
The mechanism by which something works. Think of it
Yeah,
that way.
that which has this is why I said he has an entire thing.
Right
it's
now,
something that did you not hear when I talked? I said it was something that has shape. When you have to physically have boundaries. If you don't know where the rock ends and the air begins, you can't tell me where the rock is. So boundaries and shape is part of what something means to be physical. Energy, these are religion words.
So how is your mental
And it has to
conception of
occupy
something physical?
space. You have to be able to point at it.
So
look, there's something. There's a garbage can.
Okay, so two things.
Bro, Gady's an actual PhD, bro. You're like you don't think you're not arguing with me. You're arguing with a guy who goes to a fucking real rational science convention in Germany and Chile and all over the world every year. So don't laugh.
Listen, I'm not laughing. I'm saying that. Look, I'll admit that these are all arguments I haven't heard before.
No, I'm talking to Aaron. Aaron, who says
What I'm saying though is you defined physical, and Gady defines physical. I don't know who Aaron is. You define physical, and Gady defined physical as having form, right? Taking up physical space, right? But then you go ahead and tell me that we have a physical connection to the Earth via some string that does neither. And so
it does. It's just because you can't detect it doesn't mean it's not there. Now, and this is what he's saying. Listen. Hang on, but listen. This is what he's saying. When it comes to the unseen, right? If nobody can see it, the best thing we can do is try and explain it. Now, if you explain it as the bending of space-time, that's okay. But if you explain it as twisting torsion ropes under tension that create a wave and blah blah blah, like I can start visualizing that. So the explanation, right? Like this is where he says science is explanations. This is why you don't need to have sight. You don't need to be able to observe to have science. You just need to be able to think.
Welcome to light particles, my friend.
Theoretical physics.
Yeah, now just can we acknowledge that Right the Hand just admitted that just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. You literally just admitted it to it, and I'm going to hold you to that.
Theoretical physics.
Which is why I said,
you can't see air, but you can
welcome to
feel
light
it.
particles, my friend.
I'm going to hold that. I'm going to hold you to that statement, Right the Hand.
That's
just
not,
because you can't
Aaron,
see
okay,
it
but you're an
doesn't mean
asshole
it's
idiot,
not there.
so I don't really care
Hang
about
on.
that.
Well, you gotta call him an asshole. He's just arguing with you. He's pointing out. Listen.
This isn't his first day here.
He doesn't even know my name. I know. Call me Aaron, I guess, because it's the first name on the alphabet or something. You just my name's Lucas, if you want to use it correctly.
Lucas, awesome.
Okay,
Hey, write the hand really quick. So the point of an argument, the point of a debate, is to attempt to use somebody's rationale against them. Him pointing out that you've set the standard now, for the sake of defending Bill Gady, that just because you can't see something doesn't mean it's not there. That's a very valid point to make because
I've said that 50 times. So he's that's what I'm saying. He's being an asshole. I've said because people say that to me, and then I'll go, "What about air?" I'm like, I say air is there. You can't see it, but it's physical, right?
Well, what if
here, this is where I bring it up. Because I bring it up about a magnet. He'll say that a magnet is lifting metal with no physical connection. And I'm saying there is a physical connection, you just can't see it. So this is why he's bringing this up, because I use this argument to say that just because you can't see something doesn't mean it's not there. But if you just, but it has to fit logically. So the magnet can't just be lifting through magic.
But I'm new. You don't think I'm an asshole yet? Well, maybe sometimes I'm an asshole. But my point of the matter is, though, is if I say would you ever say this then? Would you ever say that in order to accept the nature of anything physical, you should be able to measure it? So, for example, if I'm going to accept that the Earth has a curve, I should be able to make sure that I can personally measure it. That I don't have to just rely on my senses. I have to rely on my senses, right? I have to measure it. So if I said to you,
I would agree with your measure if you agree with one thing, that in order to measure something, it has to be physically here in reality. It must occupy space in some capacity so that it can influence. Okay, so, and this is what I'm saying about a magnet. If you measure a magnetic field, then you agree there must be something there.
Hey, by the way, you can see a magnetic field. Have you ever done that? You can see one. Have you ever done that?
No, you can see its effects.
No,
you can see the effects.
So you can. It's actually really cool. If you take a magnet that has a north and south pole on it and you put it down on a piece of paper. Hang on.
I do believe the original question was about light wave particles.
We'll get back to it. We'll get back to that. All I wanted to say this earlier too. All I wanted to say is if you put a magnet down, north and south pole, on a pile of iron, or not iron, whatever metal is actually magnetic, and onto a pile of shavings, the metal will take the shape of the magnetic field.
Yeah, that's the effect. You're seeing the shavings.
But I did that.
The shavings, not the magnetic.
I've done that. I've done that myself.
What the hell? Seen that?
I've done that myself. We did that in school,
but that's not.
We did that in school. That's the magnetic field. It's not. The metal is lining up. The metal is lining up along the magnetic field.
Okay,
light wave. How does it travel?
So
light
your
wave.
quote, just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there.
Can't see it doesn't mean it's not
You've
there.
already acknowledged that.
Okay. Oh, but here's the thing. Hang on.
See, you have to live by that now. You got to live by that sword.
You got to live by that now, man.
Okay,
you can't pick and choose when you use that.
All right, let him talk.
Come on,
Aaron. No, let him talk. It's fine. Let him talk. No, it's Lucas, remember?
Mate. How bad is your memory? I've corrected you 3 times. How bad is your memory?
Okay, but I've told you. How bad is yours? How bad is yours? I told you I don't care.
You guys have bad blood.
Your memory must be bad because I've said I don't care what your name is. So here's my thing. If you're going to say that the magnet lifts metal, right? And you're not going to say there is any physical connection, and that's why you can't see it. You're not saying there's something there I can't see. You're saying I can't see anything because there's nothing there.
You've just said that a physical connection can be something you can't see.
Yeah.
Okay, but is in your model, is a magnet physically connected to the metal that it lifts?
We're using your own words. And
I'm come on, Aaron Lucas. Let this guy.
I'm
Aaron.
Aaron.
Calm down,
I'm Aaron. That's negative.
Calm down, Karen.
Okay, so who's the road? Yeah, he's just here to root. So the new guy who's actually being honest. Is a magnet physically connected to the metal it lifts?
You know, I don't know that I know enough about magnetics. Is a magnetic field a physical thing?
I
know your model, okay? Yeah, your model says it's actually photons. So it actually says it's in the light spectrum. So this is why it's actually related, okay? Because you'll say it's electromagnetic radiation, which is light-based.
Here we go. Light wave
is non-physical.
Here we go.
Which is
now back to light.
So this is why I'm going to ask you again. Hold on, stop right there. I'm going to ask you again. Is a magnet physically connected to the metal it lifts, or are you telling me it's just fucking magic, like telekinesis?
No, it's physically connected.
False dichotomy.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to hold you to that statement when you said that a magnet is physically connected.
Right, but listen, gravity. If we're talking about gravity, so there's this really famous.
Is gravity? Is the Earth physically connected to the rocket pulled down?
You think it is, right? You think it is, right? You just said that.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. We just did. Hold on. We just agreed. That in order. Look at this guy. Look at this guy coming in. Aaron trying to come in around. We just agreed that in order to move something.
Lucas.
In order to move, because whatever, bro, he's here to bring you back to his cult because he sees that you might be getting out, right? He sees like I'm making sense, and he's like, "Oh shit, this guy's making."
I have a lot higher opinion of Bro Man's intellect than to think that he would ever be stupid enough to believe
you don't
shit
need to be
guys
worried about
believe
it.
in. I'm not
Okay,
worried
so-
about it.
But it's nice to have an ally. You guys have 6 people against
All
me
right,
the
so
whole time.
bro man. So when we were talking about the magnet, right? You were like, you can't envision where the magnet is not physically connected to the metal yet can still interact with it. So that doesn't make any sense.
I was still trying to go down my line though. You kind of stopped me. I was just trying to. I was getting to a final point. I wanted to say something about gravity. So there's this quote by Newton that Jeranism used. I heard somebody use yesterday during the argument in the 24/7 stream that I got.
Okay, well, I think they're filled. I think Jeranism is a fill. So just so you know,
it doesn't matter.
I think he's a
It doesn't matter because the quote was used by both Jeranism and the people yesterday in the debate in 24/7 Flat Earth. So it is a common.
I think 24/7 is a bunch of shills too, and I'll never use anything Jeranism or 24/7 uses. But go ahead.
Are you familiar with the quote from Newton though, where he says that he doesn't understand how gravity can work without a medium, essentially, where he says, in fact, I'm going to pull the quote really quick because it's a really long one.
He doesn't want it attributed to him. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. So what he is saying there, and what people keep saying he's saying. So people are claiming that he's saying, I don't think that gravity's real. But what he's actually saying is, I just don't know how gravity works if there's no medium. So there must be some kind of medium, and whatever that medium is, I'll let you guys figure it out. I'll let you guys discern that because I don't know what that medium is.
This is why I'm asking you. There has to be a connection, right? Can you fathom how the Earth can influence an object without touching it? Can you even fathom that?
Very few can.
So Karen is, I don't understand it, therefore it doesn't exist. That's Karen's logic here.
Okay, so what would make more sense? That there's an invisible connection you can't see, or there's just no connection?
Both are crazy, right? I mean,
to me, what I'm saying, look, if you're going to say that it moves, I'm going to say I have to go with there's just something there, and we can't detect it yet. I'm not going to go with magic.
I will say, look, man, I don't know if I said this already, but we still don't actually know why, right? So it's not like anybody.
Well, so this is why I'd say go to Bill Gates. He has a very good why. He has a very good why.
I respect that you have a lot of respect for this Bill Gates guy. Okay, I respect. You've heard his arguments. You went, holy shit, never heard anybody argue this way.
I respect the arguments. Right? I don't care about him. I respect his arguments.
My question. Okay, fine.
So
that's fine. That's fine. You respect the argument, whatever. So I get what you're saying. You're distinguishing the argument from the person. So you like the argument. However, have you ever seen Bill Gates do a controlled experiment showing that it's strings as opposed to bent space-time?
Because here's the thing. He has an entirely different view of science. Now, you can't. Listen, here's what he's saying. At a certain point, you can't see the mechanism. Can we agree that at a certain point, we will not be able to see what's happening? We have to have a theory.
We can agree that this guy doesn't know if light is a wave or.
It's both.
Agree on that?
Wave particle duality. We've already established that.
No.
Okay, so
I showed you how wrong you were. 100%. It's
you didn't show me anything. You didn't show me anything. It's both. You didn't show me anything. I don't know what you think.
Nothing could be both, dude. You can't be a zebra and a dog. You're either a zebra or a dog.
No, but you can be a dog.
Do you know Aristotle said one of the the only way you can say a dog is a dog is if you can say it's not a cat.
Listen,
so if you can't say that a particle, listen. If you can't say a particle, if you can't say it's not a wave, then you can't say it is a particle.
No, that's a false equivalency. So you guys are saying, well, a dog can't be a zebra. That's fine because a zebra has inherent qualities that are not inherent to a dog. But being a wave and a particle are both traits inherent to light. So you're making a false equivalency.
No. A wave has an inherent property of being made up of particles. One of the properties of a wave is that it's always made up of particles.
Is Montreal in Canada? I feel like I'm not good with geography right now.
Yes, I'm in Canada.
Yes, it's near Quebec.
Word. So do you speak French? You said that earlier, right?
Yes, I speak French.
How do you say good morning in French?
Particles, if they would love to travel through a wave, have to travel through a medium, correct? Isn't that correct?
No. Waves require a medium. Particles don't.
So particles,
so a
they would
particle
like
can
to
travel through
adhere
nothing?
themselves to, like what you're
Well,
saying,
yeah.
a wave. Wouldn't they have to travel through a medium such as light?
Waves need to travel through a medium. Particles do not. I don't know what your question is.
Okay. So what is light?
Light is waves and particles. It's both. Yes, I know. Hard to understand, right? I know it's difficult, guys, but I promise you it's real.
It's not hard.
Have you ever done the double slit experiment for yourself?
Wait, hold on. Listen to this. Listen, hear me out. Let me answer me a couple questions.
Sure.
Would you say that nothing is not in existence?
That's a very, very deep question, boss. I don't know that the answer I give you would be one you like.
Okay, well, all right. So then I'll just skip to the point. If you're saying that a particle can move through nothing, and I'm going to say, well, isn't nothing not in existence? So how is a particle moving through something that isn't in existence?
Okay. I got your jive now. So actually, if we're using, so this is an interesting thing. If we're using, say, the Big Bang Theory as the model that I'm standing behind, you know what's really kind of neat is if you could have, which
Listen. We don't want to hear about the Big Bang Theory.
I'm answering the question. No, I'm
this.
answering the question. But listen, you have to let me answer the question.
Answer the man's question.
So before the universe expanded, the universe is not just expanding because objects are moving further away. The universe is expanding because the physical space, the emptiness, is also expanding. So if you could stand next to the Big Bang, theoretically, you would not be able to extend your arms. Listen, you would not be able to extend your arms and legs because there would be nothing.
Yawn. Oh my God.
There would be listen. So there would be nothing to extend into. Technically speaking, space, which is nothing, isn't nothing. It's space-time. It is a thing.
Oh,
It's just not a thing that you understand.
And you know this how? Go.
Well,
Because
God
we
is
have
the thing.
It all makes sense.
And
Because
God is the thing.
because there's 1,000,001 observations that you can make that verify bending in space-time. Gravitational lensing. There's so many things.
Everything, dude.
What?
I know it's tough, guys, but keep up, all right?
Oh yeah, it's tough. It's really tough.
It is
A
real
lot of
tough,
these
man.
arguments, bro, man, is that I don't understand it, therefore it cannot exist. That's the problem.
Yes, I know.
Hey, Broman, let me ask you this. Has anybody ever told you that time is motion?
Have you ever been told that time is just a human construct used to measure the passage?
A passage of what, though?
Yeah, that's what you think time is, just a human construct.
No. I'm going to tell you it's a passage of motion.
Well, yeah, but that's also what physics will tell you, too. The moment that the Big Bang
Okay, so then,
okay,
hang on. Does motion happen in 3D space?
Motion happens in 3D space. Time is a fourth dimension.
No, whoa. But you just said, wait. Slow down there, Slugger. Didn't you just tell me that time? But time is the measurement of motion, right?
He didn't like your answer.
That's fair. Time is defined
Karen
by
gets
motion.
upset when he doesn't like your answers.
Okay, we don't need you jumping in, Hansel. Okay,
Yeah,
so
stop
would you
interrupting.
say
Come on.
would you say that in order to track time, we track the back and forth motion of an object?
Not specifically. But why the back and forth?
How would you? Okay, well, because what is this? Why do they use a cesium atom for the standard of time in your model?
Because it has a very
tracking.
Because it has a very predictable path. Because it has a very predictable cycle.
What do you mean cycle? What is it doing?
It has a very stable, predictable cycle. So they use that.
Stable
half-life. What is it doing? What is it doing? There's a specific word that it does that I'm going to fish for,
Hang on.
or I can give.
I can't remember the word offhand. Give me a second. Let me look it up.
Isotopic decay is what he's looking for. It's a half-life.
No, it's oscillation. The word I'm looking for is oscillation.
How do you spell cesium? Is it C-A-E?
I'm the word speller in this server.
Oscillation. O-C-L. Oscillation.
So it's basically the back and forth motion of the cesium atom. So if time is being registered, if time is being registered as the back and forth motion of an object in 3D space, how do you manifest this fourth dimension?
I love how you
It's
jump.
not the oscillation, it's the radioactive decay of cesium.
And so first and foremost, I also want to mention that measuring time as a imaginable unit of space. So you're saying like 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That is the part of time that is a human construct used to measure time. So cesium, the radioactive decay.
I never said that.
I know, but no, hang on, listen. I'm drawing a distinction between space-time and time as you're referring to it. I'm drawing a distinction. So when we listen, it's.
But I didn't refer to time as that. I didn't refer to time as a concept.
But do you think that time is an
object? I referred to time. It's a measurement. It's a measurement like distance.
Measurement.
But it's measured distance.
What I'm saying is that no, it's not specifically measuring distance. That you're conflating the information with the amount of time it takes to happen.
Okay, hold on. No. It's because the amount of time, right? You can't track time. So in order to keep a pace, you need something going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's your time, the back and forth motion. So time is a measurement of motion. That's why they say, how long is it going to take you? Because they want to know how long this object has to move. What is a second measuring out?
They're using how long that takes to move as a reference for what a second is.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Yes. A second is, listen. A second is defined as 65,000 back and forth, or whatever it is, back and forth motions of the cesium atom.
It's radioactive decay.
So it is not. It is not a measurement. It is not a measurement. It is not a measurement.
He's talking about
atomic clock. Atomic clocks use atomic clocks use they count, or however many, if you believe it, they counted the back and forth motions till they got 75,000. Now in 75,000 back and forth motions, they say that is a second. So if you were going to walk, right, if you moved a foot a second, that would mean that in every time you moved a foot, the cesium atom moves back and forth 75,000 times. So you're comparing your motion to the motion of the cesium atom. So you are doing everything in 3D space.
What'd you say?
That's how radioactive. He's correct in this. That's how radioactive clocks work. However, it's a label we put onto the linear motion of time, because you perceive time as linear doesn't mean that's what time is. That's our perceptive quality we've put onto that. Time has existed for time. As far as we know, time has existed forever. Or if you subscribe to the Big Bang Theory, before time there was no time.
Where
but you're looking at
did the first time come from then, smart guy?
So I'll tell you,
what Right the Hand is saying is yes, it exists and it's still in use to this day.
Time started when the first atom in the universe moved. Period.
Yeah.
Okay, so time is motion. If nothing moved, would you be able to track time?
Listen, time is defined by motion, but time can be bent and twisted.
Okay, but motion happens in 3D space. So you can't create a fourth dimension by tracking an object moving in 3D space.
Time dilation then.
You don't have, this is the point, you don't have the measurement of the fourth dimension. You have a measurement of an object moving back and forth in the 3 dimensions.
No,
so all of your measurements happen in the 3 dimensions. I don't care how you define it. Unless you can measure it. Let me finish. Unless you can measure it, it's not real. You can't measure God. So you can't introduce him as the fourth dimension. If you can't measure time, listen. If you can't measure time,
you can't measure it, it's not real, right? If you can't measure it, it's not real. Right?
Continue, right then. Continue.
Can you measure those physical strings you were talking about that connect us to the Earth?
Right hand. Continue.
Here's the thing. So don't deflect away, because now we were told there's a difference between explanation. Let me finish. Come on, man. There's a difference between explanations and proof and examples and demonstrations. So in the demonstration, we are tracking back and forth motion of an object in 3D space. That's what's actually happening. Now, as far as ropes,
end up on YouTube.
Yeah, go look up time.
We're not live right now, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
And we would go.
Sorry.
No. So
he might be recording. Just so you know.
No, that's fine. To respond to what you were saying, though, you said if you can't measure something that's not real, and so I asked you, can you measure the strings that you postulated that were physically holding?
Okay, but I never asserted the strings as 100% real. I said they are what I believe the mechanism for how a rock falls is.
Well, come on, that's kind of convenient.
If somebody asked me to explain how a rock falls, if somebody asked me how to explain it, yeah, but
I'm gonna ruin your entire argument with one little sentence. Atomic clocks move slower in space. there.
Oh,
Your
they do.
whole,
Yeah.
Your whole concept
You have
of
to
motion
change.
being what time is changes. Time dilation happens in orbit, and we can measure it, and we have measured it. So, bang, your entire argument's gone.
Great words.
Time
Let
is
me
not
wreck
linear.
that argument.
Good
Okay, so
words.
let me wreck that argument. Let me wreck that argument. Now,
We've measured
when
it.
you
We
agree,
can see it.
Orbits don't exist.
okay, so
Yes.
I didn't.
There you go.
No.
Space doesn't exist.
I'm going to
Orbits
talk about
don't
time.
exist. Satellites don't exist.
Okay, let me.
Come on,
Everything doesn't
hey,
exist.
Look how we interrupt. Come
everybody
on,
relax.
man.
Everybody
One
relax.
person at a
Let
time.
right the
One
hand
person.
go.
Make it up.
Let right the
Karen, you
hand
do this
go.
all the time.
Lucas,
Karen,
Yeah,
it's
you
your
made your
favorite
great
tactic
point.
talking over people.
If this you said it was a one sentence killer, but you went on for a paragraph. Maybe you're not as confident in it as you thought. So when you're telling, we already established. Oh my God! Wow.
He said 2 words.
We've already established here. We've already established that the atomic clock is tracking the back and forth motion. So if you're going to tell me that there was any difference in the clocks, then their problem was in the mechanical operation of the back and forth motion, not in some fourth dimensional bending of something.
No mechanical motion. What
Yes, the
mechanics
back
are
and
involved?
forth. The
mechanics are
atom.
involved?
Did you know they have to
Yes, your
change?
atomic clock. Your atomic clock is using the back and forth motion of the cesium atom to track time. So if you have 2 atomic clocks and they both have cesium atoms and they're both going back and forth, and that's their mechanism for tracking quote unquote time, and you move one and don't move the other, and then they're off, that just means the movement affected the mechanical operation, not the fourth dimension.
Can
A good try.
Congratulations, you just understood space, time dilation, and
good job.
special
Good try though.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that one almost got me. That was a tough one. That was a tough, yeah, almost got me.
So let me ask you a question. How
You just
come?
destroyed your time argument.
How
Congratulations,
come
you're
the
now close
clock?
enough to special relativity.
So if cesium, the atomic clock, is used because it's the exact definition of what you were saying time is, then why can't it be disrupted by the movement of something else?
It is disrupted. It's the movement of the plane that.
You say that's what time is?
Listen,
So
hold
time
on,
can be
man.
disrupted. Hang on. So time can be
Listen.
disrupted. Time can be
No,
stretched.
listen.
That's what you just
You're
said.
not listening. This is your problem. You're not listening. You let me get 2 words, and then you're like, oh shit, I'm good. Jump in because I'm getting destroyed.
We all
So
do
your
that.
religion's getting destroyed. So calm down.
Sir, you asked the question
I-
about cesium. Let right the hand answer. It's very simple.
So the reason that the atomic clocks are off, okay, is because they are using a mechanical back and forth motion. Now, when one plane starts going really fast, that affects this back and forth, okay?
Right.
Maybe the vibrations of the plane, I'm listening. Shut up. Just shut the fuck up and listen. I'll tell you. Maybe the vibrations of the plane ripple through into the atomic clock, and the faster you go, the more vibrations, the more it affects this back and forth motion. So the only thing you have physically operating are these back and forth. So the only errors can be a mechanical one, not a fourth dimension time one.
Guys, I'm triggered. You
Wild
shut the fuck
assertion with no basis in reality.
I'm triggered.
Right the hand. What about
and the fourth dimension of time dilation does it?
Right the hand.
Prove
What
it.
about
We
right
can
the
prove
hand?
it.
What about
We can put
to
the
everybody that
clock
can
into
think
space
like a normal
and show
person?
you that time dilation occurs. So we can actually physically prove it. Whereas right the hand's argument is the plane is shaking, therefore time goes slower.
Sure. What about magnetic?
Not be possible.
What about magnetic
Because there's
effect?
nothing
on
in reality that backs up
cesium
that claim.
atoms, right?
Yeah, a magnet might affect the cesium atom. Sure.
Okay,
Maybe.
prove it. Show it. Take a measurement. Show us that
well,
magnetism affects cesium atoms' movements. You can test that. You can conduct an
look, I
experiment.
don't-
But guess what?
What
It
mechanism
doesn't.
are you saying is affecting the cesium clock?
Its location to an object of large mass or its movement. So 2 things affect space-time and its dilation: how fast you're moving and how close you are to something of large mass. It's basic
How
relativity.
fast am I moving? And where do I get this calculation from?
I'll give you a good
That's
hint.
really easy. The closer you get to the speed of light, the more time dilates. So
I'm
the faster
moving
you
at the
move,
speed
more
of
time
light?
dilation you have.
No, he said the closer you
Never
get to the
move
speed
the
of
speed of light. That's a
So the
misunderstanding of how
mechanism
fast.
of gravity is causing the time dilation? The actual
Not
mechanism
gravity.
of gravity?
It's being
Yes,
close to an
gravity can
object of
cause.
large mass.
Yeah.
Which it therefore, yeah. So gravity, in a roundabout way, gravity, yes, but it's being close to an object of large mass.
What would you describe as a large?
Well, I mean, planetary. We can measure it on our sort of scale when we're talking about planetary.
Sure. What would you describe as a large mass? You said large mass. What
Planet
would you
Earth.
describe?
I'd go like asteroids. Even it depends on how accurate your equipment is. When you're
Asteroids?
talking about being able
you know
to
what
measure something,
mass
it's
is?
about how accurate your equipment is. The larger the object, the more time dilation occurs.
Well,
So when you're near
not
like a
necessarily
supermassive black
larger.
hole,
The more,
Would
not
the Earth?
necessarily,
the more massive.
not,
Sorry, yeah, you're
yeah,
right.
the more
More
massive,
massive.
yes, more
Yeah,
massive.
black
Would the
holes, for
Earth or
example,
the
aren't
ground
that
be a
large
large
in
mass?
terms of physical size, but they're very
Would
massive.
would,
So
would the Earth or the ground be a large mass?
Earth would be a
absolutely,
large
that's
mass.
why we have to. That's why we have to adjust the clocks in our satellites that orbit the Earth because they're a little bit further away from Earth. So all of our GPS satellites
A
need to
little
have
bit.
slight adjustments made to their clocks
What do you mean little
to
bit?
account for time dilation
What do you
because
mean
they're a
little
little bit
bit?
further away.
So
But
they're
yes,
running
absolutely.
faster. Hold on, they're running
But
faster up in space than the clocks on Earth, correct? Because the gravity on Earth is causing
you're
the
playing,
clocks to run
slightly
slower.
faster.
F.E. Evangelist, you're playing a semantic game. When he says a little bit, you should understand what he means by just that statement.
Sorry, what have I done?
Oh, wasn't you? So whoever said that then, my bad. I attributed you to a different thing.
Okay, no problem.
So essentially, the closer
I
you are
want
to
some
a very
clarity.
Here's
massive
the
Are you
problem,
object,
though.
saying?
What I will say, just let me get 1 second. As Bob Dole says, Ozzy, the problem, one problem you face is that you just assert that it's time dilation because of fourth dimension and gravity and all that. You
Well, there's a
don't
lot of
know
other reasons.
every other possibility. So it could be vibration, could be
Well, but
magnetic fields,
you're
could be
right.
unicorns, could be anything.
Listen,
But
you're right.
absolutely. But can we
you
get
just
to those things?
dogmatic and
Yeah.
say no, it is.
No.
It is.
It's not that
It's
simple.
Our
It's not that simple.
the
It's not that simple.
hubris. The
If
hubris.
you have a better understanding, please present it. But it's our
No,
best
but I
understanding
don't
as we
have to
currently have.
have a better understanding. Your hubris is what I'm
Listen,
pointing out.
listen.
I don't have to
I would
have an answer.
Scientific
I would love to
consensus
know.
isn't hubris.
It's
I would
not
love
that
to
simple.
know where. I would love to know where Negator's hubris comes from. Where do you get this hubris?
Here's my thing though. It's not that simple. No one's sitting here saying, well, because clocks run differently, that must mean time dilation is happening. That is one aspect of it. When we talk about having a model, when we talk about the importance of having a hypothesis and the importance of presenting an alternative one, because you said, well, I don't have to present an alternative thing. That's fine. You can say that, but here's why we stress that. Because it's not just time dilation. Time dilation is not proven just because of clocks. That's just one aspect of it. We have used special relativity to predict many things. Now, some of those things you'll reject, like the black holes or
Many
like
Like the
things,
twin
like
paradox?
Many fairy
like the
tales.
Antikythera.
See, that's my point, though. You call them fairy tales, but
My mom said it's real.
But then we turn around and we say, okay, so
My
then
school
present
teacher
us.
told me it was real.
Listen, but then we turn around and we say, present us with a better explanation of all this physical phenomena. Then you go, well, I don't have to do that. Okay, then you're shitting out of your asshole for no fucking reason, and nothing you say means anything.
But I did.
Exactly.
I gave a
But
better
dude,
explanation.
you
You
believe
just don't
people
think
are
it's better.
gonna age differently if they're traveling at different speeds. You believe in La La Land.
Yeah,
But that actually
it
happens.
doesn't matter what we
at a
put up
different
as an
physically happens.
alternative.
But that physically
You will
happens.
always revert back to your
because
rhetoric. You will never, ever say, "Oh, yeah, hadn't thought of that." Yeah,
because
I don't know, might be.
because
Never, ever.
Okay, let me give you an example then of why we don't, why it feels that way. So when somebody
There you
goes,
go.
okay,
You admit it. You admit
no,
it. I don't. You have to go
no,
any further. You admit it. You are
I'm
stuck
gonna tell
in a
you,
zealotry which is
I'm
beyond
gonna
help.
tell you, I'm gonna tell you why it feels that way to you, because somebody says, okay, it's not gravity,
Because it quacks
it's
like a
density.
duck. Yep.
Listen, somebody says it's not gravity, it's density, and then I go, okay, but you're basing that based only on what you can observe around you. So like water and oil, they separate based on density, and you go, see, that's density, that's proof. It's okay, but then how come we discovered Uranus using gravitational calculations? That's exactly my point. You're not looking at all.
Dude,
of
I
the
didn't discover
You're looking
anything.
at
Neither
one.
did you.
I'm not saying
You
that. I'm
just
saying that
believed a story that was told to you.
Yeah, come on. No,
Okay.
yeah, nobody used that to discover that planet. That's
Okay.
it. It was already there.
So then,
You
It's
don't
just a
discover something
story,
that was just
man.
there.
Show me something that's real.
Okay, show me where those.
I've got one for you.
Untamed
Jump in
fan.
for a second.
Show me where those strings are that you kept talking about earlier.
Bro, show me an atom.
He used
Have you ever
gravity
seen an
to
atom?
An electron.
I actually
He used
Have you ever
gravity
seen an
to
atom? Have you ever
find a
seen an
light in
atom
the
in your life?
sky. A light.
have in
Or a
orbit
quasar or a
have to be
quark.
corrected by about 35
I have something
microseconds
beautiful.
per day to account for dilation from being in orbit. So I just found that information for you. I put a link.
According to the story, yep.
We physically have to do that. If you don't want to believe that they adjust
Who
those
does?
satellites, then that's up to you.
Well,
but
you don't do it, and
that's
I don't do it.
If you don't want to believe in
Story
God,
that you're
if you don't want to
reading
believe in
on
God,
Wikipedia.
Okay.
You don't build cars.
So,
I don't build cars. Do cars exist?
I'm in one. Yep.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
cars
But did you
exist.
build it?
Yeah.
Did you build the vehicle you're in?
Yes, I did.
I'm physically in it. I don't
Yeah,
need.
but did you build it? Did you build it? Do you know how it works?
I
Do
built
you
the
understand how
one
it's
I'm
structured?
in. Yes, I did.
Didn't build it. I can say to you that car doesn't exist.
I just sent you a video that shows how scientists freeze the light particle. So if you want to see a particle
I
for
am
yourself,
in the car. I am not, and you are not in the
doesn't matter.
satellite.
How do you know the transmission exists?
Let them argue.
How do you know?
Does Paris exist, F. Evangelist? Does the city of Paris exist?
Yes, it does.
Have you been there?
How do you know? Have
Yes,
you
I
been
have.
there?
Are you there right
let's,
now?
Let's pick Nairobi. Does Nairobi exist? Okay, it's easy.
Would
We
you
can
like to
pick
know
a city
where
you
else I've
haven't
been
been.
as well?
I love all the
Have you ever
ground-based
been-
observations.
Evangelist,
I tell you what,
Based
Ozzy, I tell you what, I
observations.
can go to Flight
Like,
Centre
does Paris
outside of COVID.
exist?
I
Does a
can book a
car
ticket to
exist?
Nairobi. I
And then they
can't
want to
book a
go
ticket
to
to the
like,
ISS.
does space-time exist? I mean,
Yeah,
Hey,
you
come
can go
on,
to
guys.
cities, speak to people.
Have you ever been
Really
to Erie,
ridiculous.
Pennsylvania?
Sorry,
You ever been to Erie, Pennsylvania?
can we just?
Evangelist, have you ever been
Sorry,
to
go ahead.
Erie, Pennsylvania? Have you ever been to Erie, Pennsylvania?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, it's not real then.
But you can
No,
get to
but
the
obviously I
ISS.
can go to Flight Centre and I can book a flight to New York and I can go and hire a car and I can drive to Erie, Pennsylvania, and I'm pretty sure it'll be there. Either that or it doesn't exist, and then when I get there, it won't be there because you've made it up. However,
Okay.
I can't go
Did you
to
know
a
you could
satellite.
book a flight?
Shush! Can you just shush and let someone finish? I can't go to a satellite, and I can't go to the ISS, and I can't go to the moon. I can't even get in a hot air balloon and go up 100,000 feet.
You can go to the ISS. You can go to the ISS.
Oh my God! Yeah, okay.
You can get a flight to the ISS.
Hey,
People have done it.
I also can't go to the bottom of the ocean. I can't go inside of a volcano. I can't go in the middle of the eye of a storm when it's all the way up in the atmosphere. There's a
So
billion.
how do you know what the Earth's
If you
made of
think that's a
then?
genuine equivalence, then I don't even want to discuss it.
Right,
The bottom of the
molten-
ocean.
The point
You
being
can,
made is
hey, listen.
because you
I can
haven't
get you
physically
to the
been
bottom of the
to
Mariana Trench,
it doesn't
tie a
exist.
big block of concrete to your leg, and jump off of a ship. That will get you there.
Have you done it? Have you done it?
What is it?
Put you on a
No,
mission
I haven't
and
done
fly
it,
you up to a
but I'd like
satellite.
you to
That'll
try.
get you.
I don't think
You
there's a
can't do it.
bottom. I don't think the ocean has a bottom. I think
so
we're
either.
You
floating
could
on
be
water.
right there.
Must not be a
I
bottom.
think we float on water.
You've never seen it yourself? You can't
No,
verify.
it's a molten iron core. Remember that. Always remember that.
Hey, Evangelist, the problem is it's a very childish way to look at the world if you say to yourself, if I haven't physically seen it, it doesn't exist. Because what you're
Right.
saying is that you can't have knowledge without having personally verified it yourself. And unfortunately,
what's
that's not a
more-
very
okay, so
good
go on.
way. That's not a very good way to understand our existence.
Let me
Yeah,
respond
it's
in
childish.
a
It's
non-childish
childish to
way.
believe in
What's
Santa if
childish?
you haven't seen him.
Does a child believe in Santa Claus, or is that more childish than believing in a rock in his hand that he's touching? Or should he? You talk about childishness. The child believes in Santa Claus because somebody allegedly trustworthy told him that Santa Claus existed. So please don't bring adulthood and childhood into it because it doesn't wash.
And you think the Earth is
Good
flat
point.
because someone you trusted told you
Of
that
course
it
it
was
does
so.
wash.
End of story. End of story.
Sorry.
I said you think the Earth is flat because somebody you trusted told you it was so. End of story.
No, because I'll go across. I can go across the ocean 40 miles from where I am and look back, and I can see my city, which should
Can you?
be hidden behind
Go
curvature.
do it.
Yes, I
Go
can.
take a picture of
I've
go
done
take a
it.
picture of your city from 40 miles away. Hey, can you do it every day of the week?
Well, I haven't. It's a two
You
and a
only
half
have to
hour
do it
drive
once.
from where I live, so I don't know if I can do it every day of the week.
If he did it once, that would be enough.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't because we have refraction to account for data.
Okay,
Refraction, refraction,
Let me
yeah,
explain
God.
this.
Yes, here I'm going to send you a picture of refraction so you can shut your mouth about it. Okay, here we go.
Okay, cool. So refraction. So how many globe do you have, sir?
You're going to send me a
Including
picture.
refraction.
It's not going to be a picture of refraction. It's
It's
just
a
going to be a
picture-
picture that you're going to tell me has refraction. And I'm going to say, no, that's just a
It's a-
picture.
listen,
You're going to say, no, the light is
but-
bending.
I'm going to show it to you.
And I'm going to ask you, does light bend like a rubber hose? Does light bend like a rubber hose or a steel bar?
I'm going to show it to you. Okay.
You're going to show me a picture.
Show it to you.
I am. I'm going to show it to you.
Right the hand. We're getting back, and we're getting back.
You'll understand. You'll understand why I'm talking
the
this way
particle
when you
wave
see it.
right here.
You'll see it when you. You'll
How
understand.
does light bend, right? How does light bend?
Evangelist, I know we don't always see eye to eye, but it's been a pleasure. Based on pleasure. Paige, SE,
We'll do it again sometime.
was
No doubt.
you guys take care. Karen, it's always interesting whenever you're in the chat. But I hope you take care, mate, and stay safe in COVID times.
So I just want to point out that the reason I acted that way is because the picture I'm showing you is just a pencil in a glass of water. Tell me what's happening to that if it's not refraction.
There's not refraction.
That's exactly what that is. That's refraction.
No, it's not. It's a pencil in water. It's a pencil in water.
And it's changing the apparent location of the bottom of the pencil. Refraction.
No, it's a pencil looking in water.
Mm-hmm. And that's refraction.
You're not bending light.
It's a
you're not bending light.
from observation.
So
yeah, you're looking at a pencil in water. You're not looking at bent light. No. Do you see bent light? No, don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question. Do you see bent light in that picture?
No, I am asking you a question. Why does the bottom of the pencil appear in a different location?
If you're asking me a question, you're uninformed, and I become a teacher. So
you're saying
you asked me a question. You asked me a question. Please, you asked me a question. Let me answer it. So you don't know why it's happening. Okay, so that's why you're asking me a question. So I'm going to tell you. No, you don't know. If you knew, you wouldn't be asking. So you're asking me because you lack knowledge. So you're saying, I see this happening. Why does it happen? Now listen, you're not seeing bent light. So if you think you're seeing bent light in that picture, you're wrong. Don't ask me questions. Just listen. Listen. You're not seeing bent light. Because if you could see bent light, I would say point to the bent light. You're seeing water, you're seeing a cup, and you're seeing a pencil. So don't bring in bent light when you only saw water, a cup, and a pencil.
Yeah. Look at that picture. Did you look at it?
Okay, where's the bent light?
What's happening to the bottom of that pencil?
Where's the bent light?
Where's the light?
What's happening to the bottom of that
light? Don't ask you. So all you can do is ask me a question.
No.
Because I want bent light. So there is no bent light. Okay, well, look, I don't care. You going why doesn't prove bent light.
You don't see light. You see the effects of it.
I didn't think that I would have to explain to you how the fuck vision works. Light enters your eye, reflects off of the object.
Maybe water bends pencils.
Which light are you using? Which one?
Maybe.
What light are you using?
Light is listen, guys.
Sunlight? Is it room light? Is it daylight? Is it electric light?
Listen. Light is reflecting off of the pencil into your eye. That's how you see it. Which means
don't just say it. You're just saying it. Don't just say no. Listen. Don't just say God. Don't just tell me God is bouncing. Don't just tell me God is bouncing around. Don't just say God is bouncing around. Don't just tell me your God is bouncing around. Show me him.
Prove those strings exist. Come on, show me it.
Prove this God is bouncing around, and that's why I see.
Didn't you just say that just because you don't see something doesn't mean it doesn't exist? Hold yourself to the standard you set for everyone else.
I'm not claiming it's real. Prove it. Prove it's there. Prove it's there.
Hold yourself to the same standard.
I'm not claiming that there's some magical thing bouncing off this
Can you see in darkness?
eyeballs.
Can you see in total darkness?
You see in direct line of sight. You see in direct line of sight.
But can you see in total darkness?
If you're asking a question you don't know,
can you see in total darkness?
Show me the photon, or you don't have a photon. Show me a photon. Okay, good.
I'll answer for you.
You're not going to prove a photon, though.
You can't see in total darkness.
Okay, did you prove a photon? Okay, but did you prove a photon?
It's a particle.
Did you prove a photon?
I did.
But did you prove a photon?
I sent you a video of scientists.
Okay, so what does it look like? What? I don't care about a video. Where in reality can I go and see a photon?
And we have to change the subject. You can't accept the evidence.
No. You're telling me that you're telling me a photon.
So you're telling me that light is not.
No, listen. You're interrupting. No. This is what you're saying. You made a claim. You said you listen. You made a claim. You said you see because a photon bounces off the object and then hits my eye. Now I'm saying, prove that.
So you're saying light's not how we see?
And now you're going to ask me a question. So you have no fucking idea what you're saying, and you're just repeating what you've been told. So can you demonstrate that we see the?
Yes, I can. Can you see total darkness?
Okay, no. Okay, hang on. No. Don't ask me questions. Okay, so if you're going to prove that, listen. If you listen to me, you're triggered right now. So I'm gonna leave it. So if you can't demonstrate, okay, you're triggered. You're triggered because you're not listening. If you can't demonstrate the photon, okay, you don't have it. So asking me why can't I see when it's dark doesn't prove that the photon is why you can see when it's light. Because I can say God is light is your connection to God. Now, when you don't have that connection to God, you can't see. Now you'll go, hang on, no, it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. Because I could go, can you see when it's dark? And you would go, no. And I'll go, yeah, that's because you don't have the connection to God from light. And you would go, no.
Here's the beauty of scientific discovery, though, is that after you make a hypothesis and test for it, you then start to control.
No, hypothesis is it. We went over this. Bro, we went over this. Okay. Yes, we went over this when a hypothesis is a guess. A hypothesis is a guess, and a guess does not give you any empirical information on reality. Do you remember us having this conversation?
Do you guys see the picture that was shared? Do you see that?
No, okay. Yeah, this guy's just going to
bit more than a guess, though.
What's up? Was?
A hypothesis is a bit more than just a guess. I think calling it just a guess is probably oversimplifying it.
Mm-hmm. No, you know what happens? Hang on, but listen, but Untamed, let me.
Can you get? Hold on, no. Here's my point. Can you get new information? No, we did. I made this point already, and it was a great one, and you just ignored it. You're going to tell me that you can get new information about reality without observing reality by making a hypothesis, and I'm saying that's ridiculous.
No, that's not how that works. You make a hypothesis.
I'm not saying that.
You make a hypothesis.
You two can argue it out.
Your question. No. I'm not arguing with someone else. I'm arguing with you. I'm answering your question. I said the way that the scientific method works with hypothesis is that you have to test it to see if the hypothesis holds true. But that's not enough to just test it in one scenario. You have to test it with specific controls to make sure that there aren't other variables playing a factor, to make sure that your hypothesis is correct and that it's singling out the right thing. So when you say, if you said to me, hey, I predict that if I turn off the light, you won't be able to see because you'll lose your connection to God. And then you turn the light off and I can't see, I have to say, okay, your prediction was right. Interesting. Then you have to find a way, I'm not telling you how, but now you have to find a way to control for that to make sure it's not the connection, to make sure that it is the connection to God. You got to find a way to remove that equation and then do the hypothesis in this scenario in the testing again. And you keep doing this until you have no way of seeing it.
I get you. Okay, so how do you do this? How do you do this with the photon?
You can get information.
How do you get information about the
photon from a hypothesis? Then you just need to confirm that the hypothesis is correct.
Okay, if you need to confirm it, if you need to confirm it, you didn't get any information that was worth anything.
Well, it is.
That's right. Initially, it was.
No, it's not.
It was an observation.
If you have
initially, it was a hypothesis.
It wasn't an observation. It's a guess.
An observation.
Okay.
Right there. Well, I have a question.
It's an educated guess.
Right there.
It's not just a guess. I think, like I said, I think you're oversimplifying it.
My question might answer this. My question might answer that. Just saying. Right hand. Does light travel forever?
No, I don't think light is something that. I don't think light is separate from matter. I think the only thing that exists in this world is matter.
Light is matter.
The vibration. No, light is energy in your model, dude.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Light is not energy in my model. Light is the result of energy. Light is the result of changing energy states. Light itself is
a
not
result. I'm on mute.
Well, come on, energy, man. Come on, bro. What is energy?
I'm not able to counter. I'm not able to counter the argument, so I'm on mute. Good job, bud. Appreciate it.
Okay,
yeah, quick question. My question is, does light travel?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay, and how do you mathematically prove this? Can you show this?
Sensor delay. He's gonna give you sensor delay.
I certainly can, but it requires you to accept the existence of space, which is something you don't accept. So it's a little bit where we fall into a disconnect, don't you think?
So how come when I look up at night, the whole stars are light travel, like everything should be lit up?
breaking in and out.
Inverse square law of light, all that.
Everything would only be lit up if everything would only be lit up if space was infinite and the amount of matter in it was also infinite. But it's not, and so the entire night sky is not lit up.
Now space is not infinite?
Space has never been infinite. I've never said it was. No model of the universe says that space is infinite.
So does light travel? Let's say, let me rephrase. Does sunlight travel?
Of course, all light travels.
Okay, cool.
And it takes, by the way, it takes 8 minutes for the light from the sun to get to us. So just throwing that out there.
Awesome. So earlier today, Ranty showed us a lightning, right? How have you ever heard like how much degrees a lightning bolt is?
Like how hot it is?
Yeah, hot
Very
compared
hot.
to the sun.
It's
like
plasma.
5 times hotter than the sun, right? You've heard that?
I have not heard that, but it might be, sure.
Okay, well, look it up.
50,000 degrees lightning is?
Yeah.
The sun is 5,778 Kelvin.
Okay. A lightning bolt is considered to be, at point of contact, 5 times hotter than the sun, right?
The sun is 9,940 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, sorry, this guy's gone. But do other people follow me here? So when a lightning bolt strikes, it gives off light, right? It lights up everything, almost like daylight, pretty much. Except it's blue light. It is blue.
Yeah. So just to clarify, lightning is about 5 times hotter than the sun.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, cool. So Ranty was showing
surface of the sun here.
Ranty was showing earlier on his channel, lightning strikes in New England or England, and but they weren't. But the light didn't travel and light up everything, even though it's 5 times hotter, 5 times more strong than the sun. It didn't light up all of the continent of England, right?
Hotter and brighter aren't the same thing.
Okay, so you tell me.
I just said heat
What's
and
the
brightness
difference?
are 2 separate things.
What's the difference?
One's hot, one's brightness. It's in
Okay, so what's the sun?
The answer is in your question.
Well, mate, you can have a matchstick which is hotter than a flashlight.
So what is the sun?
Flashlight will give off more light.
The comparable for a lightning bolt is compared to the sun. It's 5 times hotter than the sun.
The heat
you confirm that.
It's talking about the heat, not the brightness.
Okay. Okay. So where's the heat come from? From the sun.
It's also important to note that light can only propagate if nothing is absorbing it. And so when you have light traveling through space and there's nothing to absorb it, it can propagate forever. But if it has things to absorb it, like the atmosphere of Earth, the objects that it has to pass through, then it can't travel forever. So if you have a lightning bolt, to answer your question why it's not going to light up the entire Earth, first off, it has nothing to do with how hot it is, but it's because light doesn't propagate forever unless there's nothing to absorb it.
5 times hotter than.
Right, but
again, are there magnetic properties involved with the lightning bolt? Are there magnetic properties involved with the lightning bolt? Would you say?
We don't actually fully understand lightning bolts. Did you know that?
I'm asking you.
Science doesn't understand lightning completely, but from what I understand, there is a negative.
Science doesn't understand anything completely. They don't know how gravity works completely. They don't know how magnet works. The only thing they really know is what they see.
Or light.
This is what you don't understand, man.
Right, but it is what I
know the effects.
It is what I understand.
Are you asking why a lightning bolt doesn't light up the whole country that it hits? Because you think it should be as bright as the sun?
Does light?
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Can you just clarify if that's what you're asking?
The original question was, does light travel forever? Right?
I'll be back.
Initial question. One of your guys said
I didn't hear you ask that question.
Okay. Does light travel forever? I'll ask it again. Okay.
Don't know, mate. What's forever?
Well,
how can you
in
know
your
that?
light
How
terms,
can you know
whatever light terms you want. Light travel forever.
Well, I don't think you can know that.
So you don't know? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if it can ever be known if light will travel forever, because you don't know what forever is.
Awesome.
Which therefore answers the question. Nobody can know.
Okay, cool. Does light have a speed?
Well, hang on.
Does
That's
light
me
have-
saying. Hang on. That's me saying that, and I don't profess to be extremely knowledgeable in these facts. So, what answers have you heard prior to this asking me this question?
I won't hold it against you. Does light have a speed?
Well, that's been measured. So, yeah, about 300,000 kilometers a second.
Okay, so it travels. So it does travel.
Well,
Distance,
that
then-
implies that it travels.
Yeah.
Of course, you can't have speed without distance, can you?
Distance
Or have
over
you got some way of
time
doing
equals
that?
speed. You have a light speed, right? Right.
It's pretty much the way it's done nowadays, I suppose.
Okay, cool. So back to the guy there.
So, what are you asking about lightning? I'm still not clear on what you're actually asking about lightning.
Yeah. My question about lightning is, or even daylight.
Yeah.
How come lightning doesn't light up the whole hemisphere of the earth that it's on when it's known to be 5 times hotter and more sharp than the surface of the sun, right? Just a more bright light. The brightest light you can find is,
That question.
Okay?
That question.
How come it?
Really,
How come there's you can it diminishes out into the distance? Why is that?
you realise that heat isn't bright, right? When you say it's hotter than the sun, surface of the sun,
Much more
you
powerful
are
than
you
the
going to cut
sun.
me
It's
off again?
5
Okay.
times powerful.
Okay, I'll try and answer you, but you cut me off when you think you're not wanting to hear me anymore.
But just keep in mind that
Just
it's
just
5
like
times
that, just like that.
powerful than the sun. Okay.
So I'm trying to tell you, mate. They're not related.
Okay, why?
What?
I said okay, why? Why not related?
Well, how much? If you take a matchstick and you strike it in a massive warehouse,
Okay, now
it
you're
won't
talking
light up
about
the whole
unrelatable
warehouse.
things.
Hang
Now
on.
you're talking about
fuck's sake.
unrelatable things. You're talking
Forget
about
it, mate. I can't be
matchstick
fucked talking to you.
versus
No,
a
look,
lightning
mate,
strike and the
mate,
sun.
I'm trying to
We're
talk to
talking
you,
about
and you keep
lightning
talking
strikes
over me.
and
So
the sun.
fuck
We're
off.
talking about arc. We're talking about arc and the arc of the sun. Which one?
All
Which
right.
one do you?
I'm just going to say this one more time.
Don't
Fuck
say some
off.
stupid matchstick bullshit. Get out of here.
Yeah, look, you don't want to listen to me, so just fuck off. If you're not
Get
going to
the
have a
fuck
proper
out of here.
conversation,
Get out of here.
if
Get
you're
out
not
of
going to have a proper conversation,
Talk
there's
about
no point,
a
right?
lightning bolt.
All right? You're not
or
having a proper
sun.
conversation.
Either one. Either one.
I'm trying to draw a comparison for you. You don't want to listen to me.
Your
Forget
comparison. Your comparison is bullshit. You know it.
Your questions, mate, your question's bullshit. Do you understand? Your question is all fucked up. It's all asked about and it's
No, it's not.
incredulous.
It's equal and opposite.
Your question's fucked.
Okay,
and you want me to answer.
Okay, hold on. What is a lightning bolt? Let me ask you that. Let's go back. Let's go all the way back.
Bright it is.
Let's go all the way back to you fucking little kindergartners. What is a lightning bolt? Tell me that.
Piss off, mate. I had enough of you.
There we go. It's this thing that lights up the whole fucking ground around me, right? When it hits me. and it lights it up.
Is there anyone else here
clear.
that's willing to have a decent conversation?
So clear. I could take a picture of it. Right.
He just wants to monologue. This guy. It's amusing.
Okay.
It's fucking annoying.
What's the temperature of the sun versus lightning got to do with how bright it is? I'm failing to see the connection.
This is what I'm trying to fucking hell. This is what I'm trying to get through this thick
Temperature,
skull.
you measure temperature in degrees, Celsius or Fahrenheit or Kelvin, however you want.
I'll tell you what the difference is. I'll tell you what the difference is.
It's going to cut you off
I don't
too,
need
man.
your explanation. I don't need it. I'll tell you what the difference is.
Well, then
what?
you need to
I'll tell you why it doesn't work.
What causes?
What causes
hey, Face,
the
here's your
lightning
answer. It's
bolt?
because the world is flat and everyone is lying to us.
No.
There you go. That's the answer you want. There you go. Shove it up your ass and go for a ride on your bike.
What
let's
causes?
Just let him talk for 30 seconds and then I'll answer him. Okay, Face, away you go. And say over when you finish so that I can then respond.
What is the cause of lightning that lights up the earth and the ground in my periphery?
This guy.
Versus the sun. I can when the lightning bolt strikes around me, I can see everything just clear as daylight. Right?
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yep.
So what's the difference?
So what you want to know is why does lightning light up the immediate area? That's your first question.
Well, I also asked, does light travel?
He doesn't know what he's
forever.
asking.
Okay. All right. Now, yeah, can I answer? Is it time for an answer? Can I answer?
Oh my God. You can try.
All right. Why does it light up the immediate area? Okay. I don't actually
Does
know.
light travel forever? That was my first
that's right.
question.
Now the next part. Okay.
Let's keep on point. Keep on point. Keep on point. Yeah.
The guy's stoned off his head, man. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Fuck, man. Seriously. Does light? Okay, and I'm going to answer your question. Does light travel forever? The simple answer, whether you like it or not, is nobody can tell you that. Nobody knows forever.
Okay.
Nobody can see beyond as far as you can see. So anybody who gives you an answer to that,
Even
doing
Einstein,
nothing.
even Einstein couldn't do that. Come on, man.
It's
just me and you. It's
What superpower
just
did
me and you.
Einstein have? What superpower did Einstein have in 1935 that we don't have today?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
What's forever? What's forever? Define
Does
forever.
light travel forever?
You know, I think the furthest we can see is about 93 billion miles. Don't quote me on that, but it's somewhere around there.
Allegedly.
It's around somewhere. It's somewhere around there.
Oh my God, your boy.
You're right. Hang on, you're right. It is alleged, but it's alleged by people who know this stuff, right?
Allegedly.
So unless you know better, that allegedly stands up.
What's the furthest object you've seen? Like that you know how you've personally went from where you are to there to know how far it is. What's the furthest object you've seen away from you?
Probably something on the horizon, or something that's refracted above the horizon.
Okay, so I regularly drive somewhere as part of my work, and from a certain spot on the road, I can see a solar power tower at a tomato farm, which is, I've measured it by the road, is about 55 kilometers. So I can see it because the sun reflects off it. I can see it, and then I drive to it. That's about the farthest I can see on a road. But the tower's 200 feet tall. But
no, I'm just saying ever in your life. Ever in your life, what was the furthest thing? Like, even if you were in an airplane and you're like, oh, from we're up in the top of the
probably a mountain range, mate.
Chicago, from
probably a mountain range.
So maybe 300 miles, 400 miles.
Yeah, I was going to
Yet you're going to say you
probably something like that.
Let's use that. Okay, so if we use that as the basis of how far we can see, because that's the furthest thing we see, if somebody's like, yo, I think we can see 93 billion miles, I'm going to be like,
I love it.
Yeah, but
I don't think so. The furthest thing we saw was 200. Maybe.
You're looking a different way. It's not.
I'm just trying to put it into perspective. Look, I'm not going to change your mind.
It's not a
Yeah,
perspective
just
that
put it
holds
into
true because you're talking about two completely different scenarios. I mean, you're trying to compare them and use one as an analogy to another, which is kind of false and incredulous in a way. Because it's
right,
because
yeah.
like I said before, even though these distances are alleged, these distances are alleged by people that have studied and know these things. Unless you know better and you can allege something else, you should go and work it out.
Calms down. Once he calms down, relaxes. I have a good
Was
question.
loves it.
Is every single light like the same as every single other light, or do you have different light for the sun? I have different light for lightning strikes.
So, yeah, for
like,
me,
is light
me,
the same, or what are you guys doing over here?
So, like, to me, laser and sunlight is they're both fundamentally mechanically the same because it's, I believe, the ropes. But as far as like their how they work and their effects, no, they're not the same. So a laser will behave different, right? A laser will behave different than sunlight. Sunlight will behave different than like firelight.
What about arc welding? Right?
Yeah, no, I mean that's just bright as fuck, bro.
You know exactly.
You can get sunburn from welding.
These guys have no explanation. You
can get sunburn from welding. You can get sunburnt from welding, but you don't get sunburnt from a light bulb. Standard.
Heat and brightness have a relationship. You know what I mean? Like, to say that heat and brightness don't have a relationship, to say that heat and brightness don't have a relationship, I think is dishonest.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think anyone said that.
Okay, well, that's why he's saying his. That's why he's trying to make a point with this lightning bolt. He's saying, look,
they have
heat and brightness.
They have a relationship, but it's not the same at every scale. Do you get that? I don't know how. I don't know the actual formula
it's not the same scale.
How you go about working out the relationship between brightness and heat, but I'm sure there is one somewhere that you could use to work it out. So if you wanted to really get a proper answer, because I'm not a scientist,
I think it might be.
I'm not even university graduated or anything like that. But if you do want to know these answers,
quite a bit of light.
there are ways you can educate yourself and learn these things.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I work with a lot of plants. I grow a lot of plants. I use a lot of lights. I know my brightest lights are my hottest lights.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I'll tell you what. I'll tell you that. So like, and then when you look at like just so the sun. Okay, it's got a very
how come I can
range.
How come I can put my hand on a halogen light bulb, but I can't on a candle for the same amount of time?
Yeah, like that's different.
Because there's a relationship between brightness and heat,
convection,
depending on its source, etc.
Well, but hold on, time out. Also, you're not touching the direct filament. When you touch a light bulb, you're touching the glass surrounding it. I bet
you can put some
filament inside will melt. I bet that filament inside will melt your fingers like that fire will.
Those old.
Yes, you're
the old glass
convection
and
the
old glass lanterns that they used to have before electricity that had a glass around the wick. Same deal, mate. Same deal. You couldn't put your hand on that glass.
We know that.
For the same amount of time that you can put your hand on a smaller halogen globe, which would give off more light than
we're not
one of
talking
those
about
lanterns.
We're talking about
there are things that
we're talking about
that go deeper than what you see.
My question was,
you guys are still talking about the same thing.
Does the speed of light, or does light diminish? Does the speed of light off? Does it diminish or not?
Yeah, will it like come to a rolling stop? Like, is light like a thing that if you shot it out and you had this infinite space, will it eventually just roll and will it just stay on the floor and you can go pick it up?
I answered this question already. Light propagates forever unless something absorbs it.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
so a lightning bolt.
Would it absorb? Will it get absorbed down to 1 mile per hour, right, to where you can grab it?
It doesn't slow down.
Catch it in a bucket.
Look, I want to fucking catch this thing in a Pokeball. What do I got to do?
Look, you're asking these questions that kind of probably require that you understand light a bit better. I don't think you understand light enough to be asking these questions.
How would you know if I understood light? If I didn't,
because of the type of questions you're asking, it doesn't seem like you really.
Okay, so if I didn't
looked
question
into
it, so if I asked no, if I just accepted and asked no questions, right? Then I would
Then you would understand it.
It's not so much the question. I take that back. It's the way you're asking them.
It's the type of question you're asking. It's not that you're asking questions. That's ridiculous. That you're acting. Not every question. Listen, that'd be like me saying, okay, so how loud does a dog meow? You're gonna say, wait a minute, dogs don't meow. Oh, great.
Bro, come on, this out of here. You're telling me. You're
So
telling me
I don't understand enough about dogs. Then
if it's a particle, it's like a bullet. A bullet's like a particle. So if you shoot a bullet will stop. If you shoot a light particle, it should come to a rolling stop.
Bullets only stop if they're affected by friction. Bullets will
not. Shouldn't friction affect light? If it's
right there, my initial question was how far does it travel?
You're right. It does affect light. Hence why that picture was shown with the dude's head sticking out of the water in a different location. That's called refraction. Thank you. Welcome to Globe Earth.
No, okay. So refraction is the speed of light. Is that what you're gonna tell me?
Refraction is the speed of light changing.
I'm not gonna believe that.
Okay, when it comes out the other side of the glass, does it speed back up again?
Yes. Light is a constant.
But where does it get the energy from?
Wait, hold on. Which
light
glass
is
are you talking
propagating.
about?
Doesn't need energy.
Which glass are you talking about?
Wait, you can have motion without energy? Did you discover something?
Light is propagating. Light is propagating.
So it speeds
Isn't propagation motion?
It's propagation. Here we go.
But do you understand what propagation is?
Are you talking about like a cutting? Like if I propagate my tomato
current of waves.
Exactly. It's like me asking, how loud does a dog meow, right? You don't understand enough about it, so you're asking.
Well, yeah, but you said it. You were the one that told me light propagates, and then when I asked about it, you go, "Come on, that's such a stupid question." I'm going, "Yeah, but based on what you said."
How blue is Clifford the Red Dog? How blue is he? Oh wait, he's not.
If you're going to say that if you're going to say that light propagates, that means that it's moving.
But
if it's moving, then eventually it can slow down to the point where
do you understand this? Do you understand
it'll take energy to move it.
How far does light travel? How far does light travel?
We already said that light travels forever unless it's absorbed. And no, it doesn't slow down when it's absorbed necessarily. It depends on the medium it's absorbed.
Okay, so how does it get absorbed if it doesn't slow down? So what is happening when you say it gets absorbed? What is happening to it? Is there
physical object? Physical objects absorb light.
I thought it bounced off them.
Only some of it bounces off, not all of it. That's why light gets dimmer every time it bounces off something. Inverse square law.
Okay, so when it gets absorbed, where does it go? Do I eat it? Do I sniff it? Where am I putting this in my body?
When you eat a pizza, does it absorb, or are you eating it?
Bro,
Pizza
see, like
again.
When I eat a pizza, that's chemical
How loud does a
utilization
dog
of
meow?
matter.
Again, here we are again.
No. Oh, okay, but listen. When I say energy, right, I define energy as the chemical utilization of matter, right? So when I eat a pizza, I can run around with what you call energy. Well, but you define it as the ability to do work, right? What did I? So you're telling me
he
that the
defined it as the ability of light to do work. How far?
So pizza has light in it? How much light is in my pizza that it can give me ability to do work? Come on, this is why definitions are important.
I don't think you understand. So when you eat pizza, it provides energy for your body, which is in the form of pizza. It's potential energy.
It provides chemicals, which my body breaks down and uses.
You know what?
There's not an energy bar. Hold on. There's not an energy bar on a pizza. It's not like I'm in a video game. It's like this pizza contains 55 energy points. No, that's not how it works.
Hey, if energy doesn't exist, what is fire made of?
Okay, fire is the air. You're burning the air around it. That's why if you pull the.
What exactly is fire?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's fire.
It's absorbing
fire.
It's not the air. It's absorbing air.
So
what is it?
Again, you asked me. You're
how he
asking me, and then I'm telling you,
and he won't.
And then tells me that I'm wrong. Yeah. So when you say what is fire, Like, I don't live in your world where you have atoms and all this. I live in a different world, okay? So in my world, right, I have this string theory. Now, air is like a fluid, and it has these strings that make connections. So when you vibrate these strings at a certain frequency, you can get them to glow, get this glowing effect. Depending on the frequency that you vibrate them on, the amount of quote-unquote energy, which is actually just motion, the amount of motion that you can put into this thing to get it to vibrate, you can get it.
How loud does a dog meow?
Okay, but the,
How far does
light
travel?
Let me just say this. If you have these
travel?
strings, if you have the fire and it's made of strings and they're rubbing against each other, that'll create friction, which will create heat. So there's your mechanism. So now you're trying to follow what is
create
fire.
heat? Why does friction create heat?
Have you seen
man,
these
you
strings?
can have, okay, here's the thing. I can, if you really want to know why, I know you're not going to like it, but I think all of these whys come down to God created a system that kind of has these applications. So like, if there was no friction, you couldn't rub your hands up to warm yourself, right? So there needs to be these things by design, because without them, if there wasn't, you're like, why is there a down? I agree with the down. There is a down, because without a down, could you imagine how crazy it would be to walk around? Like, how would you even walk around? If things weren't oriented the way they were, the world would be chaos. It just wouldn't work. So it was like it was step-by-step designed, right? So you're like, okay, they need a foundation to walk on. Let's build a foundation. Okay, they're going to need a substance to move around in. Here's the substance, and it just goes like that. So when you say why does it do this? Why do we have heat? We have heat because you got to go keep warm, or else you wouldn't know what cold is. You wouldn't have this barometer.
Why does lightning strike the ground,
strings.
right? Lightning strikes the ground. Why? Yeah, there's a big reason. Because ground
I think because it's connected. Yes, it's connected to the ground.
Ground is everything.
That makes sense. Now, if you picture these ropes, doesn't lightning look like string, like a rope connection? Granted, yeah, it kind of goes off into these crackly things, but it looks like it's following. It could be a knot. Where there's a knot, it'll make like a left turn or something. So yeah, there's a mechanism, I think, for how this stuff works.
Where have you seen these strings?
Wherever, same place you saw an atom. It's just an idea to try and describe what we see.
Right.
You've never seen an atom, have you?
You've never seen these strings.
No.
Okay.
But to me, a string
I
could.
think his point is that he just has a different way of thinking.
Place, mate. We're in the same place.
And also, well, yeah, no, it's a little different because a string can make a pull, right? So a string you can push and pull. So in my world, I can explain push and pull, right? In your world, you can't explain a pull. Well, my explanations are, I can explain a pull, you can't explain a pull, because your world is only pushing off atoms. So that's why everything, when you suck on a straw, when you pull a vacuum, it has to be pushing. It's all pushing out, it's pushing. You don't have the pull. For me, a vacuum is a pulling. It's a twisting of this fabric out. That's why you can never get all of it out of a vacuum, because it's like trying to twist a rope out of something it's attached to the side of, and it's elastic. And as you twist and twist and twist, and then when you stop twisting and let it go, it snaps back in. To me, that makes sense.
And that's what a theory
is. Yeah, you're right. And theories aren't facts.
Exactly,
so
like
your
the theory of
your theories aren't facts either. Yeah, exactly. So if my theories aren't facts, yours aren't either.
Well, there's more supporting it one over the other, right?
I mean, I think I have more support.
Can you show this? What's the support? Theory of gravity. The theory of gravity. Can you support? Which expert do you want? Which one? It's all a theory. Gravity is a theory. Class. Space.
Okay. Hey, is my microphone working?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Okay, but it wasn't a minute ago.
Okay.
Okay. Nobody heard me yelling, "Hey, is my microphone working?"
If you're using your phone and you're on the app, you might need to update.
No, I'm on a computer. I'm on a computer. I just had to exit and enter the chat again.
Yeah, that happens. That's been happening quite a bit. So if everything goes dead when a conversation, most likely you just got booted.
So
Yeah, I've had to reconnect about 5 times.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say and not being heard is that nothing is a fact. That's one of the beauties of being in science, is that you are never 100% sure of anything. You're always rejudging reality based on the evidence and where it's pointing. So this is why it comes back to special relativity for me every single time, which is why it's one of the most.
Let me ask you one question on that. One question.
Sure.
When you say you can't be 100% sure of anything,
Ever.
Are you 100% sure of that? Yeah, are you 100% sure of that?
That's a semantical argument.
No. It's a paradox that you're trying to create. No.
It's a paradox that you're trying to create.
You created it. You created it when you said you're 100. When you said you can be 100% sure that you cannot know anything 100%, you created the paradox.
No. You're trying to recognize a paradox where there is one. It's like asking the argument of the actual paradox between the tortoise and the hare, and how you can technically split spatial time or space into infinite increments, and so the turtle should never ever be passed by the hare. But in reality, this is an argument it only happens because of our semantic understanding of the situation, not because of what's
Right the hand. Is this guy gonna try to tell me that he's 100% unsure, and then double down and say he's 100% sure?
Listen
about
exactly. That's exactly
what I'd like to know is
right
if they can't be 100% sure about anything, why do they come into the flat Earth debates and call us morons for giving a different explanation when they're admitting they don't know anything 100%?
What do you understand?
So why is us having a different explanation so moronic when we can just say, well, you don't know 100%, so...
It's a case of how close to the 100% you can be.
Right, exactly. Paige, it's not having a different explanation that's the problem. Just like it's not asking questions that's the problem. But if I ask questions like, how loud does a dog meow, then that's a stupid, nonsensical question because it doesn't actually apply to anything in reality. No, hang on, let me finish.
Yes, and our point is we're trying to show you that we've found so many contradictions and so many assumptions and, you guys want to talk, you guys want to argue about what happens, to light at a black hole or whatever. We're trying to bring you right back to the beginning. See, you won't even let me finish one sentence.
You won't listen, Paige.
I've been listening to you guys for hours, and I literally just wanted to say one thing to you, and you cannot stop and just try and see something from a different perspective.
Okay, so keep going.
Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, that was it.
Let me put it this way. Sometimes you can have a light bulb moment when a totally different person who sees things, has a totally different life to you, explains something in a different way that you've never heard before. And I find that's what Right the Hand does really well. He will explain things in a way where people go, oh shit, yeah, I never thought about it like that. And I've heard, every time he's brought up a good point, I've heard it in your voice. You'll stop, but then you'll just start spurting out all this rubbish or say something nasty or ask him a question.
I haven't said anything nasty. What have I said nasty?
Well, facetious and, argumentative. You won't just listen and consider what he's saying. You don't understand. And
when Right the Hand makes the point that you consider to be a good point, and I have a counter argument to it, you're immediately going to see that counter argument as me just spitting out a bunch of rubbish.
But you don't have a counter argument. You'll say something like, "Well, tell me what that is then."
Do you know why? Ask him a question. Do you understand why I'm asking those questions, though? Do you understand what I'm doing? I'm asking the questions to demonstrate that there are holes in your logic and holes in your understanding and holes in your knowledge that shouldn't be there.
And he's trying to show you the same thing. There's holes in your logic and holes in your understanding. And because you don't know what you don't know, nobody knows what they don't know. So this community is just trying to point out to your side of the argument that, you know, there are holes in your logic and
We know there
things
are.
that just don't add up.
We know there are.
Exactly, Paige. Exactly, Paige. Like, Paige, does light travel forever? They cannot answer. They won't
I already
answer.
answered you. I said yes.
Nah,
It
I've
no,
travels
they
answered you,
won't.
mate.
forever.
You keep asking the
There's
question.
no way
but
for
you
them to
didn't
know
answer.
that.
Yes, yes, there is. There's
Yeah,
many
like,
ways.
don't you think it's
You
silly
don't live
when a
forever.
Christian, yeah, if a Christian says, "Oh, my God can know and do anything," right? And
Are you
then
Christian?
you're gonna sit. No, I use it as a reference, and then you're gonna tell me, well, humans could know that light can travel forever. I'm gonna be like, bro, are there things humans can't know? Right? Like, you have to
But
admit
again,
that there's some things we just
Yeah,
can't
we've got
know.
huge
you
egos.
guys,
We think we can know everything.
you guys
Hello.
are
Yeah,
bringing, you guys are bringing the
the
argument
ego is
back.
so big.
That's not
We had to build a
necessarily
universe to
right.
put it in.
You guys are bringing the argument back.
Yeah.
You guys are bringing the argument back to, if I can't personally see it, it must not be real, which is already contradictory to many of the things you've said tonight. So if you're
No,
going
it's
to
when you
live by
say
that
things
standard,
like forever.
if
You
you're
know, when
going
you say things like forever, we can know this happens forever. Well, no, you can't. That's just,
Let me
you
ask you a
just
question.
can't.
I got to bounce in a sec, guys. But Broman, I've been waiting to ask you this for a couple of hours. Earlier on, when I first heard you, you said you classify yourself as a Christian conservative. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. Okay, now just, and I'm not going to turn this. I'm not turning this into a religious discussion. I just need to clarify one thing. When you say Christian, Broman, do you mean the kind of Christian like, oh, I'm just a nice guy and I do unto others, and that's what I call a Christian, or do you classify yourself as a Bible believing, Word of God Christian? I just want to clear that up.
I consider myself a man of faith.
Okay, that's a different thing. A Hindu is a man of faith. You said you're a Christian, so I just want to know, like, what's your take on Scripture, on the Bible?
It's a very complicated question. I know you wanted to have an easy answer, but it's a very complicated question. Very complicated answer.
Do you think God wrote Scripture
No.
for man?
I think people wrote Scripture.
Okay, inspired by God. I understand humans wrote Scripture, but do you think it was inspired by God or not?
I'm gonna cut you off at the pass here, and I'm gonna say that I fully accept that my belief in God is not held to the same standard as my belief in science. I hold my science standards to a much higher degree of evidence and ability to prove. And my faith, I keep completely separate, which is why I called it faith. Yeah,
Cool.
it is
No,
faith.
no, that clears it up. Cool. No worries. Thanks. Anyway, guys, I've got to bounce. It's been fun. We'll probably do it again soon.
Yeah. So do you think the Bible's true? Like, do you believe what the Bible says?
Again, what I believe about the Bible is I approach the Bible wholly separately than I approach science, which a lot of people who are scientifically minded would argue is nonsensical, but I don't care what they say.
Why do you have two different standards? Why does science have one standard?
I mean, you do realize that the Bible says Earth's
Because
flat.
the relationship with God is a personal relationship, and no, the Bible does not
And
say
not
that
moving.
it's flat. It also mentions the four corners of the earth. Is the earth square?
Yeah, you can
No, I think the
draw
Earth
a
is a
cross
circle.
on a circle and have four corners in the middle.
The earth, you don't have corners in a circle, not corners.
I think it's
in the middle.
a circle sitting in
the middle.
It's like in a board.
Oh, that's
It's a circle depression.
Anytime the
Have you
Bible
ever read the book of
It's not
Enoch?
moving.
Anytime the Bible refers to the four corners of the earth, it's talking about spread all over the planet. So you can't say it's the middle. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I think there's actual corners. Have you read the book of Enoch?
Yeah, it's probably sitting on top of something square. Yeah. But I'm
Yeah,
just saying
that's
you
what I
can
think.
put
I think it's like
four corners
it's a
onto a
circle and a
circle by
table.
drawing a cross on it.
Am I to conclude that both of you are Bible-believing Christians?
Nope.
No, I don't really. I don't really.
So then I don't use my faith to make my arguments in science any more than I use my faith to make my arguments in politics. I make my arguments in politics and science based on a human level of logic and reasoning, and I leave my relationship with God between me and God.
Okay, but remember, a lot of religious people will say that they use logic and reason to come to their conclusions in their religion. This is why I'm trying to tell you that science, whenever you come to a conclusion, well, I mean, you did. You did say you come
I
to
didn't say
conclusions
that I come to
using
those
science.
conclusions with my religion. I said with science, not
Okay,
with my
but
religion.
what I'm saying is if you think science is non-religious because you come to conclusions based on evidence, I'm going to tell you there is a whole... Didn't you say that science is different than faith because science is based on evidence which you were basing your conclusions on, the logic and evidence that you were basing your conclusions on?
I delineated because when I'm talking about science, I'm talking about an effort to understand the physical world around us. I cannot see God. I can't shake his hand. I can't high-five him. I can't use physical evidence to suggest that God is real in a way that you or anyone else would accept. That's not really the point.
Can you see a photon?
Can you see those strings?
Okay, well, no, just see how you do. You asked me. So now you're saying I can't show you God. Okay, so granted, if I was here preaching and trying to get you to believe in God, that light is God, and I can't show you God, then you wouldn't believe it. Now you're going to try and use your religion, which I subscribe to, you're in a religion, and you're going to tell me that light is a photon. And I'm going to say, well, can you show me that? I know I couldn't show you God. Okay, I'll give you that. Well, can you show me this photon? And you're going to go, no, I can't.
No, see, you didn't. The reason why, though, that's why I specified it, because I knew you were going to try and catch me up with the whole faith idea. But
I'm very good at that.
There's a reason. Well, but you didn't, though, because I'm not saying you're bad at it, but you didn't do it because there's a reason I delineated the difference. When I talk about again, my relationship with God is a separate thing altogether. I'm not talking about God. I'm not talking about the way that I look at God. I'm not going to tell you what I do and don't believe about the Bible. None of that matters. What we are talking about is the physical, observable world and the evidence that we can use to ascertain what's happening.
You can't physically observe the photon. You never physically observe the photon.
You can physically
so it
observe.
Fall into that category.
Here, I'll find you a picture of a
Have
photon.
you? No.
And have you seen? And have you seen the strings?
Okay, but I'm not. Look.
No. See what I'm saying?
You're the one. Hang on. No. Or do you think? No. Do you know? You're the one that has. Look. You're the one that has the double standard. You yourself says you don't bring religion into this because you can't see God. But when you go with science, you want it to be observation. Hang on. No, let me finish. So you separate science from religion and faith because you say science is the observation and it's reason and logic. And then I say, have you ever observed a photon? And you go, no. So you're in a religion. You just don't. It's more of a cult.
It's not the same.
It's more of a cult because you don't believe it. It's exactly the same.
I never told you. No, stop. But I never told you one single time that the reason I don't bring religion into it is because I can't show you God. I said that I separated God from science, particularly for that reason. I don't bring God into it.
But you can't. You can't show me a photon, and you're going to call it science.
This conversation.
If you can't show me God, and that is why it's not science, then you can't show me a photon, so it's not science.
That's not what I said. You're trying to.
But that is what you said. No. I'm using your standard.
I sent you another thing. Go ahead and have a look at it.
Bro, I don't watch videos. I can't ask a video a question.
It's an article. You want to read it? I'm giving you the information you need to educate yourself.
I asked you to no, I don't, bro. Do you think I haven't read entire pages and documents and books on light and energy and matter and all this stuff? You're sadly mistaken. But if you're going to try and prove to me that a photon, hang on. Okay, yes. Okay. If you're going to prove to me that a photon is real, even though you've never seen it through an article, then I'm going to say that's. It's the same as trying to. Sorry. If you're going to prove to me that light is a photon with an article, I'm going to say that's just like a Christian who's going to prove that light is God through the Bible. Do you see how similar that is?
Say again, sorry.
Okay, so you said, I can't show you the photon, but I can give you this article you can read.
Well, the article shows you a picture of light. So people can show it to you, though. That's the thing, though. You say,
so there's a picture in there. So there's a picture in there of a photon. Okay, so I want to see this picture.
So, but my main thing to
you. That's not a picture of a photon. Dude, that's a CGI.
What are you talking about?
Come on, that's CGI.
I'm not talking about that first rainbow thing.
What, the fucking rainbow?
There's more in the article. Listen, obviously it takes more time than 10 seconds to spare through the article. You can feel free to do that on your own time. What I'm simply saying to you is that I don't want to talk about religion at all.
But you are talking about your religion. When you bring up a photon,
the way that you define scientific knowledge as religion means that your belief in flat Earth is the exact same thing.
No, I'm going to tell you this. If you say that you're not going to
breaking up again.
You dropped that, right?
Yeah, he's breaking up. And 1 o'clock here.
It's almost 3 here.
Oh, yeah, I stayed up till almost 4.
In the afternoon, though.
I stayed up till almost 4 last night having an argument with the guys on 24/7 Flat Earth, and they booted the fuck out of me. They called me a liar at one point because I kept saying that we can measure the curvature of the Earth by using 3 dug wells to compare the angle differences of the shadows cast by the sun. And he was like, well, so that's just a calculation, not a measurement. And I said, well, you're using a measurement of the angles to calculate based on the way the sun would be shining on the Earth. So, but I get what he was trying to say. Well, it's just a calculation. It's not a physical measurement, so you can't trust it. I don't agree, but I get what he was trying to say.
You know, I don't necessarily believe that science says there's no such thing as God. I don't really think it's saying that either way. I mean, if you think about it, if God created everything, where did he get the materials to build everything in our reality? That must have come from nothing.
See, I actually love talking about it from this perspective, like combining science with God, because I call myself a Christian, but I fully believe in evolution. I believe the Earth is billions of years old. I believe that the universe is billions
you're right.
of years
old. You're right. Who's to say that a creator didn't put all this into play?
Well, I think it's deeper than that.
For it to actually work.
I think it's deeper than that, though. I had a friend of mine, and this is gonna start off sounding crazy, because he came to a conclusion while he was tripping on acid. But he said something to me that was kind of interesting. He said he said, what if you were the only thing in the universe? Period. How would you know that you would? Right. So he said, how would you know that you existed? And I thought about that for a moment, and I was like, well, I guess it's kind of the same thing as movement. When I'm moving, I really only know that I'm moving because of a reference of the objects around me that aren't moving, and like air resistance creates a reference that I can use. And so if I was in the universe and there was nothing else there with me to see, to smell, to touch, to interact with, I may not know that I exist because I have nothing to reference myself to. And so I thought that was kind of interesting. So okay, so what happens then at the moment of existence? If you talk about wave-particle duality, if we talk about how the quantum world can be affected by someone actually like visual, like someone looking at it, having an intelligent observer changes the nature of how it works. What happens the moment that you, the only thing in the universe, realize that you exist, and you ask the question, am I? And at first I didn't know what he was saying, but he's like, in his mind, that moment of realization was the universe coming alive. That moment was the Big Bang. And I thought about this for a moment, and there's a couple of passages in the Bible that talk about God referencing himself as I am, the great I am that I am, that kind of thing. And I remember thinking, when we talk about like the law of attraction, and we talk about probabilities, we talk about law of large numbers, the universe isn't asking if it exists. It's telling you to your face, whether you like it or not, that it does exist. And so maybe my friend had it wrong. Maybe it's not am I. Maybe it's a moment of realization. I am. And that moment is what caused the first movement, which is what sparked the creation of time. Because before the Big Bang, there was no time, because there's no movement. And so nothing has happened. And so the question that has to be asked is, if we're in a timeless state, how does something at all ever happen that could start the fundamental change in matter that creates the energy for the Big Bang? And if that moment is a self-realization, essentially the universe becoming self-aware in some way, shape, or form, to me that's almost beautiful. It almost makes sense. And obviously it's just a random combining of religion and science, but to me it's a really cool thought.
Yeah, it comes down to what actually gels with you, your ideas, your thoughts, the way you think, and all that sort of stuff. And
yeah, no, I feel it. Yep.
What resonates with you?
As far as religion is concerned, of course. Which is why I don't like people go, well, you don't.
The thing about well, the Bible, for example, is that those things were written so long ago, and it's been reinterpreted so many times.
Yeah.
And back then, there was only certain people that could write and that could read.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes,
if they got something wrong, or if they embellished something that may have happened, or even if they just made something up to explain something else, no one would know.
So this is actually a little bit of little known information by a lot of people, but the oldest surviving copy of the Old Testament is the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is dated to I think 2 to 3 to 4,000 years BC.
That's right. I mean, isn't the Bible a series of scrolls?
Well, but here's the crazy thing though. So everybody uses just to kind of respond to what you said about like the Bible being reinterpreted over and over and over again. How do we know it was originally written? So the way that we actually know is because we have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is the oldest possible complete version of the Old Testament minus the Book of Esther, and it's from 2,000-3,000 BC. And then we also have and this is another one that throws people off. So the Bible was written in Hebrew and Greek. We have over 5,000 original Greek manuscripts of the original text of the New Testament. So we actually don't have a problem of reinterpretation, but we do have a problem of changes being made. Like that for sure happens. Like there's a verse in the Bible that talks about dragons, and people have changed it to jackals because jackals.
Yeah. Okay. So if we've interpreted these scrolls correctly, that's one thing, but it still doesn't mean that the people that wrote them were correct. I mean, they were writing them from a position of the knowledge they had at the time.
Mm-hmm. Of course. It's actually interesting that it's actually interesting you say that, because I actually heard a really neat story of like, what if, because we're like the Tower of Babel, for example, like the story of like they were building a tower to reach the heavens. And because God didn't want them to succeed, he changed all their languages so they wouldn't succeed. See, that stories like that have always been confusing to me as somebody who wants to accept the religious side of it. Because it's like, well, God knew they were going to fail. I mean, he knew that you can't build a tower into space. It's just not, especially with rocks and stone, it's not something they're going to succeed at. So why go out of your way to stop them? And somebody proposed the idea of it being, what if they weren't building a tower? What if they were building some kind of propulsion rocket of some kind? And that's also another common argument from biblical perspective. If you accept the Bible to some level, there are people who argue that fallen angels were giving people technology they shouldn't have had, and this.
But is there any evidence in the Bible to suggest that they had the technology to build, even if it's just a rocket? At least did they have the technology to create an explosion, a controlled explosion, strong enough to send something up into space from the Tower of Babel? Mm-hmm. And that's you know what I'm saying?
Of course, I heard what you're saying. Yeah, and that's why, like I said, there's obviously a huge portion of my faith that's going to not use the same level of logical discourse, but I do attempt to connect it where in a lot of ways when I can, which is why I go back to like, if you accept that fallen angel, like obviously if I accept God's existence, then I accept that angels existed, and if I accept that fallen angels were on Earth at some point and they were teaching people information, then it's possible for me that maybe they were teaching people technology, teaching people things they shouldn't have had, which is an interesting thing because people think that the flood happened because of evil in the world, which is true to some extent, but according to biblical text, the flood also happened because of knowledge being in the world, specifically from the seraphim, which I think is the Hebrew word they used for fallen angel, was talking about how the seraphim were teaching people about the stars. And I don't know why this information wasn't allowed to be had at the time, but that all to me kind of would coincide with this idea of like, well, what if somebody was teaching them things they shouldn't have known at the time about technology, and so a correction had to be made. As harsh as that may sound, it also kind of makes sense in a weird, crazy, conspiratorial way. And listen, I know this all takes a lot of suspension of disbelief, but it's fun, man. It's fun for me to try and draw connections.
It comes down to What you base your faith in, really. I mean, it's all really, when you boil it down, it is all really faith. Whether you have faith in other humans to have the ability to,
well, to me,
to know what they're telling us they know.
Of course. Well, and I will say this, if I can clarify this for you. I do think that some people in biblical texts got things wrong. I know people who are Christians a lot of times will say,
Absolutely.
well, you can't. And I think they have, though. Like, for example, tattoos. When you have the guy, whoever wrote the book in the Bible that mentions tattoos, the thing to remember, the thing to understand about tattoos is that the only time that that person specifically ever witnessed tattoos was in regards to a pagan religion where they had tattoos to honor their pagan religion. And so he said, well, tattoos must be a violation of God. And that was based on his understanding of the times. It doesn't necessarily mean that tattoos are somehow inherently, it doesn't mean that God himself was like, yo, tattoos are wrong.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah,
and so,
because the tattoos represented worship of a different God that didn't comply with his.
Exactly, yeah. So what if I got a tattoo of Jesus or a tattoo of the crown of thorns? Would that be inherently wrong? I don't know that it would. I don't think that it would, honestly. You know what I mean? And so I think there's a lot of Bible verses that you have to try to take them in context with when they lived, where they lived, and how the people of those day and ages lived, which is really important. Because I think it really begs a lot more questions. But really, where I base my faith from is from a simple thing. When you look at the universe and its creation, from the Big Bang onward, there's only two possible answers. Either the universe was always there forever, which is, to our understanding, to our logical minds, impossible, or it came from nothing, which is also impossible. Both are equally impossible. And so there's really not an answer there. And so, but what we do understand about the Big Bang is that before the Big Bang, there was no time and there was no space, right? At least what we think we understand. I know the two people here who are flat earthers would argue with us, but what we think we understand is that time and space were created as well with the Big Bang. And so before that, you have to conclude then that the universe, as it was frozen in time. And if it's frozen in time, then nothing should ever have been able to happen that would cause a change. Ever. It just never should have happened. It's just because it's frozen in time. And so that means that something changed somehow against all odds that started a spiraling out of control situation where time starts and begins to move.
It's like that thing you were saying before about movement. That the initial first movement would have caused everything to start moving.
Exactly.
And therefore the universe came into existence.
And this is why it
didn't come into existence, it came into the existence we know it now.
Right, exactly. For all we know, there could have been, there's so many other unanswered questions. And there's a lot of theories about this, but for me, it's
you have heard of the multiverse theory as well, where
Stephen Hawking,
our universe could have been created by a collision of other universes.
Yeah. But the hard thing about that argument, though, is then you go, okay, well then, if that's what happened,
where did they come from?
Yeah, and then vice versa, where the four universes that made them come from, and because eventually,
it goes on forever. I mean, it's like saying, God made it. Well, where did God come from? And that's not a question. That's not a question.
And that's why
it becomes a moot question in a way.
And this is one of the reasons why I attribute it to a self-intelligence idea, which is why I attribute it to a God. Because what I know is that in quantum field theory and quantum mechanics and wave particle duality, when you observe something, it changes the fundamental nature of it, right? It's the same thing with quantum superposition. It's so amazing because the moment you observe it is the moment that it picks one of the possible states that it could be in and assumes it. But then when you're not observing it, it's theoretically in a quantum wave position where it's simultaneously in all possible locations at the same time until you observe it and it chooses one to obtain. To me, that's amazing. But that's also, in my opinion, what happens when the universe has a moment of clarity in all of this. And everybody goes, yeah, but how can the universe be self-aware? Well, your brain, how the fuck can your brain be self-aware? It's made up of the same material that the universe is.
I wonder if we can ever really know.
Right, that's exactly it. We never can know. But to me,
maybe we can, but I don't know. It seems like we've got some way to go. Yeah, I mean, this could all quite. You've heard of a simulation theory as well. This could all quite be a simulation created by another race. Like we could be in some sort of supercomputer.
You know what's interesting though? In the quantumly accepted simulation theory, the simulation is not there because of some other intelligent species that put it there. The simulation is that we, as physical beings, are only a hologram simulated from the quantum world. And so it's not saying that we're a simulation in someone else's supercomputer. It's saying that the universe itself is a holographic simulation being generated by the quantum world. That's what it's saying. And it's a super crazy theory. And it's really hard to understand. That's when you got to get into the mathematics to really get it, because there are some fucking things in there that will twist your head into little tiny spherical circles. It's so tough. But to me, like a lot of people go, well, if it's so hard to understand, it must be fake, like, you know, people that we argue with today. But for me, it's like, man, the harder it is to understand, the more fun it is to try. You know what I mean? Let's dive into it, because you're gonna have these eureka moments every 100 yards or so. You know, oh my fucking god, I can't believe that's what it is. Holy shit, I just got it. You know what I mean? Like the very first time I correctly visualized space expansion, I shit my pants. Not literally, but it was crazy, because I always pictured space as expanding from a singular point. But when you say that space is expanding from all points simultaneously, I didn't get what that meant until I finally did. And the moment I realized, I went, holy shit, that's what it means. Well, you know what I mean? So I love when it's hard to understand, because when you get it, you're like, oh my god, you know.